Welcome to the Formulation E-Summit, an extension of our free e-conference series here at the EcoL. If you're unfamiliar with the EcoL, we're a science communication platform. We're very active on social media, especially Instagram and LinkedIn. We have a weekly podcast, and we also host these free quarterly e-conferences across the gamut of cosmetic science topics. My name's Jen, and I'll be today's MC and moderator. While this event is free of charge, our attempt is to make all of our summits top tier to compete with the highest quality industry conferences. In our experience, these conferences tend to be very expensive and geographically exclusive and often are inaccessible to independent professionals, small brands, students, and consumers especially. There are some consumers who want this information, and many of them are here today. To add to some of these challenges, relevant experts are often kept behind corporate doors, or maybe they don't have a platform, unlike some of the people who do, who maybe don't have the right expertise. Sometimes the right information is also behind paid walls or maybe even kept within corporations. And so as a result, finding accurate, high quality information about cosmetic sciences can be really challenging. So with our e-conference initiative, our goal is to help democratize accurate information about cosmetic sciences to anyone who wants it. This is free professional development. All we ask is for you as an attendee to share some of what you learn here today, or maybe the presentations or the summit itself, with your colleagues or network. We've got a big day planned and a lot of ground to cover, from formulation basics to preservatives to surfactants to eco-design to product development timelines and so on and so forth. This is definitely the most jam-packed for information sessions that we have attempted to have in a summit, and you'll notice we don't have a closing panel to try to fit in as much as we can. Still, even with this full 8 hours, this is really just brushing the surface of the topics that are relevant to formulation. But at the end of the day, whoever you are, whether you're a new or old formulator, or maybe you're a brand marketer or consumer, hopefully there will be something in here for you that you'll be able to take away and find value. A big ask that I have for you as an attendee, whoever you are, is to fill out the feedback survey that you receive in your inbox tomorrow. It's super helpful to help us do better for future summits. Some housekeeping before we get started. Unlike previous summits where we tried to have our stream both on Discord and YouTube, for this one we're trying to use just YouTube, so let us know what you think about that. We figured that this would just be more simple. There's only one spot for you to ask me questions and for you to talk to other attendees, which will be the YouTube chat. We will be taking Q&A for the presentations. So as you have your questions, don't wait. I'll be monitoring the chat, and then I will ask them in the live Q&A, which most of the presentations have. If you have to duck out, there will be a replay. If you've registered, you'll receive a link to that in your inbox, and that replay link will also have all the PDF slides for the presentations. Just some thank yous before we get started. Thank you so much to you, the attendees, for attending this event, registering. Thank you so much to our Patreon supporters for your continued support there. Thank you to Julia Ruby for your continued support across all of our e-conferences. You can find Julia at Ruby's Resources. Thank you so much to our speakers for agreeing to donate your time and expertise to help make this event possible. And finally, thank you so much to our sponsors. It's because of them that we are able to continue making these e-conferences free and accessible to anyone. Thank you to our general sponsor, BASF. Thank you to our bronze sponsor, Covalo, and to our silver sponsor, NYSCC. As mentioned earlier, the Formulation E-Summit is part of our greater free e-conference initiative. So far, we've hosted 2 on sustainability, 2 on sun care, 1 on skincare, hair care, product development for indie brands. So you can find all the replays for our previous e-conferences on our blog. Our next e-conferences will be Truth and Beauty, really talking about misinformation. That's going to be in September. And then the next summit after that will be at the end of November, which is going to be the Future of Beauty E-Summit. If you are an organization or company wanting to partner with us, then reach out to us at info@theecol.com. And for everyone else, stay tuned. You'll see more information about them closer to those dates. And that's all I've got. I hope you learn a lot and enjoy the day. To kick off the Formulation E-Summit, we'll be starting with a presentation on formulation builds with Perry Romanowski. Without further ado, here it is. Our first presentation of the day will be by Perry Romanowski, who is a cosmetic chemist and vice president of Element 44. He joined the IFSCC as chair of education in 2019. He earned his BS in chemistry and MS in biochemistry from DePaul University and began his career at Alberto Culver. He founded chemistcorner.com, an online educational company for cosmetic chemists. He has also co-authored the industry standard book, Beginning Cosmetic Chemistry, along with numerous other publications. He is also co-host of the popular beauty podcast, The Beauty Brains. Previously president of the Society of Cosmetic Chemists, he has held numerous other offices at national and regional levels.
Hello and welcome to this talk about basic cosmetic formulating. Thank you so much to Jen for organizing this event and for inviting me. All right, in case you don't know, I'm Perry Romanowski and have been a cosmetic chemist working in the cosmetic industry for over 30 years, longer than many of you have been living. Wow. In this talk, I'm going to introduce you to some basic concepts in cosmetic science and formulating that can help you understand how products are made and work and give you a solid background to help you better understand talks that will be happening later today. After watching this presentation, you will have a good understanding of the different types of cosmetic products there are, the types of formulas that can be made, and the ingredients used to make them. You'll also develop a good sense of the factors that go into choosing specific formulas and ingredients. Now, 20 minutes is not a lot of time, but I cover all of these topics much more in depth in a couple of online courses. Feel free to go to chemistcorner.com for more information. All right, let's start this short introduction by exploring what are cosmetics. When I was graduating from college with a degree in chemistry, I had no idea what I was going to do for a job. I never even thought about the cosmetic industry. It was only after I got my first job at a hair care company that I learned things like shampoo were part of the cosmetic industry. Before this, I thought cosmetics were just things like lipstick and nail polish and eyeshadows. I didn't realize that nearly all personal care products are considered cosmetics, but it turns out they are. And of the thousands of personal care or cosmetic products on the market, they can all be sorted into 5 distinct categories. Let's talk about those now, beginning with skincare products. These are products designed to improve the appearance and feel of skin. The skincare market makes up about 30% of all cosmetics sold, which is the largest share of any category. Skincare products can be classified further by how they work and what they do. So there are products that are left on the skin. These include moisturizing products for improving the look and feel of skin. There are anti-aging products that promise to get rid of the signs of aging, like wrinkles and age spots. And then there are also sunless tanners and skin lighteners, which change the color of skin. The other types of skin products are those designed to remove things from the skin, and this includes cleansers like body washes, hand washes, facial soaps, toners, micellar waters, and that sort of things. It also includes scrubs, masks, and exfoliation products. Now, you could also add shaving creams and depilatories to this group since they are designed to remove hair from the skin. It is interesting to note that in the US anyway, soap is not actually considered a cosmetic. This is because back in the 1930s, when regulations were being introduced, soap makers were able to exempt themselves from regulation. Thus, soap is not a cosmetic, at least in the United States. Of course, the definition of what counts as soap is very narrow, and if you make any cosmetic claims about your soap, it then becomes a cosmetic and is regulated by the cosmetic rules. The next type of cosmetics are hair care products. This category of product is the second most popular type of cosmetics, making up about 25% of worldwide sales. Like the skincare category, hair care products can be further grouped into how they work and what they do. The most popular hair products are those designed to remove things from the hair. These include liquid shampoos, which clean hair, but there are also powdered and aerosol shampoos. There are also specialty shampoos like anti-dandruff shampoos and anti-lice products, and even hair restoration products. Now, hair shampoo conditioners are another type of product designed to be rinsed off, but they also leave material behind to improve the look and feel of hair. There are standard everyday rinse-off conditioners, but there are also intensive conditioners, protein packs, hot oil treatments, serums, and a wide variety of specialty products that are supposed to improve the look and feel of hair. And a third type of hair product are those meant to be left in the hair. These products can help change the feel of the hair, but are primarily meant to help the appearance and to control the hair. The largest segment of these are styling products, which include hairsprays and mousses, styling gels, putties, etc. There are also leave-in conditioners, which would fall into this subcategory. Of all the hair care product types, styling products are the most diverse, taking on a vast array of formulation types. And finally, there are reactive hair care products that can change the structure of hair. For straightening hair, there are relaxer products, perms make hair curly, and for changing the color of hair, there are temporary permanent hair colors and, of course, bleach. Now, speaking of colors, that brings us to our next cosmetic category, color cosmetics. For most people, these are the types of products that they think of when you say the word cosmetic. Color cosmetics make up about 20% of the worldwide market. This group includes products for the face like foundations, lipsticks, lip gloss, blush, eyeshadow, and mascara. You could also include products for the nails such as nail polish, gloss, and all the other products related to nail care. Color cosmetics are the most regulated of all the cosmetics because governments around the world restrict the types of ingredients that can be used as colorants. It turns out that some of the coloring ingredients that used to be used prior to the creation of the modern cosmetic industry were quite poisonous. Our next major category of cosmetics is fragrances. Fragrances and perfumes have been part of the industry since before the 1600s. These type of products are meant to be put on and change the natural body odors. They make up about 10% of the market. This category includes perfumes, colognes, and body splashes. It also includes body sprays, which are aerosol versions of colognes. And then there are general personal care products. This last category of products makes up about 15% of the market in sales, depending on what products you include. These include oral care products like toothpaste, mouthwash, and whitening products, but it also includes deodorants and antiperspirants, although I suppose you could make a case that these could be classified as either skincare products or fragrance products. But for our purposes, let's just consider them this separate group. So there you have it, the 5 main categories of cosmetic products. They include skincare, hair care, makeup, fragrances, and personal care products. One thing I should mention, though, is that a few of the types of products that I've discussed fall under the category of over-the-counter or OTC drugs. This is a special category of cosmetic-like products that is more tightly regulated, at least in the US. Other countries define these a little differently. You see, cosmetics are not allowed to treat diseases or change the skin biochemistry. They are only allowed to temporarily change the appearance of skin and hair. So any product that actually treats a disease is considered a drug. In the US, the FDA has created a list of such products, and each of these has a monograph which dictates the active ingredients you can use, the concentration level of those ingredients, and the claims that you can make about those products. These products are considered both cosmetics and drugs and include such things as sunscreens, anti-dandruff products, anti-acne products, and antiperspirants. All right, those are the types of products. Let's talk more about the formulas. Creating cosmetics is one thing, convincing people to buy them is another. The main problem is that technologically, it's tough to make a product stand out. Any skilled cosmetic formulator can produce formulas that work as well as anything on the market. That's not to say that all the products are the same, but from a consumer standpoint, they usually can't tell much difference in performance. Consumers are much more swayed by fragrance, packaging, colors, brand story, and even product name rather than performance. This is a little depressing for cosmetic formulators. You spend all this time getting just the perfect performing product and then bam! It fails completely in home use testing because consumers didn't like how it smelled. Alas, the life of a formulator. Okay, let's focus on formulation types because often people are confused by what a product is called. From a formulator standpoint, there are really only 7 main types of cosmetic formulas. Here you can see the main ones you find in cosmetics, and they include solutions. These are simple mixtures of compatible materials. Common examples are shampoos, bath oils, micellar waters, or toners. Next up are emulsion. These are blends of incompatible materials like oils and water. They are made compatible by using emulsifiers that hold the formulas together. Depending on the thickness of these, they can be creams, or if they're really thin, they can be lotions. They are frequently found in skincare products. Then there are ointments, which are semi-solid formulas, typically made of a blend of oily or waxy materials like shea butter or lanolin. Often these are used for making lip treatments. Next up are gels. These are thickened jelly-like products, often based on water or alcohol, thickened with polymers like carbomer or xanthan gum. They have a little different rheology than creams, and often have a thixotropic behavior, which means they require a force on them to make them thinner. They can be clear or opaque and are used in styling products, facial treatments, and even in toothpastes. All right, next category are powders, which are dry, loose particles that provide various functions from skin coverage in color, makeup, to moisture absorption in body powder. Sticks are next. These are anhydrous solid products typically used for products like deodorants, lipsticks, and some sunscreen forms. And then there are sprays, which are specialized products dispensed from a pressurized container. The formulation type can be almost any of these that I've already mentioned, like solutions, emulsions, gels, or powders. Common examples of these are hairsprays, foams, and certain deodorants. This means that nearly every product on the market could be called one of these things. However, they aren't. And that is because cosmetic marketers use the description of their products as a way to differentiate themselves on the marketplace. Unfortunately, this means that terms like serums or pomades don't actually have one single meaning. Often, the meaning of those words is whatever the marketer wants it to mean or whatever the consumers expect it to mean. Okay, those are most of the product types that I can think of, but the bottom line to remember here is that there are no specific definitions for any of these types of products. What one marketer might call a serum, another might call a lotion, a gel, or a putty. It really just depends on your marketing. As a formulator, it is your job to learn how to make the main 7 types of formulas. Let the marketing people decide what they call them. Okay, that's a look at the different cosmetic products and formulation forms. Now we're going to get into the different types of ingredients used for creating cosmetics. To understand cosmetic ingredients, it is helpful to know the types that are available and why they are used. The INCI Dictionary, which is the official resource of registered cosmetic ingredients around the world and published by the Personal Care Products Council, lists over 30,000 names of raw materials. With that many options available to formulators, it can be challenging to learn them all. Fortunately, you don't have to know every ingredient to be a good formulator. You just have to know the main categories, the general functions, and how to formulate with them. While there are over 30,000 cosmetic ingredients, we can group all of these raw materials into just 3 main categories based on the reason they're used. And these include functional ingredients, formula aesthetic modifiers, and claims or marketing ingredients. There is a little overlap between these, and the categories can be divided up further, but as a chemistry student or formulator, it's helpful to know the main categories. Let's discuss them in a bit more detail, beginning with functional cosmetic ingredients. These are the ones which actually have an effect on the body that the formulator wants. You cannot make a useful cosmetic product without including at least one functional ingredient. However, you could actually make an entire cosmetic using just one functional ingredient. Vaseline has built a huge brand on a single functional ingredient cosmetic, petrolatum. Now, the exact functional ingredient that you use in your formula depends on the primary purpose of the product, but in general, the different types of functional ingredients include cleansers, ingredients that will help remove dirt from surfaces, conditioning agents, which are ingredients that make surfaces look and feel better. There are color additives that change the color of the surface and covering or highlighting natural features. Fragrances are also functional ingredients used to make the skin or hair smell better. There are reactive ingredients, which are chemicals that can be used for exfoliating the skin, changing the structure of hair, or even changing the hair or skin color. Another functional ingredient is film formers. These are the polymers that make hairstyling products work because they can hold the hair in place. And finally, we have drug actives for OTC products. Previously mentioned, these would be the active ingredients for those. Now, every cosmetic that you use has at least one functional ingredient if it's a good product. All right, the next category are formula aesthetic modifiers. These are the most common and abundant ingredients in formulas. These ingredients help make delivery of the functional ingredients more acceptable. They also are things added to make the product look, smell, and feel better during use. They are also added to make the formula last longer and remain stable and safe. The subcategory of aesthetic modifiers includes solvents, thickeners, preservatives, pH adjusters, plasticizers, fillers, appearance and odor modifiers, antioxidants, anti-irritants, and delivery system, among others. When you look at the ingredient list of most cosmetics, most of the ingredients are formula aesthetic modifiers. These ingredients play a crucial role in the creation and experience of using a personal care product, so it's important for a formulator to have a thorough knowledge of them. And next we have claims ingredients. While people use cosmetics to improve the way their skin and hair looks and feels, this isn't the primary reason that they buy cosmetics. Consumers buy cosmetics because they like the story that the product tells. They like the packaging or the way that the product looks and smells. And to help support the marketing story, the claims made about the product, formulators have to include claims ingredients. Claims ingredients, sometimes called fairy dust, are ingredients that are added at low levels for the primary purpose of getting to put the ingredient name on the label. These include ingredients like natural extracts, vitamins, proteins, biotechnology, and fanciful made-up scientific names. They are not put in the formulas to have any measurable effect, and almost invariably they don't. However, most consumers need a story to believe when they buy their cosmetics, and these ingredients help to support that story. Look at it this way. Would you want to buy a product that claims it moisturizes your skin with petrolatum mineral oil and glycerin? Or would you rather get a moisturizer that uses aloe, vitamin D, and hyaluronic acid? It turns out most consumers are going to buy the product with the ingredients that have the better story or name. Brands that don't include claims ingredients are much less successful in the marketplace. Now, typically, there will be some type of scientific study that shows these claims ingredients have some performance benefits. But the truth is, most ingredient research is poorly done and designed primarily to help sell cosmetic ingredients and products. It also provides companies legal cover for the claims that they want to make. The vast majority of these studies aren't proper science that is trying to uncover a more universal truth about the world. But that's what happened with any industry-sponsored research. As a formulator or a scientist in the industry, you need to be skeptical of the claims that you hear, especially if it comes from an ingredient or a product marketer. Of course, as a marketer of such products, it's much more helpful if you are a believer. Okay, in this final section, let's talk about some of the factors that go into the choice of the formula type and ingredients to use in a formula. How do formulators decide? We'll start with formulation type. Basically, your marketing people will tell you the type of product that they want to sell, and you formulate accordingly. Now, the easy ways to do this is to find a product that already exists on the market and use it as a benchmark. With the benchmark, you then try to match the physical characteristics of texture, feel, thickness, etc. And you might also try to meet or exceed the performance characteristics. While you don't have to use exactly the same chemicals as the benchmark, beginning with a benchmark gives you a good starting point. There's much more you can learn about benchmarking, but we'll save that for another time. Let's talk about how a formulator chooses the ingredients they work with. Now, in the old days, the number one consideration affecting ingredient choice was the purpose of the product. You pick the functional ingredient that delivers the benefit that you want. Surfactants for cleansing, color additives for color, etc. And then the next most important consideration was the price of the material. Basically, you wanted to create the best performing product at the least expensive price. Performance and price were the main drivers. But over the years, things have gotten more complicated. Now, the first thing to consider before even picking up any ingredient is the regulatory status of that material in the country that you're selling it. While most legitimate cosmetic ingredients can be used everywhere in the world, there are some places that ban or limit levels of certain ingredients. You have to know the regulations for where your product is going to be sold. The next consideration is the brand story that your marketers want to tell. If you are formulating for a brand that focuses on natural or sustainability story, you have to limit yourself to ingredients that fit that story. So places like Credo Beauty or even Target or Walmart have created lists of products and ingredients that you can't use if you want to sell in their stores. And if you're focused on creating an anti-aging product, you need to find the right claims ingredients that fit that marketing story. Sadly, for many new brands, performance and price have become much less important. Other considerations when picking ingredients include stability, compatibility, ingredient availability, patents, formulation considerations, ethical sourcing, the environmental impact, and a few others. It really has become much more complicated than it was 30 years ago when I started in this industry. All right, I see our time is up, so I'm going to wrap this up. In the past 20 minutes, we went through and talked about the types of products in the cosmetic industry and about the basic formulation types, plus the three main ingredient categories, including functional ingredients, formula aesthetic modifiers, and claims ingredients. Finally, I covered the main considerations when picking ingredients and formulas that you're going to work with. If you're still interested in gaining an even deeper understanding of what goes on in creating cosmetic products and being a cosmetic formulator, please head on over to chemistcorner.com and consider taking one of our courses. Thanks for watching, and thanks again, Jen, for inviting me to speak. I'm Perry Romanowski, and now I think it is time for some questions, so I'll hand it back over to Jen.
And bear with us as I bring Perry over to the screen. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors who help make this E-Summit possible. And if you have any questions, now's the time to ask your questions. And here we are. Thank you so much, Perry, for that presentation. If you feel like turning your camera on, that's great. I mean, no pressure. People can just look at me. The first question.
Trying to turn it on, yeah.
I'll just ask the first question. So this came in from CR, who asks, how are liquid ingredients formulated into powder products? I've been seeing a lot of skincare actives in powder makeup products, and it makes me question its performance.
Well, typically to do that, you would absorb it onto some sort of powder. Like you could take a water-soluble ingredient and absorb it onto something like a talc or something like that, or maybe or some oil-soluble stuff will go onto a clay or something like that. So that's kind of how that would go.
And then the next question. Everyone in the audience, if you have any questions for Perry, now's the time. Also, Perry, if you are trying to figure out your videos, sometimes you have to look in the settings of Zoom. Oh, there we go. It worked.
And that's where I was. There we go.
Okay, so this next question comes from Derm Element, who asks, some cleansing balms that have water at low percentages. Okay, that's a statement. How is this formulated? Because aren't cleansing balms anhydrous products? Is this done to improve stability? I guess it might be a case-by-case basis, but what's going on?
Yeah, well, it would depend on the formula, of course. Yeah, a balm like that is going to be mostly anhydrous, but sometimes you're going to use some water phase. First, that's going to decrease the price of it. So, if you're doing a cost savings thing, you might sometimes add water. It also is going to help with spreadability, possibly, or it can help to spread out a preservative. So there are a few different reasons why you would do that. So it's not completely surprising that you would see some water in there.
This next question comes from Ashley, who asks, how would you suggest a startup brand go about affordable stability and microbial testing?
Well, you can do some of that stuff on your own at home. I would say if you get a small oven that has a controlled temperature, you can at least create your prototypes and see if your prototypes are going to stay stable before you send them out to official testing. So the only stuff you do at home is kind of preliminary testing just to verify that when you send it out, it's going to pass or give you a better chance. But and then, of course, you would also use your refrigerator and a freezer. Those can help with like a freeze thaw stability and holding at room temperature. You also want to test it in light, and so you can actually just put it in the window, just expose it to light. So those are some things you can do. But I would say these are all just preliminary tests to give you some confidence that when you do have it tested independently, that you can feel pretty good that it's going to pass.
This next question comes from Suraj, and to everyone in the comments, please let me know if I'm mispronouncing your name, and I'll try better for the next time. So this question is, would you mind giving comments on color cosmetics with functional benefits, like skincare? What do you think about that? So yeah, I guess this trend of makeup with skin benefits.
Well, the challenge in making color cosmetics is everybody can make the same product. So you've got to find some way to make your product stand out. Putting skincare benefits in color cosmetics, it's not going to hurt the product. It's going to help with a marketing story, but it's not going to be a replacement for any kind of standard skincare product where it's all over your face. The problem with color cosmetics is it's in spots. You don't put it all over. I suppose you do with foundation. And of all of the products that would have skincare benefits things, a foundation might be the only one. But if you have it in your lipstick or your blush, it's not really doing much beyond helping the marketing story.
And then this next question comes from, wow, lots of questions now. Sakshi, do you have suggestions around working or choosing contract manufacturers, or choosing to go that route, or going with your own setup?
Well, if you want to become a cosmetic chemist, go with your own stuff. If you want to be a successful brand that sells stuff, you should be going with a contract manufacturer. It's two different skill sets. Having a successful brand does not mean that you're a chemist. It means that you're a good marketer. Because if you look at the most successful brands right now, they're good marketing. It's not the formulas. They're good formulas, but everybody can make a good formula. The special brands are the ones who do good marketing. So go with a contract manufacturer. That's my advice.
This next question comes from Merrick, who asks, are there general tricks to incorporate waxes into liquid formulas without letting them recrystallize?
I mean, it's a challenging general question, but typically you're going to first of all, the quality of the waxes that you're using. The lower quality ones, when you cool them down again, they're going to crystallize. But then it's also a blend of all the other oils that you're using in your system, and that's going to keep things separated, so they can't crystallize as much. So it really is a hard question, though, because I'd have to see what else is in your formula.
This next question comes from Roberta, who asks, do regulations in the EU and USA permit that cosmetic product ingredients can penetrate the skin, or is it only marketing claims? I guess it depends on the claim and what you're saying.
Yeah, it depends on the claim and such, but yeah, I mean, it depends on what the word penetrate means, right? When marketers say penetrate, they want you to believe that it's getting down into the dermis where the living cells are, and then something's happened. What they really mean is penetrating below the surface into the stratum corneum. Most of cosmetic ingredients aren't going to get down to these living skin cells where they would have to go to work. Some do to some extent, but marketers really oversell this. Most of all your actives are just staying in your stratum corneum and not really doing much at all.
And that's okay. You can do a lot just with the top layer with moisturizing.
Sure. Or exfoliating or anything like that. Yeah, for sure.
This next question comes from Julie. Can you speak more about using a private label base cream formulation, or do you suggest working with a chemist to formulate your own when creating a product? So I guess like what's the pros and cons of doing private label or developing your own formula?
So the pros of private label is that you're going to be able to do it with less money, and you're going to be able to focus on your marketing and building your marketing story. The cons of doing that is you're not going to own your formula, and at any moment that private labeler could say, "Hey, I'm going to raise the prices, or you can't have the formula anymore," and that can be a challenge. But when you're first starting out, the hardest thing is building your brand image, your brand story, and getting your distribution. You can always come back and have somebody else knock off the formula that you were using. And so that'll save you some money up front. Now, if you have a lot of money to start with, yeah, you should start with hire a chemist and buy your formulas, and you'll be able to take that to any contract manufacturer you want. But if you're trying to save money up front and you don't know if your brand is going anywhere, starting with a private label is perfectly fine.
And that's all the time we have. 10 minutes is way too short for Q&A. Thank you so much, Perry. For everyone
All
who
right.
is watching, Perry has a really great, as mentioned earlier, podcast and Chemist Corner resource that you can go learn more, and a few books and probably a lot more going on.
I'm out there. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Perry. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Sabrina Behnke, who holds a BSc in Water Sciences from the University of Duisburg-Essen. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation, in Germany, and a PhD in microbiology from Montana State University. During her graduate studies, she investigated microbial biofilms and water distribution systems at the Center for Biofilm Engineering in Bozeman, MT, where she collaborated with multinational consumer goods companies. Dr. Behnke then joined Reckitt as an R&D microbiologist supporting EPA claim substantiation for disinfectant household products. Additionally, she held roles in personal care formulations and technology scouting. In 2018, she switched from the manufacturers to the supplier side of the industry as global product manager for Simrise, where she managed a portfolio of multifunctionals and preservatives. Today, she is an associate business director for biopolymers and preservatives at Tri-K Industries.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Preservative section of this E-Summit. My name is Sabrina Behnke, and I'm an Associate Business Director of Biopolymers and Modern Preservatives at Tri-K Industries, and we're based out of New Jersey. I am a microbiologist, and I've worked with disinfectants, biocides in the household industry, and with preservatives and other antimicrobial ingredients in the personal care industry. I guess it's safe to say that killing bugs has been a passion of mine for quite some time. For that reason, I'm excited to present this short lecture on preservatives to you today. Thank you also to Jen for inviting me to share my knowledge and speak to you today. Preservatives. I think they're one of the most misunderstood and feared ingredients, but actually very crucial to every good formula. I will argue that it really doesn't matter what else you put into your formula if you don't have a solid system to protect the formula. The screenshot that you see on the slide right now here is from 2018, and it was an article on the Credo website that I found very well written. The author describes how preservatives are very misunderstood and feared, and where this might be coming from. The quote you can see here is one of my favorite quotes. It says, "The ingredients people love to hate, but would actually hate not to have." Fear of preservatives, FOP she calls it. Where could it be coming from? The author speaks about parabens. We know how much bad press they've gotten in the last 20 or so years, so I won't elaborate on that. The second reason being healthy eating, right? We all want to eat healthy, and foods with preservatives are often highly processed, and they therefore seem nutritionally inferior to, fresh foods, and so forth. So I would say unless we're willing to store our personal care products in a fridge and use them up within a week, we better get used to the idea of preservatives. It seems no matter how much scientific education is happening, fear-mongering is lucrative in the media. I'm always disappointed when I see articles like this one here on the slide, because I know how much work and scrutiny goes into finding the right raw materials for formulations and how diligent companies are in selecting safe and effective ingredients. It really gets more difficult as newspapers and blogs publish articles such as the one here, making consumers feel like the beauty industry literally is trying to poison them. Look at the selection of the imagery here. Very interesting. I mean, I've seen many recalls over the years for different odd reasons, but yet I have to still see a recall due to radioactivity in a product. The essential thing for preservatives is they are supposed to keep formulations stable over the course of the shelf life, and they're supposed to keep the products safe while they're in the consumer hands. I don't care how strongly you feel against preservatives. Nobody wants to open their jar of face cream and find that it is completely moldy. Let's take a step back and look at why preservatives are needed in formulations. Most personal care products contain some amount of water which organisms need for growth. And then they contain additional ingredients that make excellent food sources for organisms. Think about the proteins that we like for our hair products, the peptides that we like in our skincare regimen, the natural extracts, or even prebiotic ingredients that are literally designed to be food for the skin microbiome. They all make really great snack options for bacteria. There are two ways that microorganisms can enter the product. Number one, during the production process, and then in the hands of the consumer. And the preservative system is supposed to manage both scenarios. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that you can use the water from your koi pond in the backyard to make your products. You should really aim to work with raw materials that have a very, very low microbial load. Some of the organisms that show up in recalls are organisms that come from your skin, such as Staphylococcus aureus. Others may come from food sources during production, or even in your bathroom. Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Burkholderia are the typical guys. And then fecal bacteria, E. coli, Klebsiella, Serratia, you might know also from your bathroom when you get this pink stain around your sink or in your shower curtain. That is most likely Serratia. Now, the FDA doesn't want your products to be completely sterile, but they really should be low in terms of microbial load. Since the days of the paraben panic, things have changed a lot for formulators. In the old days, you were able to formulate your product, you add a small amount of a broad spectrum preservative at the end of your formulation process, and you're done. Preservation really was an afterthought since there were so many potent preservatives available. They had really good pH flexibility, very few incompatibilities, they were easy to work with, and most of all, low cost. And the palette of preservatives that seems acceptable and less controversial by the wider public has been shrinking and continues to be shrinking, sometimes for scientific and sometimes for not so scientific reasons. Now, we're working with materials that have limitations in terms of pH or compatibility. They're often not broad spectrum anymore, so you really have to select a few different options, find different combinations that give you that broad spectrum performance. And of course, they're overall a bit more expensive. So you really need to find somebody with formulation expertise, and this person has to really consider the preservative system right in the planning stages of the formula. This here is a great global overview of where we stand with different molecules in terms of popularity. What you're looking at here is Mintel data on launches, personal care launches in 2023. And again, this is a global picture. The x-axis shows you the compounded annual growth rate, or CAGR, over the last 5 years for each ingredient, and the y-axis shows you the number of launches we saw just in 2023. And what you can see here is that certain molecules such as benzyl alcohol, phenoxyethanol, they don't have a high growth rate anymore. They're maybe still growing a bit, but they're kind of established, very popular. Of course, you can see the bubble size shows you how many launches. Organic acids are still growing, very popular. They're used in a lot of products. I summarized them all into one bubble here. And then you see on the left side is everything that is more controversial or banned or restricted for some reason. Here's your formaldehyde donors, your parabens, your triclosan, triclocarbon. So all negative growth rates, meaning that their use is declining in the market. On the right side, you see some other molecules that are not technically registered preservatives. So you see things like ethylhexylglycerin, caprylyl glycol, pentylene glycol, chlorphenicin, and so forth. So these materials are technically called multifunctional ingredients or preservative boosters. So when I speak about preservatives and boosters or multifunctionals, what do I mean by that and what are the differences? We need to take a look at the European Cosmetics Regulation for this. There is an annex called Annex 5, and it has about 52 or 53 ingredients on it currently that are registered preservatives in Europe. So these registered preservatives, they have a maximum use concentration that is dictated. They may have other restrictions such as limited use or no use in aerosols, different concentrations for rinse-offs versus leave-ons, and so forth. So the Annex 5 will pretty much tell you what you can and can't do. And Europe sort of takes a leader function in this area, where other countries often look at what Europe does and follow this. It's not always the case, but it often happens. And these so-called boosters or multifunctionals, they're not on Annex 5. They're not registered preservatives when you look at them from a regulatory perspective. The goal is here that they have a primary function that is not the antimicrobial activity. So that could be, for example, they could be emollients, they could be moisturizers, antioxidants, and then their secondary function is the antimicrobial function. Now, in reality, you might use these ingredients only because they have an antimicrobial effect, but from a regulatory perspective, they have a different primary function. Now let's take a look at some of these molecules that are registered preservatives and that are boosters, just to give you an idea. In terms of registered preservatives, you see here benzyl alcohol, phenoxyethanol, chlorphenicin, things like organic acids, benzoic acid, dehydroacetic acid. So you see what these molecules look like, and then the so-called boosters at the bottom: caprylyl glycol, hexanediol, ethylhexylglycerin, glycerol caprylate, hydroxycetophenone, caprylyl hydroxamic acid. And what I'm noticing here is, these multifunctionals or boosters often have these long chains. They're looking more like surfactants, I would say. But this is not a rule. This is just an observation. Here are some more exotic registered preservatives. You find Simon 5-Vol. It's related to thiamol. It does smell a little bit less like pizza, but it still has that signature scent. There's a newer molecule on the right side that was recently added to the Annex 5. It's called Hep B. And then there are other boosters at the bottom that are a little bit more exotic. Raspberry ketone, for example, pianesic acid, levulinic acid, or tropolone. Now we have a good overview of some of the available molecules out there. So how do you go about selecting the right option for you? When a customer approaches me for a preservative recommendation, I usually ask a variety of questions around the requirements to really gauge which options will work for them. Cost will align with the brand and pricing strategy, while more premium brands may not worry about the price tag as much, while others have restrictions. The preservatives, traditional preservatives were used at low percentages in the past. They had a very high potency. Now the ingredients are maybe a bit milder and you need to use more, and they're also more costly. Solubility profile. Water solubility is often a factor. Water solubility can be good, just in the case of aromatic alcohols, organic acids. Other ingredients may need to be pre-solubilized in a specific glycol or in cosmetic esters, for example. Another thing you want to consider is your formula cold processable? Do you not want to use any heat? Then a liquid blend that is water soluble might be the right option for you. Other molecules may have to be melted or heated up to go into your formulation. Then also related to solubility profile is the affinity to the oil versus the water phase in emulsions. You will mix in your preservative, and some molecules will then travel to the oil phase of your formula, even if it's just micro droplets and not necessarily a two-phase system. And then traveling to the oil phase will allow organisms to grow in the water phase where less of the preservative is available. That's why it's important to run a preservative efficacy check after a certain stability period to see if the preservative is still available in the water phase and keeping your water clean. pH range is a big factor, obviously. The traditional preservatives were very effective at a broad pH range, and now we have some limitations here. It's a bit wider for aromatic alcohols. We have some flexibility there, but when you're, for example, working with organic acids, those sometimes need to be used at pHs of under 6.5 or even 5.5, depending on the specific organic acid. And then the efficacy range can be different from molecule to molecule. So some molecules are really good against bacteria. Fewer work well against yeast and mold. So you may need to combine two different types of preservatives or boosters to get that broad spectrum efficacy. Most non-controversial or less controversial preservatives are more effective against bacteria. So a lot of the modern formulations often struggle against yeast and mold. That's something to look out for. Which other factors are there? Odor is a factor. There's some molecules that have very distinct odors that might work for your formulation, but it might also not work at all with the fragrance that you want, or in case you don't want any fragrance at all. Another one is viscosity modification. Certain molecules can cause a drop in viscosity, so always try to observe your viscosity as you go ahead and add your preservative or your booster to your formulation. There can also be discolorations. We see that sometimes with organic acid. Dehydroacetic acid is a candidate for that. And other natural materials can react with your preservative system and cause some discoloration. And then also regulatory perspective. Is the preservative registered or allowed in the countries that are of interest to you? Are you looking for just a US product, or are you looking for a globally compliant product? There could be a difference there. And naturality is also very important to a lot of formulators. And then what does naturality mean for your brand, for your company? Are you following the natural origin index via ISO 16128, or are you looking to achieve maybe a Cosmos certification, EcoCert certification, where you want an where it doesn't always have to be an NOI of 1. Some synthetic materials are allowed. And then another option is nature identical. So these materials are exactly the same as molecules that you would find in nature, but they're not derived from nature. So they can be fully synthetic, but it also has a naturality aspect to it. So now you have an idea of what the molecules that are out there. Some are more desirable than others. And why do we have all these different molecules? Well, they all affect cells a little bit differently. So you look at a structure of a bacterial cell here. These molecules may affect, the DNA replication, or they may have an influence on the protein synthesis. Or the enzyme activity. Quite common is actually the effect on the cell membrane. So that means the molecules will destabilize the cell membranes of microorganisms. The molecules with a more surfactant-like structure and a long tail. Think about the multifunctional ingredients that I showed you earlier. They can insert themselves into the membrane and weaken the membrane. And there is the advantage when you use two different types of molecules for preservation. One may weaken the cell membrane, and then the other one can enter the cell more easily, overall possibly limiting the amounts of preservatives that you need. And that can be considered a synergistic effect. I also wanted to make a brief mention of preservative tests because it's good to understand how they work. To be able to better formulate your preservatives. In a nutshell, you take your formulation, you put it in a test tube, and you add a large quantity of specific bacteria of concern to this product. You mix it well, and you let it sit for several days, and then you take samples on specific days. In an ideal case, the preservative in the product will kill some or all of the bacteria over this time frame. And the 5 most commonly tested organisms are these 5 here in the box at the bottom. Candida is a fungus that is normally part of the human microbiome, but it can also cause some pretty nasty infections. Aspergillus is a black mold. E. coli, Pseudomonas, they're both gram-negative bacteria, and Staph aureus is a gram-positive organism. So when you test all 5 of these, you get a very good idea of whether your product is protected against a wide variety of organisms or just some of them. Obviously, you can test for additional organisms of concern. For example, a specific organism like Burkholderia capacius, often found in your process water. At your production side, you will want to test that organism to see if your preservative system can tackle that. And on the right side, you also see that there's different tests. They're all run a similar way, but they have different requirements, and I'll talk about that in a minute. When we measure preservative efficacy, we measure in logs, which is sometimes an odd concept to people that are not working with it on a regular basis. Example, you start with 1 million cells per milliliter, and your preservative kills 1 log of organisms. Then you get a reduction of 90%, which sounds quite good, but you still have 100,000 cells left. Another example, the disinfectant spray that says kills 99.999% of bacteria, which seems oddly specific, right? The EPA requires a disinfectant to kill 5 logs of organisms, and that's where the 99.999% comes from. So in that case, you would only have about 10 microorganisms left, which is essentially the detection limit. A quick overview of the different passing requirements of different tests. They do not differ that much from one another in terms of how the test is performed, but the requirements are a bit different. Take a look here at the USP 51 criteria. They require 2 or more logs to be killed on day 14, and then no regrowth from there at day 28. For yeast and mold, the requirement is they aren't growing, but no reduction is required. In contrast, now look at the European Pharmacopoeia test at the very top. It requires a 2-log reduction at day 2 and a 3-log reduction at day 7. For fungi, it's asking for at least 2-log reduction by day 14. And in comparison, I would say the European test will be quite a bit more difficult to pass, and the USP 51 will be a bit easier to pass. Some companies even come up with their own strict requirements. Your requirements should be based on the type of product you're formulating. For example, for an eye area product, you may want to be a little more conservative than for a food product, as an example. Here's an example of what a challenge test result can look like. Testing labs will often give you a table with log reductions and a pass-fail result, but I personally enjoy this more visual representation. It's quite common that the mold will decrease a little bit slower than the bacteria, but this is still a very good passing result. And this brings me to my conclusion. When you plan your formula, consider your selection criteria to decide on a preservative system. I mentioned pH, cost, naturality, possible incompatibilities, regulations, and so forth. Work with an expert if you do not have one in-house, somebody who can guide you in terms of preservative selection, method selection, troubleshooting if your formula doesn't pass. And don't forget an additional preservative challenge test after your stability period. And most importantly, please help us advocate for the importance of preservatives. It's been a pleasure for me to present to you today, and hopefully you learned something from me. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions, and enjoy the rest of the E-Summit.
And bear with me as I bring Sabrina on the main screen for Q&A. And here we are. Thank you so much for that extremely informative presentation. I think that's the best presentation I've ever seen on preservatives. So thank you so much for doing that for my E-Summit.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah, intensely informative. Really good. Okay, so I thought this was a good question from CR, who asks, how frequent does regulations change for preservatives? Oh no, she may have frozen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now you're back. You're back.
It says my internet connection is unstable.
Oh no. Hopefully
Let's
it
hope it's
works
just
for 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I heard your question. So it doesn't change at lightning speed. It often, I keep an eye on Annex 5. There's not much changes happening there, but I think the regulatory changes are not as fast as, the changes in the news, in the media, in the press, the rumors that start going around when people start talking behind the scenes. So CPC group in the US is fantastic. To keep up to date, if you want to join or, get on their email list or something, they're fantastic.
The next question comes from Shrutika, who comments that DMDM and MI are common allergens for the skin, yet some companies still use them as a preservative. What are your thoughts?
I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to use it in a leave-on product. I think I would, if it makes sense in a rinse-off product, I wouldn't be too hesitant. I believe in using more preservatives in your product. So if you keep using the same preservative, let's say you put DMDM in your face wash, in your toner, in your cream, in your shampoo, in your conditioner, you're probably getting exposed to it a lot. But if it's, in your body wash and then nothing else,
Oh, you froze again.
am I back?
Yes, you're back. I think we got the gist, though.
Okay.
Hopefully. I'll just move on to, well, I got the gist of what you were saying. Move on to the next question, which was around surfactants. So this one comes from Nawal, who asks, do liquid surfactant products preserve themselves or boost the preservative system in formulations? What's going on with that?
So formulations with surfactants typically are preserved a little bit easier, and it depends on the surfactants. Some surfactants themselves have a preservative system in them, which will help you. Others don't. Yeah, usually the
Oh no, your internet. Oh, sorry. I'll let you talk one more time.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Normally, I don't have issues. It must
It's
be
always the one time that you have to be.
Zoom. It must be Zoom. Yeah,
have to
that
have
doesn't like my
internet.
computer. Where did I cut off? So yeah, I was explaining that the surfactants can weaken the cell membrane and make it easier for other preservatives to enter. So that's why these systems tend to be a little bit easier to preserve.
And then maybe we have one time for one more question. So, okay, this one is from Sakshi. How does the expiry dates of individual ingredients affect the stability of the complete formula?
Well, you always have to run the stability on the entire formula at the end. So the raw material, once it's in the finished formulation, I don't think you have to really pay attention to the original expiration date. You have to really just check that your overall formula is stable.
And that's all the time. Wow, this is so fast, but that's all the time
I
we
know.
have for Q&A. I will personally be rewatching your presentation. That was so informative.
Yeah. And
And
if there are any other questions, people have my email address. I'm happy to answer more questions over email. Please, shoot it my way.
awesome. Thank you so much, Sabrina.
My pleasure. Enjoy the rest.
And bear with me as I get the next presentation going for you. Our next presentation will be by Dennis Abbeduto, who has over 25 years of surfactant and formulation chemistry experience and currently works for Colonial Chemical as personal care business manager. He has also served as product application manager at Colonial. Prior to his time at Colonial Chemical, he worked for Alberto Covaro in Chicago, Illinois on skincare technology and as a formulation chemist for the St. Ives and Noxzema. I'm sorry for my mispronunciation. I feel like I should know how to say these things. Brands. Dennis also worked for McIntyre Group, hopefully that's right, in University Park, Illinois as an R&D synthesis applications and claims chemist. He has a BS in chemistry from Governors State University in University Park, Illinois.
Hi, this is Dennis Abbeduto, Personal Care Category Manager of Colonial Chemical. I'm going to talk to you today about surfactants, emulsifiers, and solubilizers. So what is a surfactant anyway? Surfactant is a surface active agent or something that decreases interfacial tension or the resistance between two different surfaces. That can include liquid and liquid, liquid and solid, and liquid and gas. And I think when we think about surfactants, most of us can relate to the liquid and liquid like emulsions or liquid and solids like detergents, but liquid and gas seems a little bit less intuitive. But you actually produce surfactant inside your body, lung surfactant, that allows you to transport oxygen to your blood. And that's that liquid gas interface where surfactants are useful. Surfactants are usually referred to as being amphiphilic or both loving. And that means that they have two portions of the molecule that allow them to interact at these different surfaces. One portion is usually a hydrophilic or water-loving portion, where one portion is usually hydrophobic or water-fearing. The hydrophobic portion could also be considered lipophilic, and that gives you the both loving portions. The tadpole structure is what we usually use to refer or illustrate surfactants, and that includes the hydrophilic head, which is attracted to water, and the hydrophobic tail, which is repelled by water. There's a lot of variations in surfactants, nearly infinite, and usually we classify our main groups of surfactants by the charge of the head group, and we'll go over those different classifications in just a moment. But there's a lot of other ways that surfactants can vary between each other, including the size and shape of the head groups and their polarity and different tail and multiple head and tail characteristics and charges. And a lot of surfactants are definitely not tadpole shaped. SDS, or personal care as we refer to SLS, the sodium lauryl sulfate, has that compact sulfate hydrophilic head group and the long linear hydrophobic tail group. And that's definitely our tadpole. But if you look at the bottom right, something like the CHAPS, which is a unique surfactant that's designed to clean proteins, that has all sorts of weird shapes and functional groups that we don't normally associate with surfactants at all. An important property of surfactants is their ability to form micelles. And what happens is that low concentrations surfactants will migrate to the edges of water, mainly with their hydrophobic tails sticking out of the water, although you may get a few of those surfactants with the hydrophobic tails stuck to the surface of the vessel. But for the most part, we're seeing those molecules at the surface with the tail sticking out at low concentration. But at some point, we're going to crowd up that entire surface of the liquid, and there's not going to be any more room for these surfactants to have those tails sticking up out of the water anymore. So what happens is once that surface is filled, surfactants will then self-assemble into spheres where the lipophilic tails go into the inside of the sphere and all those hydrophilic head groups go at the outside, and that's called the micelle. The concentration at which this happens is called the critical micelle concentration, but usually we're using surfactants at much higher levels because we're leveraging other properties of the surfactants, being their emulsification ability, and we want to get a lot of oil into that system, or their detergency, and we want to remove a lot of oil and dirt, or their foam, and we want to generate a lot of foam, or their ability to interact with each other and create high viscosity. Four major classes of surfactants include our anionic, which are negative charge surfactants. And this is our detergent surfactants for the most part because of the similar charge between the anionic surfactant and the surfaces that we're cleaning. These tend to be selected for high foaming properties in personal care and will combine with other charge type surfactants for optimum aesthetics. Here's our sulfate structure again, typical sodium lauryl sulfate with the SO4. Then we have sulfonates, which are their cousins that have the SO3 type anionic head group. Here's an olefin sulfonate. Isocyanates are another type of sulfonate, but they have a separate additional ester functional group that allows them to have their unique name. Glutamates are amino acid based surfactants that have multiple carboxylic acid anionic groups. Depending on different pHs, these can have one or both of those carboxylic acids protonated or deprotonated, so they get different properties at different pHs, makes them quite unique. Sarcosinates, another type of amino acid surfactant, but with just a single carboxylic acid. And then phosphates can have multiple different tail groups easily attached around the triprotic phosphoric acid. And so a lot of phosphates, surfactants, are used for lubricity or emulsification, but we can use them for detergency as well. Cationic surfactants have the opposite charge, the positive now, and this will comprise many of our conditioning agents because of the ability of these cationic surfactants to be attracted to the anionic surfaces of skin and hair. Since we're typically selecting these for their lubricity properties, we'll often use very long hydrophobic tails on these, and that results in moderate or low foaming of these types of surfactants. And we may have some charge interactions of these cationic surfactants with anionic surfactants that might be in the same system. And so that is a cause of concern for formulators to make sure that they're having good compatibility within their formulated system. Some examples here include methyl chloride quats like stearyl trimonium chloride. Behenyl trimonium chloride is another popular version of this chemistry. Methyl sulfate quats, nearly identical, just a different counter ion to the quaternary fatty portion. Here we have the stearyl trimonium methyl sulfate, behenyl trimonium methyl sulfate, or BTMS, again, tremendously popular within personal care. Hydroxypropyl quats, such as this one, are based around most commonly different types of polysaccharides, guars or starches and things like that. These can be hydrophobically modified in the quaternary domain, giving them some surfactant properties as well. Amine salts, another type of cationic surfactant. So these typically are built around amidoamines, things like stearoimidopropyl dimethylamine in personal care, although there are plenty of other examples as well. Amphoteric or zwitterionic surfactants have the capability to have both charges, and these are commonly used in combination with anionic surfactants to provide viscosity and foam enhancement. These are well known to reduce irritation of anionic surfactants in formulated systems. And there is some subtlety in the nomenclature here. Amphoteric strictly should refer to surfactants or molecules that can have positive, negative, and both charges at the same time, all in one type of molecule, like amino acids. Whereas zwitterionic should refer to surfactants or molecules that have both charges at once. Betaine is an example of an amino acid that has both charges at once. And natural betaine is something that is found a lot in sugar beets, but in other places as well. Well, that's where it was discovered. But if we substitute the natural amino acid betaine, one of those CH3s could be changed out with a long hydrophobic tail, and that makes a surfactant, things like laurel betaine or cocoa betaine. Phosphobetanes are unique, again, because the phosphoric acid could have multiple tail groups attached to it. This gives it unique properties and makes it akin to phospholipids that are, again, found in nature. Sultanes, much more similar to betanes, but instead of the carboxylic acid, have a hydroxypropyl sulfonate group. Amphoacetates, our first true amphoterics that we've looked at here, are derivatives of imidazolines, and these are carboxylated, and so we can have molecules like this, the sodium lauroamphoacetate, or we could have two anionic sites onto this as well, things like disodium lauroamphodiacetate. And again, depending on the pH, these will have different charges, be them negative, internally neutral, or positive. Propionates, another type of true amphoteric, can be produced from primary amines or imidazolines, and usually reacted with acrylic acid or methyl acrylate to produce the structure shown. Non-ionic surfactants have absolutely no charge and encompass a huge variety of chemistry, including alcohol ethoxylates, and are well known for their low irritation potential because of lower interaction between these types of surfactants and biological substrates. Alcohol ethoxylates, like that pictured here, are commonly used for emulsification. So are PEG esters or ethoxylated PEG esters, like the one shown. This is the tween type structure. Polyglycerol esters, an emerging type of emulsifier, is becoming more and more popular as formulators move away from the ethoxylated or PEG type surfactants. Alkanolamids can be useful emulsifiers, but are more commonly used to modify salt response or foam properties of anionic surfactants. And glucosides, another popular type of natural-based or can be natural-based surfactants, not necessarily so, but quite often are, can be useful for a variety of different emulsifying or detergent or solubilization properties. So one of the questions we get asked a lot is something a surfactant or an emulsifier. And to be clear, emulsifiers are surfactants. They're just a subset. So if we think of the big world of surfactants and all the different structures and things that they can do, within that we have emulsifiers, which are particularly useful at reducing interfacial tension between immiscible liquids. And usually, again, in personal care, we're talking about oil and water or silicone and water as being those immiscible liquids or liquids that don't want to mix together. So how do we pick the right surfactant to function as an emulsifier? Quite often in the past, we've used the HLB system, or hydrophilic lipophilic balance, and this was a system that was designed to predict whether a surfactant would be oil soluble or water soluble, or to assign values to surfactants to allow us to better choose surfactants to create stable emulsions. But this system was really designed primarily with ethoxylation in mind. And so as we go towards different types of surfactants and certainly go towards a huge variety of different types of oil systems, we're moving away from the HLB system and more towards the HLD system, or hydrophilic lipophilic difference. There are a lot of nuances with the HLD system. It's quite complicated equations that are used to do the surfactant selection. But fortunately, there are a variety of software tools that are available for formulators to be able to quickly come to the right surfactant solution. Something that we've known for a long time is that multiple emulsifiers improve emulsion stability. And this becomes intuitive when we think about our oil phases that we're using a lot in personal care. And we refer them to as an oil phase. And a lot of times we'll be mixing, a lot of different oil type substances together, be them triglyceride oils or esters or other types of materials that are all hydrophobic or not water soluble. It makes sense that not just one emulsifier molecule is going to be useful for forming a stable emulsion of all those different types of oil-loving components. So we want to make sure when we're looking at the oil phase that we're selecting an emulsifier that's going to be appropriate for that oil phase. And we can use mixed emulsifiers to get to really high stability emulsions. Some of this multiplicity has been kind of built in inherently into certain types of emulsifiers, things like ethoxylates, alcohol ethoxylates, or polyglycerol esters. But if we're looking at single surfactant emulsifiers, then it behooves us to look at multiple emulsifiers together to get maximum stability. Another way we build stability is by using external phase rheology modifiers. Things like carbapol or gums or cellulosic materials help allow for some mismatch or minor mismatch between our emulsifier and our oil phase by creating a physical method of keeping the oil and water separated. Some of these rheology modifiers have been actually designed to include hydrophobic moieties that in fact makes them somewhat like surfactants themselves. But a lot of those types of materials are not high bio-based. You use a lot of synthetic materials. And so as we think about formulation design, it's important if we're not using those types of hydrophobically modified rheology modifiers that we're very careful about using the right surfactants to have robust emulsion stability. Another concept we hear about a lot of times, and I've already referred to briefly, is solubilization or solubilizers. So what's the difference between a solubilizer and emulsifier? And once again, solubilizers are just one smaller subset of emulsifiers. And these are emulsifiers that are particularly useful for creating called micro or nano emulsions. These are emulsions where our oil droplet size is extremely small, so small that it's smaller than the wavelength of light, and that allows for light to pass through without getting diffracted, and that results in clear systems. So again, this requires even further examination of the surfactant to make sure that it's going to be suitable for this property. And usually we're using a lot of these emulsifiers in order to be able to coat a lot of tiny oil droplets. And so expect to use a lot of surfactant to get good solubilization properties. So solutions, dispersions, suspensions, emulsions, all different kind of things that can interact, and we can have a formulation that really uses all of these concepts in one formulation. So it's important that we think about these things separately, but also recognize that they can be used together in one system. Finally, want to focus for just a moment on the impact of emulsifiers on formulation aesthetics. Most formulators know that they can select different oil phase components to modify formulation aesthetics, but they may not realize the role and the impact of the emulsifier itself on this. And so it may be useful for a formulator to move away from their standard workhorse emulsifiers towards newer and more sophisticated emulsification or sophisticated emulsifiers to really maximize formula aesthetics, be they the texture of the emulsion or specific emulsion properties in the use of the product, things like playtime or dry down attributes or afterfeel can all be impacted quite a bit by the emulsifier selection. Here I have a list of links. When you get the PDF handout, you'll be able to click on all these and go to all these different websites. Most of these are free resources. Some of the content within the Society of Cosmetic Chemists, or SCC, do require a SCC membership, but they do also have a lot of free opportunities as well for resources there. And here is a list of links for reaching me or visiting our website for product information or listening to our podcast. Encourage you to reach out at any time. We've saved some time here to do some live Q&A, but I do also encourage you to reach out via email with any questions that you might have about any of the concepts that I've covered here in this brief session.
And bear with me as I bring Dennis over to the main screen for Q&A. And here we are. Thank you so much for that presentation, Dennis. Okay, we've got quite a few questions. So the first one comes from Shrutika, who asks, what combination of surfactants can be gentle, non-stripping to the skin, yet remove oil, dirt, layers of sunscreen effectively in one wash? Do such cleansers include harsh plus gentle surfactants? Can you make a blanket answer for this? What do you think?
Well, yeah, so there would be lots of combinations that are potentially out there that could achieve, these types of goals. The key thing here, and I think this is really the nugget to take away, is that you don't necessarily have to have a quote unquote harsh or irritating cleanser in order to accomplish the goal of cleansing. There are two separate properties of the surfactant. So you can have low irritation surfactants participate in very efficient cleansing.
And this next question comes from CR, who asks, is there a situation where using both anionic and cationic surfactants in a formula is preferred as opposed to using only an amphoteric surfactant?
So there are situations where you can use cationic surfactants in a predominantly anionic-based formulation. And in some cases, it actually can be beneficial. And there are ways to produce separate, there are mini structures within surfactants, vesicles that are called coacervates. And cationic surfactants can play an important part in forming those. It's a fairly complex concept within formulating surfactants, but there are certainly ways to leverage the interaction between cationic and anionic surfactants.
This next question comes from Nikki, who asks, in formulating an emulsion, how do I know if the emulsifiers I choose are compatible with each other?
So compatibility between emulsifiers, is probably for the most part going to come down to, these types of different charge interactions or things like this, ways that they're potentially going to interact in a negative fashion. Fundamentally, if you're, for example, choosing a bunch of non-ionic surfactants, as long as your, average, HLB or HLD, as I talked about, is appropriate for the oil that you're using, then there shouldn't be any issues.
Quickly to Ashley, who asked, will these presentation materials be made available offline? I mean, the slides will be uploaded to the replay page. Everything will be put up on YouTube. That's not offline. So, I mean, it's going to be carried through the internet to you, but there will be a replay and you'll get it in your inbox tomorrow. The next question, this is from Roberta, who asks, did I understand correctly? Solubilizers are defined as surface active agents able to emulsify oils into microemulsions?
Yeah, that's correct. So, but that's a colloquial term, the solubilization that's used within surfactants, and especially when people are talking about bringing fragrance materials into clear surfactant systems, that they'll say, I'm using a solubilizer to do that. But for the most part, what they're really accomplishing is, again, that microemulsion with the surfactant. That's correct. There are also formulations that may form true solutions of materials. We add salts and things like that to a formulation, and then that is a true solution. There's no surfactant, required to do that.
This next question is from CR, who asks, does rubbing products into the skin break the emulsion? How do consumers get the benefits of the oil in an oil and water emulsion if it's inside the micelle?
I think that's kind of two different questions, but maybe related. Yeah. So to a certain extent, rubbing does change the structure of the emulsion, and that's an important concept within emulsion is the rheology, and certain emulsions under some type of shear stress will change their characteristics. And that's kind of what we're trying to achieve a lot of times with creams and lotions. They should have a nice kind of firm appearance, have a nice gloss to them. And then when we, touch or disturb or pump them out of the bottle, they flow nicely. Now, when it comes to kind of releasing the payload, so to speak, of the emulsion, there's a couple different factors that are in play there. not only, yes, to a certain extent, you're disrupting, the myspells, but more importantly, once you're spreading out and then the water is evaporating, then you're left, primarily with the oily material as well as the emulsifiers at the surface of the skin. So that's why it's important to choose emulsifiers, again, that are not going to be too irritating or damage the skin. Or sometimes you choose emulsifiers that are going to help with delivery, for example, of quote unquote active ingredients.
This next question comes from Suraj, who comments, there's a debate for the use of natural solubilizers or surfactants in place of PEG-based ones. What are your thoughts?
I mean, first and foremost, we have to comply with whatever the overriding, legal, aspect is. So, for example, New York State, we have to be under 1 part per million 1,4-dioxane, and depending on the formulation, that may require a removal of most or elimination of nearly all PEG type surfactants within a formulated system. Secondarily, it's whatever, the brand and the consumer, what's the marketing and all that. And that's kind of a separate, conversation to be had within the, the brand to decide, what sort of claims are you going to be trying to make within the product and what's going to be acceptable. I think to a certain extent, there was early on in the clean beauty movement, a little bit of a concept of, well, as long as it's safe, it's okay to use. But then there's unfortunately the noise around anti-PEG, it seemed to override, some of those types of things. And it's like, oh, no matter what, it's got to be PEG free.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for that informative presentation. Like I mentioned earlier to everyone, there's going to be replays, so lots of information to reabsorb when you rewatch that. Dennis, thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this.
Sure. Thanks, Jen, for having me as part of it. Appreciate it. And see you all later.
And bear with me as I switch over to the next presentation. Again, thank you so much to our event sponsors. It's because of them that we're able to continue making these events free and accessible to everyone. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Gabriella Baki, who is an associate professor at the University of Toledo College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. She is the director and main instructor of various lectures and laboratories in the U Toledo Cosmetic Science and Formulation Design program. Dr. Baki is a pharmacist, graduated in 2008 from the University of Szeged, Hungary, I'm sorry for the mispronunciation probably, and has a PhD in pharmaceutics from the same university. Dr. Baki's main research focuses on the topical delivery of active ingredients, sensory testing of creams and lotions, and SPF boosting technologies. Dr. Baki has made 20-plus technical presentations, written 45-plus publications, contributed to a few book chapters, and has a book, Introduction to Cosmetic Formulation and Technology. Its second edition published by John Wiley & Sons in January of 2023. Dr. Baki is also actively involved in the cosmetic science community and served as chair of the SCC Next Gen Advisory Committee in 2023.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining. I'm Dr. Baki from the University of Toledo, and today I will talk to you about delivery systems. I hope you will enjoy and we'll learn something new today. Here you can see the outline of my presentation. We will start with terminology, moving on to then ingredient selection, then really some basics of skin biology and skin delivery, and finally we'll look at some cosmetic delivery system examples. So let's jump into terminology. Since I'm focusing on delivery systems today, I wanted to start with defining this term. A delivery system is a technology, which could be a formulation or a device, that enables a therapeutic ingredient to reach its target in the body to achieve its therapeutic effect. So it's really a complicated looking definition, and it's a fancy way of saying that we are packaging the ingredient into a product or use a device to allow the ingredient to go where it needs to go and then have its beneficial effects on the skin. I also wanted to discuss the difference between cosmetic and drug active ingredients in the United States. On the left side of the screen, you can see that cosmetics, per definition by the FDA, cannot treat any conditions or really affect the structure or function of the human body. So you can only find cosmetic ingredients in cosmetic products, and the function of these ingredients can range from providing aesthetics and texture to controlling the pH to adding color and smell, and also fulfilling cosmetic claims such as moisturizing the skin, adding luster to the hair, and coloring the skin. On the other side, drugs can prevent and treat diseases and affect the structure and function of the human body. Drug products, and when I say drug products, think of a sunscreen, for example, they will have both active and inactive ingredients, and the inactive ingredients in these products are essentially your cosmetic ingredients. The active ingredients will help you deliver the claimed therapeutic action, which for a sunscreen would be prevention of any skin damage and protection from UV radiation, or the example I have on the slide is preventing chapped lips, which is the main goal of using lip balms. So the actives in lip balms would do that. And then the inactive ingredients will essentially fulfill the same roles as I just discussed on the left side. But now you might have gone to trade shows and heard the term bioactive ingredient or cosmetic active ingredient. And now understanding that cosmetics can only contain cosmetic ingredients, the drugs will do both, where do cosmetic actives belong to? So bioactive ingredients are also referred to as functional ingredients on product labels. Examples of these ingredients would include peptides, essential oils, topical retinoids, antioxidants, vitamins, polysaccharides, and they can do a lot of different things when it comes to skincare, ranging from moisturizing your skin to anti-aging to skin brightening benefits. Well, based on the current definitions, these are considered simple cosmetic ingredients from a regulatory standpoint, but then you might have seen suppliers claiming that some of these ingredients have anti-aging benefits or have beneficial effects for acne. So sometimes that pharmacological activity that we look for in drugs will be sort of advertised by suppliers. I have to say that once a supplier sees a beneficial effect, it doesn't mean that a company who purchases the ingredients and then puts it into a product will have the same beneficial effects coming from the product, because the product base has a lot to do with and has a huge influence on the efficacy of a product. But I just kind of wanted to point that out, that sometimes you get this confusion that bioactives are drug-like molecules, but they are truly cosmetic ingredients from a regulatory standpoint, as long as companies do not make drug claims on them. However, when it comes to formulating with these ingredients, a lot of times we kind of have to think of concepts that we would do when it comes to drugs, as I will show you later today. But I'm going to move on to first ingredient selection for skincare. So when a chemist needs to formulate a serum, let's say, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered and a big brainstorming session that need to happen even before getting into the lab. A lot of these concepts need to be thought through. So I listed a good number of these concepts that will need to be considered. And starting on the left side, we first need to consider what product form you are formulating. If it's a lotion, you are allowed to use both oil and water soluble ingredients. But if you're formulating a traditional hydrogel, then typically you would not use oil soluble ingredients. So a lot of times you are driving ingredient selection based on the product form. The type of product is also important. Is it a cleanser, moisturizer, or a treatment product? Is it washed off? Is it left on the skin? The target audience is extremely important, because you need to find out what your target audience is looking for and then create products that will meet their needs. The application surface is also important. And yes, we talk about skincare, but even within skincare, there are different types of body surfaces, such as the facial skin, the general body skin, the hands, the more sensitive eye area, where you have extra considerations once you know what is your target. The type of skin is also important, and actually there are companies who would come out with a skincare line and offer multiple solutions ranging from oily to combination to dry skin. So ingredient selection is also driven by the type of skin as well as the claims. You need to make sure that the ingredients you select will support your claim and allow you to make some powerful claims on your label. The cost is a huge consideration and a lot of times drives your ingredient selection. Now moving on to the right side, regulations are important to make sure that you're not using anything that's not allowed. When it comes to color additives, you only use the colors that are approved for that specific area. And if you're creating global products, that you are complying globally with regulations. Availability is obviously very important because supply chain issues could happen. So it's just you need to make sure your ingredient will have a continuous supply. You might need to look for alternative vendors just in case. Consumer preference is important. You need to know what your consumers want and what types of products they prefer so that you can please them with your product. Your marketing group might also have a say in what types of ingredients are used in the product so they can create the marketing story around the product. Compatibility and stability kind of go hand in hand. You have to use ingredients that are compatible or can be brought together. Oil and water don't mix, so we have ways of mixing them. But beyond that, there are ingredients that just would not work well together. Maybe it's the product of the pH that will make them be incompatible, or some other factors that will need to be considered. And then, like I said, stability is important. You need to create products that are stable. Otherwise, consumers will not have a good experience using your product. Legal clearance is also important to make sure you're not using any technologies or ingredients that are protected by patents. And also when it comes to claim substantiation, your legal group might influence what claims you will make. And then if you want to certify your product per current trends, such as clean, that will also drive your ingredient selection and really narrow down the ingredient pool that you can use. So I usually describe this as a big pool of ingredients at the beginning, and as you keep going through these concepts, your pool gets narrower and narrower, and then you only have ingredients on the table that you can really work with, and that's how you will put your product together. So let's move on to skin biology just a little bit so you understand how difficult it is to penetrate ingredients into the skin and why delivery systems are so important. So here you can see the structure of the skin. The skin, typically we describe it that it has 3 layers. That would be the epidermis on the top. Then we have dermis. You see the 2 layers of the dermis listed here. And then below the dermis is the hypodermis. Most skincare products on the market will target the epidermis and the dermis. And if we look at the structure of the epidermis itself, the epidermis is either comprised of 4 or 5 layers depending on the body site. I'm sure you've heard the top layer is the stratum corneum, and then the bottom layer is the stratum basale or basal cell layer. And then there are layers in between. I wanted to show you the stratum corneum from a little bit closer view, which you can see here. So the stratum corneum is where we have layers of cells. You can see 3 layers of cells here. It's more 15 to 20 layers that the stratum corneum contains, but for simplicity, you only see 3 here. On the surface of the skin, we have sebum and we also have the microbiome, so that kind of forms one barrier, but then the real main barrier when it comes to getting ingredients into the skin is the stratum corneum, and it is created by its very cool 3-dimensional structure. So you see your corneocytes here. There's a typo here in this figure. It should be a C instead of an S, but aside that fact, you can see that we have the corneocytes, and in between the corneocytes we have this void filled with layers of lipids and water. On the right side, you see lamellar structure, which means that the structure is like sheets on top of each other. These lipid layers are made of ceramides, fatty acids, and cholesterol, and then we have water in between the layers, which will create really moisturization to the skin, so make sure that your skin is hydrated, but also creates a barrier and makes it really hard for ingredients to get inside your skin. So when I hear that consumers say that everything that you apply to your skin, or most of what you apply to your skin, absorbs into your blood vessels are located in the dermis, and most ingredients do not even make it into the stratum corneum, deeper layers of the stratum corneum. So it's definitely very difficult for ingredients to get through the stratum corneum. Now, some concepts I wanted to define today when it comes to skin delivery. So this is the super simplified structure of the skin created by me. So you have the stratum corneum on the top, you have the viable epidermis, so all the other epidermal layers below that, and then you have dermis at the bottom. The yellow layer on the top you see is your product. Let's say it's a serum or a lotion, and then you have the dots inside, which is your bioactive ingredient. So most of the cases, we just have products sit on the top of the skin, and at the end of the day, you wash it off. But if you need ingredients to target anything inside the skin, then the bioactive ingredient will need to move either inside layers of the stratum corneum or deeper into the epidermis. We call these two epidermal delivery, or sometimes ingredients need to move even further into the dermis, which we call as dermal delivery. I also wanted to remind you that the stratum corneum is more lipophilic in nature because of all those lipid layers that I was just showing you, while the other parts of the skin, other layers of the skin, are more hydrophilic relative to the stratum corneum. And that's important to consider, because if there is an ingredient that is more hydrophilic, it likes mixing with water more, it will have an extremely hard time getting through these layers of the stratum corneum. Oil and water don't mix, so ingredients that are hydrophilic don't like mixing with lipophilic layers of the skin. So then you already have an issue that you need to tackle as a chemist. And you might wonder how ingredients actually get into the skin, what pathways there are. So ingredients can penetrate through hair follicles, also could penetrate through the sweat ducts. And then when it comes to the stratum corneum, if it's not through the sweat ducts or the hair follicles, they could go around the cells, as you can see here, in that lipid layer, or they can go straight through across the skin cells and the layers. And these processes happen simultaneously when you apply a product to the skin, but not to the same extent. And then at the bottom, I'm sure you've heard that we call the stratum corneum structure the brick and mortar model. And the reason to that is, if you look at the picture, you see that the corneal sides kind of look like the bricks, and then the lipid matrix around looks like the mortar. So I wanted to point that out. So when it comes to the efficacy of bioactive ingredients, if you think of niacinamide, if you think of retinol, it's one thing that these ingredients have the internal ability to have beneficial skin effects, but then you also need to get them where they need to be. And a lot of times it's not the surface of the skin. They need to penetrate the skin to actually have these brightening effects or reduction of the fine lines effects. So there are some aspects that cosmetic chemists need to consider when selecting ingredients and really putting the base together. And those are listed at the bottom: the where, the what, the how much, and for how long. And I will just deep a little bit dive into these concepts on my next slide. So we need to understand where the ingredients need to go to have their beneficial effects. If you think of cleansers, moisturizers, UV filters, they typically target the stratum corneum. But if you think of skin lighteners, where we are typically targeting melanin production, that happens in the viable epidermis, so then that's your target. And there are anti-wrinkle products that actually need to penetrate all the way through the stratum corneum, viable epidermis to the dermis, where we have the collagen and elastin fibers to have their beneficial effects. It's also important to consider the molecule itself. So not every molecule will be a good candidate for skin delivery. Molecules have to have the right size, the right solubility, and also should be charge-free when it comes to penetration, so they should not ionize when they get into contact with the skin or even in the product. How much is also important. So in pharmacology, we typically have this dose-effect relationship, that there is a certain amount of ingredient that needs to be used to then have the beneficial effect. If you think of ibuprofen and headache, there's a certain dose you need to take. When it comes to cosmetic actives, it's not necessarily the case that there is this, the range is much larger, I would say. So it's not as a narrow window. You can certainly underdose ingredients and not have a beneficial effect. We kind of overdose and then irritate the skin too much. So it needs to be considered how much is considered beneficial. And that's a big question that we usually discuss with my students. If companies put enough ingredients into a product to possibly see any benefit coming from that ingredient. When you start reading ingredient labels and you see the location of an ingredient on the ingredient list, sometimes it makes you wonder how much of an ingredient was used and if that was enough. And for how long, it's also important to know how long the contact time between the product and the skin will be. For wash-off products, it's very brief. For leave-on products, it's longer. And then whether the application will happen, so if you have that continuous supply of the ingredient on the skin. So these three main concepts I've been kind of dancing around, that we really need to understand the bioactive molecule that we work with, but also the product base has a huge impact on whether the ingredient will be successfully penetrating the skin. And not all bases are created equal, so sometimes a gel, a hydrophilic gel, will be better than a lotion when it comes to skin delivery. So it really is important to consider the two together. And then something that we can't really change but needs to be considered is the skin. If the skin will be healthy skin, whether we are making a product that is meant to be used on very dry skin, where the skin barrier might not be fully recovered. It might be damaged if you're targeting a skin disease where we know there are some issues going on. So it's just something that needs to be considered. And finally, we arrive to discussing cosmetic delivery systems. I really just wanted to highlight some of the more common ones that you might be familiar with. On the left side, we have the active methods, and there are multiple types of these. So for example, iontophoresis is an electrically assisted method where we use a small electrical current to deliver drugs. Microneedles are also popular, that are micro-sized needles on a solid support which can pierce the stratum corneum and create these microconduits where ingredients can then penetrate the skin. And a lot of times these techniques are used with the techniques mentioned on the right. We can combine active and passive methods. So the passive methods, one famous example for pro-drug strategy would be panthenol, where we can create a molecule that has higher chances of penetrating the skin than the molecule that it will be converted into the skin. Chemical enhancers are very commonly used. If you read ingredient labels, a lot of times you can identify ingredients that are meant to boost the penetration of bioactives into the skin. These chemical enhancers can rearrange that beautiful, that I said really cool, three-dimensional structure of the stratum corneum, those lipid layers, and allow ingredients to get inside the skin. This is something consumers don't feel. It's not irritation, and it's only temporary. Then your skin reorganizes its layers. But that's a common method. Surfactants, for example, are known to be able to help with penetration. And then encapsulation methods are probably the one that most consumers have heard about. There are different types of encapsulation techniques that can be used: lipid-based, powder-based, and sugar-based. And I will actually have examples of each of these on my last few slides. I wanted to highlight the benefits of encapsulation, and these include enhancing the stability of ingredients that are sensitive to oxidation or light. Also, we can reduce the irritation, especially if we can control the release of ingredients that would cause irritation if they just burst out of the formulation. A lot of times encapsulation allows easier processing of those encapsulated ingredients, and then Usually we can have higher bioavailability, which then leads to higher efficacy of these ingredients. So let's look at a few examples. Here I have a technology where we have a microsphere, and then we have submicron spheres containing menthol at the bottom. What I wanted to show you here is that it's hard to pinpoint encapsulated ingredients on ingredient labels. So if you look at the INCI name, it's multiple ingredients that are used in this technology, and it's just hard for consumers to see because they're not going to be right after each other on the ingredient label. They will be just added to the ingredient list. So it's really hard to pinpoint if something was encapsulated in a product. On the right side, you can see a liposome where you see these bilayers that are made of typically phospholipids, which is shown down here. So this is an encapsulated retinol. Again, the INCI list is quite extensive, and it's just harder for a consumer to know if a product or an ingredient was encapsulated. And finally, I wanted to show cyclodextrins that are molecules where we have an internal core that has a hydrophobic cavity. So hydrophobic ingredients, or lipophilic is the same word, can be put inside, such as retinol that I'm showing on the right side here. And it's just two ingredients. So when it comes to cyclodextrins, and if you see cyclodextrin, it's a bit easier to pinpoint these technologies on an ingredient list. But again, just wanted to show you another example for cosmetic delivery systems. And now we reached the end of my presentation. Thank you for staying with me. I just wanted to send you away with some takeaway points. So like I said, ingredient selection depends on many factors. As a consumer, it's really hard to figure out delivery systems from just purely reading the label. Like I showed you, INCI names could be quite long just for the encapsulated technology. A lot of times these encapsulated technologies actually come from suppliers. So if you're a chemist and you are inspired to create a liposome or a microsphere, instead of you doing it yourself, work with suppliers, and a lot of times they have these available and you just add them to your product base. But then I also have to say that sounding cool doesn't mean more efficacious. So when you use an encapsulated ingredient, you really need to make sure and test that you see those benefits that you could possibly see when using encapsulated ingredients. So just using something doesn't automatically mean that it's going to work. A lot of these technologies will need to make sure and need to be substantiated at the finished goods level to make sure that you brought out the benefits. And I just wanted to say thank you for listening, and I'm open for any questions. Feel free to reach out to me as well. I have my email address on the screen. Thank you.
And bear with me as I get Dr. Gabriella Baki on the main stage. And here we are. Thank you so much for that very informative presentations. All the presentations so far today have been really, really good. So yeah, thank you so much to all of our speakers. This first question comes from CR, who asks, is the France test still the best in vitro test method for skin delivery? Has there been newer test methods that can be done in lab?
That's a very technical, very great question, I would say. First of all, thank you so much for having me, Jen. Again, you put together an amazing summit, so I'm so happy to be and honored to be part of it. Back to the question. So that's a great question. Sounds like you already understand a lot of these skin delivery techniques and how we measure skin delivery. I would say French cell studies are still the most commonly used ones, and we have the most literature data on them, so we know how reliable they are. You can use different types of membranes within French cells. You can use synthetic membranes that are developed so they mimic the skin structure. You can use animal skin, or you can use human skin. So there is that great sort of versatility that you have, and you can use very small amounts of your lotions or whatever product form you have to larger amounts. Other methods are out there, but are just not as commonly used or have their limitations compared to friend cells. Friend cells are also very affordable when it comes to pricing, and these provide you with quantitative data. There are another really popular, I would say, and I've seen a lot of publications. We just published something along the lines of that type of skin delivery measurement technique is the MALDI analysis, where you essentially image how much of an ingredient penetrates 2 layers of the skin, but it's more qualitative. So you have colors to show you where your ingredient is, unless you really set up your analytical methods to be able to quantify. That's more on the qualitative side. So I would say that this is still the gold standard.
This next question comes from Belinda, who asks, what happens with patch medicated uses for body health? So what's up with patch delivery
So
systems?
patches have been used for a long time when it comes to treating diseases, or, for example, for pain, as pain medications for cancer patients, for example. There are patches, especially for those patients who have a hard time swallowing medications or have a lot of side effects. If you apply transdermal patches, they typically release medications in a controlled way, and then you also don't go through the liver, so you have possibly more bioavailability for your active ingredient, but then not every active ingredient is able to be incorporated into a patch. When it comes to cosmetic products, I've seen a lot of these pimple patches that you can put on the skin. It's more of a surface treatment. I like these ideas because when it comes to acne treatment, if it's not spread across the entire face, a lot of times the typical OTC ingredients you would use, benzoyl peroxide, salicylic acid, would dry the skin. So you don't need to dry the skin on parts where it might already be dry, or you don't have acne. So these patches allow you to really localize the treatment to that site. And they really only keep the ingredient on that site and allow it to penetrate just to the surface layers of your skin. So it kind of depends on what patches you are referring to, but it I hope I answered that question and gave you a little bit of insight into how patches could work.
Oh my gosh, there's so many really great questions. We only have probably time for one more. Um, I'll ask, I thought this was a really good one from Shrutika, who asks, how quickly do delivery systems work when in contact with the skin? Is it required to wait before layering products on the skin for effective delivery and penetration?
That's a great question. It depends. We call it the lag time, how quickly once you put an ingredient on the skin in a lotion, how quickly it starts coming out of the product into the skin, and how quick we see that continuous release from the product to the skin. It could range from minutes to half an hour to an hour. So it kind of depends on your base that you use and the ingredient itself. But that's something we can measure through front cell studies. I would say you should wait just a little bit, just enough for the ingredient or for the product to dry on your skin, so not layering them like minute by minute. And I'm saying that because when it comes to bioactive ingredients, I was really trying to emphasize in the presentation, it matters what you put into your product. So let's say the chemist formulated a perfect product. It works amazing, but then if you layer other products on top of that, it's almost like as if you took the 3 products, you mixed it in a beaker and then put it on your skin. So you possibly changed how your active ingredient or bioactive can come out of the lotion or gel, whatever product you use. So I would wait when it comes to these treatment products. I would wait a little bit between applications, and I'm talking about like 5 minutes, not immediately 10 seconds as you normally would do with skincare products. But that is a great question. Love all of these questions. If you wanted me to answer your questions, feel free to email me and I'll do my best to either point you a good paper in literature or just provide an answer. Thanks for having me.
Oh, and then I also should say for any of the speakers who are watching, feel free to also go in the chat for YouTube if you feel like it. And now I'm realizing I never sent the stream link to you, so I will do that in the next break. Thank you so much, Dr. Baki, for agreeing
Thank
to be a
you.
part of this day. That was such a good presentation.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And bear with me as I get the next presentation going. I will say for the next presentation, there won't be a Q&A because it's by Belinda, who is from Australia and is hopefully sleeping right now. But there is some information for where you can go to ask questions. And then following that is my presentation on eco-design, which there will be Q&A. Our next presentation will be by Belinda, who is the director of the Institute of Personal Care Sciences, providing online industry-recognized certificates and diplomas in formulation and regulation of personal care and cosmetics. The Institute has trained thousands of students from hundreds of countries for 17 years. Belinda has written 5 books on formulation and brand management, developed formulation software, create cosmetics formulas, and has 120,000 plus subscribers on YouTube with hundreds of videos on personal care formulation, regulations, and marketing.
Hi, I'm Belinda, the Director of the Institute of Personal Care Science, and today I'm going to take you through a 101 on how to formulate colour cosmetics. In this presentation, I'll be going through some common colour terminology. You'll then hear me talk using this terminology throughout this lecture. I'm also going to talk about what types of colour additives there are and which types of colourants get used in which types of formulations and why. I'm going to give you a very brief overview of colour regulations and how to add colour to formulations. Finally, I'm going to have a look at some stability and cautions and then answer a few commonly asked questions. First, let's take a look at some common colour terminology. The first is playtime. This is how well the colour spreads. Now, some colour cosmetics you want the colour to spread easily and evenly, like a lipstick, where other times you want the product to pretty much stick to the skin as soon as it's applied, like your colour foundations and your mineral powders. Next is adherence or durability, and this is the resistance to wearing or flaking off, and pretty much all of your colour cosmetics need to have some amount of durability. Even lip glosses, which are more of tint, need to be durable. Next is coverage. This is a really important one to consider when formulating your colour cosmetics, and that is how opaque the product needs to be. Now, some colour cosmetics, like tint products, we want them to be reasonably transparent, while others, like concealers, we want them to be reasonably opaque. And I've got some good pictures to demonstrate the difference between transparent, translucent, and opaque in a coming slide. And finally, we use the term payoff to describe the transfer of colour. And again, this can vary depending on the type of product you're trying to create. In general, with a lipstick, we want a lot of bold colour. With eyeshadows, we generally want reasonably bold colour as well. Whereas with some highlighters, translucent powders, or lip glosses, we don't want a lot of payoff when the product is applied. Here's a slide demonstrating some differences between opaque, translucent, and transparent. With an opaque product, you can see we are pretty much covering the background and applying colour over the top. With translucent, we can see a little bit of the skin or lips underneath, but we can still see quite bold colour. And with transparent, we can definitely see the skin underneath. Now, transparent is something we desire when we're creating more of a stain product. Opaque is what we want when we're creating something like a concealer. And I've got another example that you can see in a bowl as we're working with it in the lab. The top picture shows you a transparent product. You can pretty much see straight through to the bottom of the bowl, while the bottom image shows you opaque, and this would be a formula for a lipstick. Now let's talk about what types of colour additives are out there. The first I want to mention is organic colorants. Now this is really important that I explain that in this sense, we're talking about organic in terms of organic chemistry, which means that it contains carbon. When we call something an organic colorant, it is actually not natural. It's completely synthetic. Common examples are your FD&C and D&C colorants. They're termed organic because chemically speaking, they contain carbon, and they're known as organic chemistry. You may also hear your FD&Cs and D&C colorants referred to as pigments, toners, and lakes. And that is a chemical classification depending on the type of properties that it has. All of your organic colorants will provide transparent color. The next type of colorant I'm going to introduce you to is inorganic colorants. Now, these are the ones you're probably more familiar with in natural and certified organic products, and that's because they're your titanium dioxide, iron oxides, and your zinc oxide. It also includes your ultramarines, which includes pink and blue colorants as well. Now, these do have opacity and a fair bit of coverage to them. And while they're used in natural and certified organic cosmetics, they're not actually all natural because of processing and purification steps that they go through. But they're permitted in natural and certified organic cosmetics. Chemically speaking, we call them inorganic because they don't contain carbon. Finally, we have the classification of natural colorants, and we are seeing more choice emerge in this area. These are the colorants that are extracted from plants, and they are completely natural or naturally derived and can be used in natural and certified organic products. Their transparency or opacity varies depending on the material and the supplier you've obtained them from. We're going to take a closer look at each of these three categories now. So which colorants get used in which formulas? First of all, let's look at the organic colorants. Now remember, these are your entirely synthetic materials. They're organic in a chemical sense because they contain carbon. Now some are used to stain the skin or lips, and some are used in temporary hair colorants. These are not the same as permanent or oxidative hair dyes, but you can use some of these to provide some temporary colour. Some examples for lip or cheek stain products need to be oil soluble, such as DNC Red 21 and DNC Red 27. You can also see these commonly used for the stain of an instant tanning agent. And in this case, they need to be water soluble, like FDNC Blue 1, FDNC Yellow 5 and DNC Red 33. On the right hand side of this screen, I've got some colours represented there from a supplier, Sensient Colours, and they provide different grades of these materials to provide different colours. Now, even though these are transparent, they can add quite a bit of brightness and bold colour to your formulations. You will also see organic colorants get used in your coloured shampoos and body washes, although only tiny amounts get used in your shampoos and body washes just to tint the product because we don't want them to stain the skin or the hair. Whereas when we do want them to stain or provide a bold colour, then we use larger quantities. Having said that, however, these materials do tend to get used in relatively small quantities because they are very bold and bright with the colour they provide. Inorganic colorants get used in your foundations, eyeshadows, mascaras, and other products like that where you get quite a opaque finish to the product. You can also use iron oxides or your inorganic colorants in your hairsprays that have a lot of pigment in them. And these, of course, wash out straight after use. They don't actually get absorbed by the hair. Now, let's talk about tints, foundation and concealers first. It might surprise you to find out that there is no such thing as a beige iron oxide. We actually create different skin colours by mixing iron oxide yellow, red and black in varying proportions to get the varying shades of skin. We will then put these colorants into a white base. Our white base gives us the coverage, helps us cover the skin underneath. And that is using titanium dioxide or zinc oxide to get the white colour. So we start with a white base and then we'll add the iron oxides to it in varying proportions to get the various skin shades that we might want to create. There's also a lot of choice when it comes to inorganic colorants, and we can use them to create all sorts of sheen, sparkle, shimmer, or even coloured effects. Now, we can get micas and coat them with titanium dioxide or other oxide pigments like your ultramarines, or whether they be red iron oxide, yellow iron oxide, or combinations. And when they're coated around the mica in a certain way, it will give off some properties. And these can be altered to give shimmer, to give a sparkle, or to give a matte effect. Later, we'll talk about some processing techniques with color cosmetics. And if you are using a shimmer or sparkle material, it's very important that you never introduce high shear. You must always mix your product using low shear or a ribbon blender, because when you have your platelets coated like this to give the real shimmer or sparkle effect, you don't want to damage the coating by mixing them under high shear. So we'll always use low shear propeller mixers or ribbon blenders after we've added a sparkle or shimmer material, so that we can maintain that beautiful effect. On the right hand side of this screen, you can see an example of a color card from a supplier. And what you can see there is the different materials using the trade names when the color is put onto a white base or when it's put onto a black base. And this shows you how the colors will appear, whether they're going to be mixed into a lighter product or a darker product. And on the real color card, you'll actually see that some of these colors have quite a lot of sparkle to them. And these obviously get used in a lot of products like your eyeshadows, your highlighters, your bronzers. We will pick and choose the different colorants depending on the effects we want. A similar method gets used when we're using blur pigments. They'll also throw light in different directions to create a soft focus effect. Finally, some natural colorants. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, there is a growing number of natural colorants becoming available. My personal favourite is the Sensient Nat Pure X Fine range. I've got examples of those materials on the screen here. And you might want to contact Sensient if you're going to be formulating with natural colorants. These are less stable than a lot of your other colorant materials, but having said that, the Nat Pure X Fine range is far more stable than any other natural colorants I've worked with. You can also see you can get quite a bright array of colorants using their range, which can be difficult to get from other natural colorants out there. Their products are also relatively light stable, which is important because some other sources of natural colorants can be very subject to fading very quickly, whereas the Nat Pure X Fine range from Sensient does hold its colour really well, over 18 months to 2 years. When it comes to selecting colours, blending colours and colour matching, I haven't even had a chance to scratch the tip of the iceberg today, but we have some great videos you can watch on YouTube. I've put the links here for you. We've got a couple of different colour matching videos where I show you how to colour match for different types of products, foundations, lipsticks or other uses, and then I have a colour matching video using natural colorants where I've actually used the Sensient range, so you can see how we mix and match different colorants to create different shades or tones for the desired effects. Now let's take a look at regulations. Again, this is only a chance to give a brief overview, but just to let you know some of the regulations that are out there. Now, if you're already familiar with some of these websites, you should be able to search for the examples that I've shown you relatively easily. If you're not so familiar with regulations, it's definitely something you'll need to learn, especially if you want to formulate with colour, but in general, to make sure that you comply with your country's regulations. In Europe, UK and ASEAN countries, they all use the COSENG database, and this is the one that gets used by the EU. If you look at the annexes there, only colorants in Annex 4 are permitted within the conditions specified. Now, I know it's small on the screen, but I just wanted to show you a couple of different examples of how entries are listed in Annex 4. You'll see that the chemical name is listed, then the CAS number and the CI number is listed. And of course, the colour index number and the CAS number mean you can definitely check to make sure you're checking the regulations of the right material. You will also see the colour listed, and then you will see the maximum concentration and the type of product it can be used in. So a couple of examples I have on this screen is for use in rinse-off products, not to be used in products applied on mucous membranes, and that includes the lips and around the eye area, and of course not to be used in eye products. Now, these are just some general restrictions that you must check the colorants you want to use with Annex 4 to see if there is limits of input and areas of use that they can't be used, just like in this example. You will also need to make sure that you obtain purity documentation from your manufacturer and cross-check to see if there is purity information required for your material. There generally is. And as you can see on this slide, I've actually given you an example using a natural colorant, curcumin. And even in the case of curcumin, you can see that there are some very strict purity criteria. And this helps ensure there is no trace of the heavy metals or anything that can harm a consumer. And this helps ensure safety and safe consumer use of the colorants within the limits and the way that they are specified. In the USA, colorants must be used within limits and use specified. If they're not listed on the FDA website for use in cosmetics, then you can't use them. And if you are going to be using what is listed on the FDA website, again, you need to make sure you check where the product's going to be used and if you need batch certification. Now, batch certification is simply a document from your supplier. When you're ordering your raw materials, you will need to make sure that your supplier can provide batch certification if your colorant is listed as a material that needs batch certification. In general, this is your FD&C and D&C colorants. Just remember, it's a piece of paper that you'll need to get from your supplier. So before you place your order, make sure they can supply you with that batch certification before you order the material. I've got a couple of examples here. And again, you can find this on the FDA website with the list of colorants that can be used in cosmetics. You can see some colorants are exempt from batch certification. And this generally includes things like your iron oxides and your inorganic colorants. And again, you'll see conditions that might apply. An example I've got on the screen is cosmetics generally, including the eye area use. So it's permitted to be used in those conditions. And then you'll see colorants listed that require batch certification and their conditions of use. So for example, D&C Brown number 1 is permitted in externally applied cosmetics in general. This doesn't necessarily mean for use around the eye area, so just be really cautious with that. And yes, it's in the needs batch certification list, so you'll need to make sure your supplier can provide that batch certification before you order and use this material. Most of your big suppliers do not have a problem, you just need to request it from them first. And a brief overview for other country regulations. Well, the EU definitely outlined the rules so well that a lot of other countries refer to the EU regulations. New Zealand, for example, follows those EU regulations. Australia, you'll need to make sure that your colorants are on the ACUS database and safe to use. As a general guideline, if you are using the EU Cosmetics Directive and their annex listings, then you would be using them within restricted guidelines to ensure safe use. For Canada, you'll need to make sure that the colorants are not on the prohibited hot list or use them within the limits of the restricted hot list. In the Middle East, you'll need to follow the EU again. And in Japan, Korea and China, they must not be on prohibited lists or used within limits of restrictions for those countries in particular. At this point, you might be wondering about some safety testing. And yes, it is a requirement that all cosmetic products are safe when used by consumers in the way they are intended. One of the best ways we can do that is to make sure we check for regulations and use ingredients within the regulatory limits and the way that it's specified. In all other cases, you will still need to make sure that the finished product is safe when used as directed and applied the way it is intended. Now, how do you add colour to formulas? Again, this is a very big topic and we do cover this with our advanced colour cosmetic formulation course. But in a nutshell, you'll need to make sure you've got the right equipment and you use the right methods. When you're adding organic colorants, you'll need to check the solubility of the material and you would make sure it is compatible with the continuous phase of your formula. And then it can generally be added relatively easy straight into the formula. Just remember your organic colorants can have a lot of pH, temperature and even light sensitive issues, so you'll need to check them carefully when you're formulating with them. Your inorganic colorants are quite compatible in a lot of environments, but they are generally oil or lipid soluble. You will need to grind them first. So your titanium dioxide, your zinc oxide, your iron oxides, your ultramarines, they will all need to be ground, generally using a hammer mill. And then you can spray with lipids in the case of a powder product, or you can mix with a lipid. You can slurry that ground material once it's been ground with the lipid and then add it into the bulk of the formulation. Or you can mix and grind the pigment with the lipid using a triple roller mill. And this creates what is known as a dispersion. and that dispersion can then be added to the bulk formula. It's really important that these powders are ground and mixed with the lipid, or ground first before mixing. And remember, you don't want to do this with those coated micas that I was talking about earlier. You do not want to grind or use high shear with any of the coated micas where a pearlescent, shimmer or sparkle effect is desired. In those cases, you would mix your inorganic pigments first and get them into the formula, and then as a final step you would add those pearlescent, shimmer or sparkle materials using low shear mixing only, like a propeller or ribbon blender. And with natural colorants, you'll need to check the solubility. Also check to see if there's any heat or light sensitivities, just to be careful and maintain their stability and color for as long as possible. But generally you'll find some will be specifically water soluble or some will be specifically oil soluble, and you'll need to make sure you use the right colorants with the continuous phase to get the best color result. So let's talk now with stability and cautions when formulating with color. Organic colorants, as I mentioned, can be very sensitive to heat, light and pH. While inorganic colorants are heavy, even when they're ground into very tiny microns, they are still heavy in a formula compared to water or oil. So they will tend to want to sink. So you need to stabilize those formulas very carefully to hold those pigments in place throughout the shelf life so that you have continuous and homogeneous color in your finished product. Stabilizing factors can impact the spread and or cause clumping, so you'll need to check and use those very carefully. And again, making sure you've got a very stable formula before adding the colorant is essential to make sure that you don't have problems later. Be careful with some of your gums, they can cause clumping and spread issues. And they can, in some cases, cause balling after being applied. You'll need to make sure you conduct regular stability tests as well as some very specific stability tests depending on the color cosmetic that you're making. So make sure that you are confident with formulating regular cosmetics and running stability checks on regular cosmetics before you attempt to work with color, because color is that extra layer of complexity. Be careful with oils too. While oils can be a great medium to ensure spread, if your lipid is too long spreading, it can cause bleeding, and that is where the product either looks like it runs or bleeds into creases or wrinkles of the face, and that's highly undesirable. And you don't want excess shine in foundations either. Also be careful with film formers. Now, film formers can be a great addition to your formula to help with the longevity and durability of your color cosmetic. But you do need to be careful that they don't excessively flake or peel during normal application or normal wear. So there's some very specific film formers intended for use in color cosmetics to prevent those undesirable flaking or peeling effects. If you'd like to formulate with color, we recommend our Certificate in Advanced Color Cosmetic Formulation course. This is accessible and learnable 100% online. We do have a prerequisite that you have an intermediate knowledge of formulation and stability so that you can properly apply these techniques to get the best results from your color cosmetic formulations. And if you haven't studied before, or if you've studied a lower level or beginner entry level type course, we recommend our Certificate in Advanced Cosmetic Science or our Diploma of Personal Care Formulation. The Diploma of Personal Care Formulation will also mean that you then earn a full cosmetic chemist qualification. And if you've got no time for study, we have our Formulating Color Cosmetics book, which is used in training the Advanced Color Cosmetic course. But of course, with the Color Cosmetic course, you'll get access to hundreds of supplier brochures from suppliers that give you access to a lot of materials to make your formulating easier. So let's take a look at some commonly asked questions. Can you only use color additives on the approved color additive list in the USA, in USA Cosmetics? Yes. Remember to use within the limits specified, only on the body parts specified, and seek batch certification before ordering. Another question we commonly get asked is, why can different colors only be used in certain areas of the skin from a regulatory point of view? The answer is these limits are determined by extensive safety evaluations to ensure consumer safety. Another question we get is, what are strategies to improve payoff? There are several ways to improve payoff in your color cosmetic formulas. The first is the base. Lipid-based formulas Using oils, silicons or esters as that continuous phase will generally yield more colour than a water-based formula. So it means I don't need to use as much colorant to get as big a colour impact result. The colours chosen will definitely impact the amount of payoff. Inorganic colorants are opaque, while organic colorants are transparent. And you'll find your natural colorants have a generally good level of opacity, but nowhere near your inorganic colorants. So you'll often find that inorganic colorants get paired with organic or natural colorants to get the desired opacity and boldness of colour result. Obviously, the amount of colorant used will impact the payoff. Another way to improve payoff is to reduce waxes, because they will often reduce the transfer of colour. And finally, make sure the base product glides over the skin and ensure a homogeneous mixing and stability of the formula. That's another way to make sure you're delivering a great amount of payoff and have a fantastic colour result with your colour cosmetic formulation. Another question we get is, what are some common colorant misconceptions? Look, there's so many out there. The biggest one that I would get is that there's suggestions that synthetic colorants aren't safe. Or I might get the question, which colorants are the safest to use? They are all safe to use when used within regulatory limits and on the appropriate body parts. There's been extensive testing conducted to help ensure safe use of colorants by consumers. We're certainly not back in the Elizabethan era where they were using all sorts of hazardous chemicals on their skin with some really bad results. Nowadays, the industry is very tightly regulated, and of course that's why we have the regulations and the limits and, as you could see, specifications over which colorants can be used on which body parts. And this helps ensure consumer safety. And another common misconception is that colour cosmetics get tested on animals. Look, this happened many, many years ago, before my time even. And you can watch my video which talks about how cosmetics are not tested on animals anymore. Finally, we do get asked, how do you make colour-changing cosmetics? Well, to use a colour-changing cosmetic, you need to use some very special colorants, and you need to formulate the base in a special way as well. We've got several videos showing you how to make various colour-changing products, and what you will see in those videos is we talk very specifically about the colorants we're using and some very important elements of the base to enable that colour change to occur. So they are formulated very carefully. We do have those suggestions on YouTube you can watch and start playing with, but that's how you need to create a colour changing product. If you want more information, you can email us for this presentation, and you can also email us if you'd like more information about how to learn to formulate colour cosmetics with us as well. Also, visit our blog page. We have so many topics on that blog page, and yes, there's some there about colour, as well as general formulation techniques and tips as well. Visit our YouTube channel. We have over 125,000 subscribers, and it's constantly growing. We have hundreds of videos on all different sorts of formulation, brand management, and regulatory topics, and there's loads of colour on our YouTube channel as well. If you're new to formulating and some of this terminology seemed a bit much, access our free Cosmetic Formulation Fundamentals Masterclass. That will get you started right with some of the fundamentals and basics to get formulating. And of course, if you'd like to learn to become a qualified cosmetic chemist, learn with us. It's 100% online, as close to you as your computer. We teach in over 100 different countries, so we're there for you to help you with your study goals and how to learn to formulate with colour cosmetics. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. It was a bit of a nutshell training on the various aspects of colour, and it was designed to help you navigate your way through some of what you'll need to know when formulating colour cosmetics. Just remember, you'll need to learn regulations and the different colorants that you use. You can learn that with us, or of course you can speak with your suppliers about the colorants that they're offering. Colour cosmetic formulation is a really fun area of formulation, but be confident with the basics before you enter into this field to get the best colour results. I hope this has helped nurture your enjoyment of formulation, and I look forward to teaching you more about colour cosmetic formulation soon. Happy formulating!
The next speaker will be me. Kind of awkward to read my own bio, but I'm a cosmetic scientist, science communicator, and founder here at the EcoL. I started my career as a formulator and science writer and transitioned to technical consulting, sustainability substantiation, and SciComm. I host these free e-conferences and also a weekly podcast. You heard all about it at the start, so slightly awkward. Sorry. I hold 2 Bachelor's of Science degrees, a diploma in formulation chemistry, a grad certificate in policy of climate change, and a Master's of Science in environmental sciences, where I focused on chemical management and cosmetics. I'm currently working at completing a PhD at the University of Ottawa in their environmental sustainability program, and my research topic is looking at how misinformation is impacting environmental sustainability in cosmetics. Okay, here's my presentation. Hope you enjoy. So my presentation is going to be on eco-design, but before I get into my presentation, a few days ago from this recording, I took a poll on my Instagram to get some of your feedback, to hear your perceptions around, firstly, what you look for products that do eco-design. And I think that a lot of the perspectives were from the consumer side, but I did see some from the product development side. And then the other thing that I was interested in was your perceptions for challenges for eco-design in cosmetics. So we'll start there and then go on to the cosmetics context, to strategies and general concepts, to more into the nitty-gritty of what this can all look like. I thought it was interesting that there was some conflicting views. I'm obviously in an echo chamber with the first comment of like, not a glass packaging. But then the conflicting view is somebody else is looking for less overall plastic. Other people are looking for packaging that's fully recyclable. Refillability was another idea that you guys had. Upcycling, biotech, LCAs, less packaging, so some of your ideas for what you look for. And then on the challenges point, some of you hit on the consumption piece, hyperconsumption, and then somebody else says, well, the challenge is convincing the brand to not make the product because it doesn't need to exist in the first place. There was also a point about regulation, and I mean, for better or worse, regulations can help support eco-design, but there are many cases where regulation in many industries make eco-design more difficult. Stability. So here I think this might be maybe a misconception many people have, is that greener products, which are products that use eco-design, they have poorer stability. You'll learn later why stability is actually key, because if you have poor stability in the product and the product has a shorter shelf life, then there's going to be more waste and that's going to drive up the impact. Okay, so now to get into the topic of eco-design. Environmental impacts happen along the whole product life cycle, from product design to raw material extraction for all the ingredients we're using in that materials processing, to the manufacturing and development of the cosmetic products, and in distribution and sales, and in the use and maintenance, and then obviously the end of life. Most of these impacts are determined during the design phase of the product. Eco-design, then, as a concept, it's a proactive environmental management approach that integrates environmental issues into product development. And the aim here is to minimize the environmental impacts along the product life cycle, key, without compromising other criteria such as performance, functionality, quality, and cost. Because if the product is then poorly performing and consumers aren't using it, and then that product goes to waste, or they're not repeat customers, like what's the point of any of it? And then quality with respect to stability. If a product has a shorter shelf life, then that means that there's going to be a higher potential for more waste. And that's ultimately going to drive up the impact of the product. Step one, when you're starting to think about eco-design for a formulation, for a new product, is, well, do we actually need your product? What gap in the market are you actually filling? Is this just a product that's like a bunch of other products? So do we actually need your product? This is important because when we're talking about like total environmental impacts that we have, per capita, consumption is the most impactful thing we do. From my perspective, I think it's important to think about this as like, do we actually need your product? What is the actual value of your product to consumers, and what gap are you filling? For the cosmetics context specifically, cosmetics are obviously released into the environment when you shower, you wash stuff off, or maybe you are using wash-off cosmetic products in general. What are the impacts that that's going to have in the environment? Specific to cosmetics, and this is going to be different for different industries, consumer use is a major impact factor, especially for certain product types like wash-off products where consumers are using a lot of warm water. And so as consumers have to use more warm water to use your product effectively, then that's going to drive up the impact. For wash-off products, the most impactful part of that life cycle is actually the consumer use. And then there's like the manufacturing intensity. This is a graphic from Evonik's presentation at my Sustainability E-Summit a couple of years ago in 2022. If you want to watch the whole presentation, the replay is on our blog. This is also highlighting some of the formulation specific contexts, and it's going to be different for different formulation types, but this is an example of the carbon dioxide contributions of ingredients for emulsion products, specifically an oil and water emulsion. So emollients, like the lipids, the oils in the formula, that was the most impactful part of that formulation. So that's something to think about with, for example, waterless. There's a lot of confusion around like, well, waterless must be better, but what if the emissions associated with producing that product are higher? How do you weigh that? And then not to mention, what if your product then, if it's a wash-off product, requires more water? For example, oil cleanser. I've seen this on the market where there was this product that was marketed as we're waterless and therefore we're better. They maybe had an LCA as well, but just because you have an LCA, a life cycle assessment, doesn't necessarily mean the work is done. It just means that you've taken a look at what your current impacts are. They were making these claims, but the oil cleanser took significantly more water to actually use it effectively. So while it's waterless, it doesn't necessarily mean a net reduction in water usage, but also the emollients that you've now replaced the water with have a greater impact. The other side of that is with, for example, solid products. When you're comparing a solid cleanser to a liquid cleanser, is it actually better, or has that water scenario just been offset to the consumer? Yes, there's less packaging, but packaging isn't the only impact. And so this was looked at in the context of toothpaste tabs versus toothpaste in tubes. And so for this specific example, looking at a comparative life cycle assessment, the toothpaste tubes actually had a lower impact. And it's because the toothpaste tablets required more water usage from the consumer. All of this is to say, it's complicated. It's hard to make blanket statements that one thing will be kind of the panacea of better. You really have to look at it. And so from there, some concepts to think about for eco-design. And so whoever you are for product development, you can start to think about this. Even if you're a consumer, you can think about this for the products that you're purchasing. Consumption. Can you contribute to a reduced consumption? Because obviously that's important. Some ideas with product development here could be, maybe you have a multifunctional product that you can now use on your body and face to simplify what a consumer then will use, so then they can use fewer products, especially if it's a product that has really good performance for them. That could be a way to help consumers reduce their consumption. Obviously, you're adding a product onto the market, and so there's that. There's also simplifying ingredient inputs. So every ingredient that you stick into that formula is going to have a life cycle of its own and is going to add to the impact of the product. I just want to make a disclaimer that these are just some simple concepts that I think anyone can action. As we move throughout the presentation, it's going to get a little bit more complex. I think maybe another misconception around eco-design is it's just like fluff. But as you're going to see throughout this presentation, it can get really technical, very challenging. Just by even thinking about these simple concepts, it's a step in the right direction. Another concept is designing for X. So for example, for disassembly, for recycling, or for energy efficiency, there's the manufacturing energy input. And the final piece here would be just checklists. So start to ask yourself hard questions. Think about like, where could the possible impacts be? And then how can I start to solve that? A more complex tool is the life cycle assessment. LCA's life cycle assessment help to quantify the impacts along the product life cycle. Disclaimer, how you're quantifying these impacts really depend on the boundaries of your study. So this is a potentially rather large environmental study of your impacts along the life cycle of your product. So if you're just going to leave something out, then that's not going to be considered, and then you're not going to really understand that. But ultimately, it helps you benchmark to understand your current impacts. It highlights hotspots for impacts to identify the most relevant eco-design actions. So for example, you see that you have very high emissions, and that those emissions are coming from this one part of your product development. But then you see this within the LCA, and then you can then course correct and adjust. Another maybe misconception is that when you do an LCA, it's a 1 in ton. Well, this is a starting point to understand your current impacts, which are going to change as you modify your behavior based off of the information that you get from the LCA. The barrier is like, you need specific knowledge to be able to do an LCA, or even find the relevant experts to help you with an LCA, like a life cycle assessment practitioner. A full-on LCA is very expensive, so that may be inaccessible to smaller brands. And so this is the basis for some more simplified tools. There have been several web-based tools to help with first estimations of carbon footprints. Then you can still identify hotspots and then course correct and maybe do it again, and so on and so forth. These are some tools that are available. So after this presentation, you're going to get the slides so you can look into it a bit more. I just wanted to give a shout out to this company called Covalent Market. And so what they do is, well, they contact co-packers and coordinate resale of excess ingredient inventory. So oftentimes when you are producing a product, you end up with excess because, for example, the MOQs, the minimum order quantities from the ingredient suppliers, are quite high. You don't use enough, especially when we're talking about, for example, actives that have a low percentage input. So you have to have all this material that you're going to have a hard time, especially for smaller companies, getting through. And so with all that excess, it might mean waste. The opportunity here for addressing that waste and improving the eco-design of your product could be to work with a company like Covalent Market. Shout out to Covalent Market. I think they're doing really interesting work for the cosmetic space. Okay, so we've talked about concepts and tools, and now we'll start to get into more of the weeds of eco-design approaches and methods. So this first eco-design method is the eco-design strategy wheel that was published in 1997. It has steps for you to consider as you're developing your product. And again, you're going to have these slides so you can refer to this after. The first step is, well, selecting low impact material. Number 2 would be the reduction of material usage. So maybe this will be simplifying the formulation. The third step is to optimize the production techniques. The fourth would be to optimize your distribution systems. The fifth would be to reduce the impact during use. Like I mentioned, for many cosmetic products, this is the largest impact phase of a life cycle. So for example, in the context of wash-off products, how do you work to minimize the water consumption from your end user? The sixth, optimization of the product lifetime. So again, stability is key. If you have a short shelf life for your product, then that means more wastage. The seventh is the optimization for the end-of-life system. There's also an ISO standard for eco-design, ISO 14006, that fits within other ISO standards. Now, I highlighted this graphic from a eco-design consultancy blog that I thought was really good, and it would be a great reference for you to look back on. And I also included the link to this blog, so how you can think about this ISO standard within the product development timeline. And then to that L'Oreal framework, this is something specific to cosmetics. For their method for eco-design, they selected 3 environmental indicators that they felt were most important based off of the available evidence. So the first was biodegradability, specific to carbon-based organic ingredients, because inorganic ingredients just don't biodegrade. That's not relevant to them. Not that that's not important, but it's just not relevant. The other thing is the gray water footprint, which maybe recognizes the impact more from the inorganic side of things. The gray water footprint is the volume of fresh water required to dilute the cosmetic formula after use down to a concentration with no ecotoxicological effects on aquatic life. And then they also cite a complementary indicator that's going to vary depending on the product. This method specifically aims at maximizing the use of biodegradable ingredients and minimizing the environmental impact while also reaching, and this keeps coming up, a high standard of efficacy. Because if consumers don't like the product, what's the point? So biodegradability, what does that mean? That is the removal of organic ingredients from the environment. The percentage biodegradability of a formula is established looking at the percentage of biodegradable ingredients in that formula. So it can be calculated by the measured biodegradable ingredients and their percentages divided by the total organic ingredients, which gives the biodegradability percentage of that total formula. Gray water footprint, this is the indicator within this method to assess the impact of your formula on water quality. It's calculated by the ingredients times their known gray water footprint divided by the formula weight. But what if you can't find this information from your ingredient suppliers? And so this is a really big challenge right now with gray water footprint or even biodegradability, is having high quality data from ingredient suppliers. I had some quotes from some eco-design professionals. The first one is anonymous, but this is specific to the cosmetic sector. So the most important consideration and the biggest barrier is good data. Eco-design will generally include metrics for many environmental endpoints for all product components at all life stages. This requires an enormous amount of data. As an industry, we use a huge number of ingredients and many are low production volume, so sustainability databases do not contain any of the important data that we need. The models are only as good as the data in them, and this is a big challenge. And then I also got the thoughts from Emma Siegel. She's a fellow PhD candidate in the Environmental Sustainability Program at U Ottawa, and she currently works as an eco-design consultant outside of the cosmetic space. She said that it's important to define what eco-design is within the sustainable design lineage, because other parameters related to sustainability will fall outside of the parameters, such as the social aspect. Still important, but it's just not specific to eco-design, and that's what we're talking about here. The top consideration, and this was highlighted throughout this presentation, is understanding the life cycle. Just for ingredients, what are the ingredients? Where do they come from? What are they made from? How do they get to you? What are their impacts? Data is key, and try to go back as far back as you can to map their life cycles. And this can become a very, very large exercise, especially as you have more ingredients in your product. And you probably want to do the same thing for your packaging. The biggest barrier is time, money, and knowledge. It's important for there to be a mindset shift in product development, to have the foresight and optimism to pursue eco-design, as it can come at a very high burden and requires a lot of people to get on board. So you need to have a certain level of stamina and perseverance to be able to find all the right information, do all the right testing, invest all this money, etc. And to move from eco-design just specific to products to maybe, in my opinion, maybe a little bit more of a holistic point of view to finish off my presentation for something that you can think about. I really liked the Eco-Design Maturity Model by Pigosa et al. This was published in 2013. So the model focuses on management rather than product improvement from a technical point of view. And it focuses on sustained and systematic integration of environmental considerations into R&D processes with a view to deploy this idea for all projects. Within this model, there's an assumption that eco-design practices will be properly taken into account, and therefore, by using this method, then this will achieve products with better environmental performance. So there are two important pieces of this model. The first is the evolution level of eco-design. And this is really looking at like, where are you at as a company? The level one is this company has little to no experience with eco-design. Thinking about this evolution, then what can you do? Well, at this level, the company should work to understand what eco-design means and work to carry out a benchmark study to understand the competitor landscape and also try to understand the product-related environmental, legal issues and standards that they're going to be facing within the geographies that they're selling their products. Level two is, well, the level one has been checked off. At this stage, pilot projects can be deployed with a focus on incremental improvements for eco-performance of existing products. You might use some of those simplified LCA tools that I highlighted earlier to start to identify hotspots within the life cycle of your current products so that you can figure out ways that you can start to improve their impacts. The level three is, well, based on the results from the pilot projects. The results will underpin product development for all product development. Level four, eco-design practices have now been incorporated systematically into product development from the initial ideation phase. And then level five, environmental issues are fully incorporated into the company's business and product strategies to reinforce decision making. And the second piece of this model is capabilities. And so different capabilities to actually do eco-design. So level one is incomplete. So you're not applying this management practice, or maybe it's just incompletely applied. Level two is ad hoc. So some of these eco-design concepts are done in here and there really, but it's not yet systematic. Level three is it's formalized. Level four, that is just continued. And then level five, well, this is where you start to improve and continuously improve based off of measurement and monitoring. Then how do you apply this model? On the right of the screen is a helpful, I think, graphic to conceptualize what we've talked about, but one part is a staged approach. So you're going to try to move up the eco-design evolution, like we mentioned right as I was talking about the evolution levels of like, what can you do? The other part is continuous improvement. And so this is probably going to come from like you're able to do LCAs regularly and you have eco-design systematically across your company. Within this model, there's an opportunity for improvement, whoever you are as a company, whether you're a small company or a large company that has more established eco-design practices. Here are my references. Some of them are not behind paid walls. I'm sorry for the ones that are. Lots of references and resources for you if you want more information. As was probably highlighted, this can get complex really quickly. So another thing that you can think about if you have the resources in-house to do this would be to, if you don't have the resources to hire someone that's specific to this task, because this requires, doing eco-design effectively requires specific expertise, would be to consider working with a consultant who has that specific expertise. Hopefully I didn't bog you down with too much information. I hope whoever you are watching this, you got something valuable out of this presentation. And now it's time for Q&A. Thanks for watching.
And bear with me as I bring my own screen over and try my best to answer your questions. I thought that this would be a good opportunity for me. I am currently working through a PhD, and this topic is loosely related to what I'm working on. So I thought it would be helpful for me to do a little literature review. So that's what I did for you guys. I hope you guys found it helpful. Okay, I thought that this was a really good question, and it actually speaks to some of my research. So I'm going to start there from Shrutika, who asks, well, it seems like the onus falls on the businesses and industry when it comes to sustainability and eco-design. Only informed consumers can act on this and contribute, which requires a lot of resources. Yes, there's a lot of, I would say, confusion from consumers around what sustainability means. I find that there's a lot of pithy, not meaningful, unhelpful claims in every market that are adding confusion, and then consumers think that they're supporting eco design or more eco-friendly products, but then there's been more studies to show that consumer perceptions on what environmentally friendly actually means often are disconnected. In many industries, this has been looked at in the context of the food sector, and something that I'm going to be looking at from the context of cosmetics. So yeah, I would say the onus is going to be on business and industry, and obviously policy and regulations before consumers. I also find that there's this kind of annoying thing in the general zeitgeist that kind of scapegoats consumers into feeling like they're responsible for some of these decisions and outcomes and whatever. It's the businesses. And so here's the opportunity for wherever you are in a business and what you're able to contribute. For example, having conversations with your consumers so that they can start to understand some of these concepts, but really try to understand these topics so it doesn't become this not so meaningful conversation. The other thing is with eco design, models are evolving, and it's also often context specific. So we saw the context specifically for the cosmetics industry. So another opportunity, I would say, for larger companies and for ingredient suppliers who have the resources to do this is to start to disclose your methods so that you can help with thought leadership to teach everyone, because eco design is really, really challenging, especially if you don't have specialized expertise. And so you can be that thought leader to help the smaller brands and bring them along with you. Okay, now to some of your other questions. Oh, CR, you brought up B Corp certification. So the question was, well, thoughts on B Corp certification. If you're interested, I actually did a rather long, one of my largest actually, blog post for quite a while, blog post on B Corp asking if it's actually a benefit. And it was a rather long essay for why I think that maybe it's counterproductive, just because, well, for the market to respond to different certifications and ratings, from my perspective, you have to be able to compare what's going on, apples to apples. And so having accountability from someone external is really important. And that's something that I would say is lacking with B Corp certification. Personally, I would look to the ISO standard, ISO 14001. That is ISO standard specific to environmental management. The other thing is, up until recently, I know they are currently working on changing their rating platform. Well, firstly, only about 10% of the companies that get the certification have auditing, like for example, coming to a facility. So there's a lot of like trust. We just have to trust the brands are telling us the right information. And like there's a lot of research right now showing that if there is a financial incentive for any business to be perceived as green, which there currently is with investment. Right now, impact investment is huge, and obviously consumers want to support products they perceive to be green. So if you can take shortcuts and there's no regulations or policy to prevent this from happening, companies will. And so, yeah, when there's a financial incentive and a lack of regulations, and companies are unfortunately more likely to greenwash, whether intentionally or unintentionally. I think a lot of brands just don't understand what all of this means. Within the B Corp certification previously, you could neglect certain pillars, including the environment. So what really bothered me was the marketing that many brands were using, which is the most, what was it? Let me see. I actually have it on my screen. This company meets the highest standard of social and environmental impact. That whole pillar, environment, could be not accounted for if you scored well enough for the other pillars. So if you want a lot more, then I would look to my blog post. How are we doing on time? The next presentation is a little shorter, so I will answer a couple of additional questions. This one is from Victrix, who asks, what can be done about this surplus of skincare products and brands besides using our spending power as consumers? I think conversations publicly with other consumers, with brands as well, especially on social media and public spaces, is really helpful, because there is an incentive for newness on the market. This is what overwhelmingly consumers are looking for. And so as a consequence, this is what brands are doing. They're trying to launch something new so that they can appeal to that TikTok trend. That is currently the landscape that brands are contending with. And it becomes really hard to not do that because, well, brands have to make money, and so if this is what consumers are looking for, then that's what that is. And I think a lot of people just like they're not really thinking about these consumption issues, especially some of the things that I see online. It's more about green consumerism rather than sustainable consumption. Those aren't the same thing. So starting to have conversations about this, I think, is this step in the right direction, whether that's on social media or to brands? This next question is from Kajol. How can small business owners do eco-design? This is brainstorming a topic, but as a small owner, it's difficult to find, or else it's pricey. So I had actually a few suggestions in my presentation. I'm sorry, it was like really, really dry as I was watching it. I'm sorry. It was just a literature review, so I'm sorry. But refer back to the slides. On one of my slides, I have like concepts you can consider. So even just like thinking about those concepts is a step in the right direction. And then that last model that I highlighted, the Pagosa et al. From 2013, that is also something that I think is rather accessible wherever you are as a business, because like step one, evolution phase one, just like learn about this, which you're doing right here. And then you can take incremental steps as you understand more, as you have more resources. Okay, I think that's all the time that I have. Thank you so much for watching the presentation, bearing with the technical dry of eco-design. It's a little bit more complex than I think a lot of people, and I have observed this, including for formulators, that there's just this perception that if it's eco, it must just be fluff, and that couldn't be further from the case. So I'm going to switch to a quick break before we finish off our morning session with a presentation from Covalo, who is one of our sponsors from this E-Summit. And so I'm just going to switch off my screen. Thank you so much for watching. Our next presentation will feature two speakers this time, Lays Pederiva and Anna Lorenz from Covalo. Lays is the brand success manager at Covalo, the world's largest ingredients platform for the cosmetics industry. In a previous chapter, she was deeply immersed in the personal care procurement and R&D worlds, where she spent countless hours finding ingredient alternatives, answering repetitive questions in supplier forums, and going back and forth with suppliers. She thought there must be a more efficient way to source ingredients. This quest led her to Covalo, where she now helps formulators from over 5,000 beauty brands across more than 150 countries to discover their next hero ingredient and bring products to market faster. Joining her is Anna, who is the marketing lead at Covalo. She is mainly focused on digital content strategy, attracting brands and suppliers to the platform and educating them on how they can leverage Covalo to find and source ingredients faster. She has contributed to the growth of B2B tech startups over the last 5 years with experience across all commercial aspects, sales, partnerships, and marketing. And before I hand off the presentation, I also wanted to thank Covalo again for sponsoring the Formulation E-Summit as our bronze sponsor. It's because of our sponsors that we're able to continue making these e-summits free and accessible to anyone who wants to learn. And without further ado, here's their presentation.
Hi, everyone. We're so glad to be part of the Formulation E-Summit today. I'm Anna from Covalo. Covalo is the world's largest ingredient platform. With more than 80,000 ingredients in personal care alone, we connect brands with suppliers to help them bring new products to market faster.
Hello, everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here, especially for myself personally, because I worked quite a long time on indie brands with R&D and procurement. And I'm very passionate about Covalo and about this specific event because it solves so many problems that I had in the past. Some things that I thought was something very specific to indie brands, like MOQs, like response rate from suppliers, like understanding ingredients availability. It really took a lot of time from me back in the past. And I used to be thinking all the time, oh my God, it must have a better way to do it, considering we are already in the internet era. And when I found Covalo, I was like, whoa, mind blowing, that's the thing. So I joined Covalo's team. That was how big my passion was. And now my main job is here to make sure that you and other formulators, they don't face the same problems. And just to make sure we're covering most of them at some point in the session, could you just please write down in the chat what are the main problems you're facing? And I'm really sure other people would relate with it.
Great. And while you're putting your challenges in the chat, I just wanted to zoom out on the industry a little bit to give you some more context. Okay, hope you can see that. So at In Cosmetics Global in Paris last month, we did a live infographic study at our booth with over 100 brands of all sizes responding to our question, what's stopping your business from innovating faster? So this is what we got as an end result, just to give you an idea. We'll send this analysis as a follow-up by email later on, so not expecting you to grasp all this now, but what it highlights is that clearly all brands have challenges, including the bigger, more established brands. Some of them take over 3 years to bring a product to market due to tight regulatory standards, supply chain disruptions, slow decision-making, changing consumer demands, and claim substantiation challenges. So where these bigger brands have challenges, what we see is that small brands have a strategic advantage as they can often be more nimble. For smaller brands, decision-making can be done much faster, and consumer demands aren't changing as many times when a product development cycle is shorter, which means that in the end, smaller brands can bring new products to market faster, and the speed to market is just much more accelerated. So that's it for this, Lais. So how can Covalo help indie brands bring products to market faster and overcome these challenges?
I'm going to share my screen to show you live how we can do it. So this is Covalo platform. You can sign up on the bottom directly here. Now I'm already logged in, but in the place where you see invite, you would to sign up. You can do it there for free. So a few things to mention. First of all, Covalo is by far the world's largest ingredient platform for personal care. We have 70,000 ingredients listed, so I'm pretty sure we can cover at least a big chunk of the products you're looking for. And also, it's important to mention that we are very focused on personal care, which means that we end up having a lot of filters and a lot of use cases that really draw for this industry. So we have more than 500 filters, for example, and some of them are really industry specific. There's many different ways you can use the platform. I'll try to cover the most common ones. So there's here the filters. Some filters here are some general filters, and here you have in-cosmetics related filters. So in-cosmetics is the world's largest event in the industry, and we have a partnership because we are the world's largest platform. So together we developed this tool that can really cover a very big chunk of the suppliers in the industry and the ingredients. So everything centralized in just one place. And here you can have the search bar. You can use the search bar or the filters, or we both together really combines, really bring the search to another level. So let's say first you're just looking around which ingredients you can find for the products you're trying to develop. So let's say you want to have a shampoo and you want to sell worldwide. So let's say China approved certifications, there's other certifications here. And you want something, I don't know, vegan. So you can use all the filters. And let's say you're looking for a surfactant. So vegan surfactant applicable to shampoo and China approved. You can add all the filters here. And then you can narrow down the search from 17,000 ingredients to 54 that are the ones that are actually really relevant to your search. So if you click on the ingredients, you would have more information about it. And if you click here, even the ingredient name, you would have a more in-depth page about it. You can click on the ingredient, the supplier page, so you have more information about the supplier itself. From here, you can also contact the supplier from asking for a request for a sample. You have documentation available up front here, so you just click on document available, and then here, if you're looking for an ingredient that is not on Covalo yet because it's more specific, you can directly request from our platform. So let's say, okay, you narrow down your search to 54 ingredients, and that's one use case. Let's say you already know what you're looking forward to source. So let's say chia butter is my favorite example. You have here 400 possibilities, and most of them are blends. And we can add one filter here to have one ingredients that are only single inky. So we sort by substances. So let's say you even want to have more filters on top of it just to have some more fun. So let's say Cosmo certified, and boom, you had 21 ingredients as results. From here, one thing I would recommend you to do is the compare feature, because you want to understand, you already have here all your claims, all the possibilities, and you want to understand what's unique about each ingredient, and then you can have them side by side. Let me have some different suppliers, and then you can hit compare. So the ingredients would appear here side by side. You can even click on show only differences. And yeah, that's another use case. And a third use case that we see quite often is people coming to the platform just trying to understand what's trending in the industry, what's new. And for this kind of people, we recommend you to have a look at recently launched, because the ingredients that were launched recently, they usually respond to surge to a trend that is happening in the industry. So for example, we noticed that 10% of the ingredients that were launched this year, they were upcycled. And that the suppliers only launched these ingredients because the users were asking for it. So it's already a good way for us to understand where the innovation in the supplier industry is happening. Similar to that, you have the awards. So some people call in cosmetics awards the Oscars of the industry. So it's a really nice place for you to look at if you're looking for, let's say, great ingredients, functional ingredients, active ingredients. You can see here the winners. And you can see that this ingredient, for example, already collected quite some awards. So it's probably an ingredient, for example, for you to look at. And yeah, that's another use case covered. So let's say another point you can use the platform is in the formulation tab. So here you have two ways of using it. Let's say you're trying to develop, I don't know, a lipstick, and you want to look at formulations that are already established in the market. So you can already type lipstick. Let's check this one. So here you can click on the ingredient page, and you would have the full formulation table and the procedures below and documentation. So whatever you saw in the other in the ingredient index is also valid here. You can request quotes, documentation, and add to a project. Or another possibility you can use in a formulation table is to type the ingredient you want to learn how to formulate with. So let's say, again, shea butter. You can type the inky name or the commercial name. Usually inky name works best, specifically for formulations, because in, commercial names would go specifically to just that one supplier. And yeah, so here you would have somewhere in the formulation the word shea butter as a part of the formulation. We also have a service tab because we understand that finding the right ingredient is just a part of the path. So let's say you're looking for contract manufacturer, testing partners, and etc. You can also find them here. So same idea is applicable. So here you have service descriptions. Here you have filters. Let's say you're looking for a contract manufacturer, and you can contact them from Covalo. And last but not least, we have the project space where you can organize your ingredients around projects and share this with different people in your team. So you can create a new project here, and you can add the ingredients directly from there. So here you have ingredients, formulations, members. So here you can add more people. Here you can download all the documentation that is connected to all the ingredients you added. And here you can bulk request documentation, samples, and quotes. So you can do everything at once. And I left my last favorite part at Covalo to the end, just to have some fun with you. So remember when I mentioned in the beginning that I used to spend a lot of time just messaging people all the time, calling them and filling in the same form over and over again for the same ingredient for different suppliers? Well, that's the way Covalo addresses this is the request button. So here you can request everything at once. So let's say you just click request and select the ingredients you want to request to. And then you can select quotes, samples, documentation. You can just message the suppliers. And this will go directly to the suppliers. We have a very strong response rate. We have around 80%. And we follow up with the suppliers in case they didn't answer you. And even if they don't answer you or if they don't serve you, we try to help you with an alternative. So that's a way for you to somehow get served. But I absolutely love this feature because sometimes we spend really a lot of time in back and forth with suppliers trying to find the right point of contact, to find the samples, to find the quotes. And here you can do everything at once. So if I knew it back in 2021 when I was working with indie brands, I would have saved so much time, and I really hope you can do it here as well. And I think that's it. We are always available for you in this chat box here, so you can type whatever, and we'll be very happy to get back to you. And yeah, I think that's it on my side.
Awesome. Thank you, Lais. So how can you actually start using and benefiting from our platform? You can go to covalo.com even now and create an account completely free of charge. You'll also get a sign-up link in an email after this e-summit is over. Thank you so much for listening and have a great day. Thank you.
And bear with me as I get the Covalo Q&A up for you. Thank you so much for that presentation. We had a comment from Christine who says, wow, Covalo looks like a great bank of info, which I totally agree. And I just wanted to reemphasize that everyone who is attending here today will have a link sent to your email with the replay. And if you're not registered, I mean, maybe register and then you'll get that email. Otherwise, this will also be on the replay page that's going to be posted tomorrow or the following day, and it's free to use. So, I mean, if you're a formulator or brand, you may as well use a free resource that's available to you. Yeah. I guess my question to you is, what are some of the top challenges that you hear from formulators or indie brands in accessing materials and maybe hiccups initially, and how does Covalo solve that?
Hello, everyone. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure. And answering your question, Jen, there's so many things we hear from brands. I think it varies a lot depending on what's their job. Regulatory people always complain about the changes in the regulation all the time. R&D people, they always complain about the back and forth with the suppliers. So Covalo's value mission is really to address this in the long term, but yet there's still a lot of back and forth. So when I mentioned the bulk requests, functionality is one of the ways for us to do it. Also because sometimes formulators from all over the world, they're trying to find one specific information, and as Covalo can centralize everything in the long term, that would mean that we can have the information centralized if centralized data becomes something clear to the suppliers that these formulators are needing it. Yeah, there's all kinds of challenges, I would say, also for small indie brands specifically, like as this is the public here, MOQs, regional availability, access to documentation in general, because, well, you need to prove yourself to the suppliers to be eligible for their time. So it's, yeah, I think that was quite clear in the presentation how we solve it.
And this next question comes from Christina, who asks, how do you keep this database up to date?
That's one of my favorite questions because there's so many ways. So I'm migrating myself to the data team very soon. So I'll be really in charge of making this more and more robust. But for now, we have more than 2,000 artificial intelligence codes programmed to crawl the data from different websites, mostly from supplier websites, but sometimes as well some events, some partners, some different people. We do have some partnerships in the industry as well. So Covalo is a European company, so we tend to have way more partnerships in Europe. So we have Comundo, we have Cosmetry, we have some that are really based here, but the data would still be usable for US-based people. I would assume is most of people here. We do have the suppliers on top of it doing the final review, so the artificial intelligence can do a pre-setup job. So they can pre-populate the different fields in the data, and then the suppliers themselves, they go on top of it, or data team, they go on top of it to make sure the data is the more accurate possible. And specifically for innovation, we do have the partnership within cosmetics, so it's the largest event on earth for raw materials, and all the innovation happens there. And there was around 100 to 100 ingredients that were launched in cosmetics, and we had this information up front exactly because we have this partnership. So it's really a hot place for you to get your innovation.
And just so everyone knows, yeah, just to reemphasize, this is free for you to use, a free resource for you as a formulator or brand. And so what is the sample ordering, sample procurement process like through Covalo? So say a formulator wants to work with a certain material or wants to learn more. I know you went through this presentation, but just to like re-emphasize how easy this can be used, and then also it's just a free resource to use.
So there's a button for request sample or request quotation directly on Covalo. There's many ways you can access it. My favorite way, because I think I made very clear that is my favorite way, is through the request button. So if you click on request in our main search, and then you can see some pluses, and for each row of the ingredients, you can click on each plus. And below you can hit request sample. So all the ingredients that were selected there, they would be selected to be sent to the suppliers. So once you fill in the form for sample or quotation, you just need to do it once for all the ingredients you selected. We sent the request to the suppliers, and we have around 80% response rate in general, in average. I would assume, to be honest, that for indie brands, that would be slightly lower, but yet we follow up with you. So we message you after 3 business days to make sure you receive the answer. And in case you didn't, we try to help you finding an alternative. So we try to serve you somehow, even if your original supplier doesn't answer this, maybe we can find an alternative that could work for you.
And so that's all the time that we have for Q&A. Thank you so much for this presentation. This was a sponsored presentation, and this was a big help for supporting this E-Summit. Covalo was our bronze sponsor. And again, it's because of our sponsors that we're able to continue making these E-Summits free and accessible to everyone. So the summit is free, and so is their platform. No reason for you not to use it, and stay tuned. You'll be receiving a link so that you can just click right through and try it out with the replay that you receive in your inbox tomorrow or the following day. Thank you so much, Lace.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Well, I suppose I'll just stay in the screen. I'll just stay in this screen to just tell you that we're going to be taking now an hour break for lunch. So if you'd like to go take a walk, depending on your geography, or have a lunch wherever you are, then now's the time. Feel free to also continue using the chat and connecting with people who are also fellow audience members. Kajol, I tried to change, hopefully that's how you say Kale or Kajol. Please tell me how to pronounce your name properly. I tried to adjust my audio, so just let me know if it's still too quiet, and then I'll work on it for after the lunch. While you guys are on lunch, though, something really helpful that you can do is, well, firstly, like this video so that it can help with the engagement so more people see it. Please also share in your stories if you're on Instagram or on LinkedIn, if you found any information particularly helpful, or if you just want to share the summit. This is all, free to attend. So anyone you think might be interested in these topics, then send it over to them. And I also wanted to thank BASF again. They're our general sponsor. And then to our main sponsor for this event, our silver sponsor, which you'll see their logo on the screen, and you'll see more information about that or them in the replay page, as well as in the email that I send you, which is NYSCC, the New York chapter for the Society of Cosmetic Chemists. And also just a heads up, I recently moderated a few panels at Suppliers Day, which is a very large, I think it's the largest in North America ingredient supplier show. It was really great in New York at the Javits Center. But within there, I moderated 2 panels. So those 2 are going to be published on the podcast. I think the next one is coming, or the first one, should I say, is coming next week, I think, which is a conversation about sustainability. And I also moderated the Truth and Beauty panel. The first one's supported by Clariant and the second by the Independent Beauty Association. And that's going to be coming on the podcast a little later. Okay, I will leave you to your lunch. Thank you so much, and we'll be back at 1 p.m., maybe a little bit earlier with the introduction. So maybe like 40 seconds before 1 o'clock with a presentation on a presentation by Ava Perkins on designing a formula. And then you're going to get to see some hands-on formulating. So thank you so much. Oh, and then, oh my gosh, sorry, I keep saying that I'm going to leave, but I just wanted to thank again all the speakers throughout the day. They all donated their time and expertise to help make this event possible. So thank you so much for supporting this free e-conference initiative that we've been working on. With that, I leave you with your lunch. Thank you so much for registering for this.
Our next speaker is Ava Perkins, who is a cosmetic chemist, science communicator, and PhD student. She has her bachelor's degree in cosmetic science and formulation design from the University of Toledo and is currently pursuing her PhD in biomembrane sciences at the University of Cincinnati. Within the industry, she has experience working in R&D, technical marketing, and social media marketing for contract manufacturers and raw ingredient suppliers. Her formal education and industry experience allows her to formulate over 50 cosmetic, personal care, and pharmaceutical products, including skincare, hair care, sun care, color cosmetics, and more. Additionally, Ava is heavily involved in the Society of Cosmetic Chemists and is currently the chair of the Next Gen Advisory Committee, which addresses the needs of young professionals in the cosmetic and personal care industry. As a cosmetic chemist and content creator, it is her goal to bridge the gap between industry knowledge and consumer understanding by educating about the science behind cosmetic and personal care products. Without further ado, here's Ava.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ava Perkins. I am a cosmetic chemist. I am a PhD student studying biomembrane sciences at the University of Cincinnati. And I also do a little bit of science communication on my own personal social media platforms. Although I'm sure Jen already gave you the whole spiel about me, so I will spare you. But speaking of Jen, thank you, Jen, so much for having me at another one of your e-summits. It truly is an honor to be a part of initiatives that make cosmetic science more accessible, not only for people in the industry that maybe cannot afford to attend trade shows, but also people who are interested in getting into the cosmetic industry. I know that these things are extremely helpful, so I am absolutely honored to be a part of this. But without further ado, we're going to be talking about designing a formula today. And I'm going to be outlining just the general steps of how you would go about designing a formula. I would so love to just outline every single specific step and how to get there. However, there are so many ways that you could go in terms of designing a formula because there are so many different products that you can make and it all depends. So today I will just be providing you a general outline of really how to get there, starting with defining on what your product is. And this is where we're going to be talking a little bit about dosage forms, product types, and just the general layout of the things that you need to include. Then finding a place to start. We don't need to reinvent the wheel in terms of, making a formula from absolute scratch. There are a lot of really great resources out there where you can really just find a starting point and go from there. So I will provide those resources for you today. Then evaluating what your must-haves and what your no-nos are. I think it's really crucial to define, the things that you absolutely need to incorporate into your formulation, and maybe you might need to potentially formulate kind of around those ingredients. And then also equally as important, evaluating what you cannot put in those products, because sometimes you kind of need to troubleshoot in that way, that a product that might provide a lot of really great performance is now excluded, but you still need that same equal performance. So evaluating what your must-haves and your no-nos are extremely important. And then writing up your formulation. And we're really going to go back down to the basics here, like how to write a formulation. So if you're an industry veteran, have been around for a while, maybe this would be the time to take a little bit of a break, get a snack, maybe a drink of water, because this will be absolutely nothing new to you. And then obviously, finally, making your batch, failing because it's inevitable, and then troubleshooting, and then repeating that process until you create your final formulation. But just wanted to shamelessly plug, just real quick, before we get started into defining what your product is. In the last e-summit that I presented at the Skincare e-summit, I was talking about formulation design and much more in depth about dosage forms. We're going to have a little bit of a quick refresher today, but if you want further context and also just want to learn a little bit more about skin and maybe a little bit more about delivery systems, this would be a really great place to go. Obviously not right now, but go ahead and scan the QR code and this will take you to the YouTube video recording. If you're watching this from your phone, I am so sorry. This is a social media novice move where I'm including a QR code on something that you can't even scan from. However, all these replays are on the EcoL website or on the YouTube channel regardless. So getting into product types or dosage forms, in my opinion, I think these terms are interchangeable in the cosmetic industry, but this is essentially the final form of the product. And this gives formulators an idea of the ingredients that will go into these products, because there are a gazillion products out there on the market, which is a super scientific number, by the way. But, marketing gives a lot of creative freedom as to what to call products. But in general, they all fall under 3 different categories, which is liquids, semi-solids, and solids. So dosage forms just really give formulators an idea of the basic structure of a product, despite what it's called. So starting off with liquids, we have solutions, lotions, and suspensions. Solutions contain one or more ingredients dissolved in a solvent or mixture of mutually miscible solvents. So this is typically going to be one phase, whether that is water-based, hydroalcoholic, or anhydrous. Then we have lotions. These typically contain 2 phases, so it's an emulsion. However, it's more free-flowing. So it has those 2 phases brought together by an emulsifier. And then we have a suspension, and this is going to contain immiscible solid particles dispersed in a liquid. And those particles are typically colorants. Then we have semi-solids, starting with creams, very similar to a lotion, however, just thicker in viscosity. So very similar build in terms of that they have those 2 phases and brought together by an emulsifier. But again, it's just a tiny bit thicker. And one can debate something can be called a cream, but is actually lotion, or maybe vice versa. I have definitely seen that. But I think it's really just based on personal preference of what you want to call what, but either way, the basic build is very similar. Then we have ointments, and these contain less than 20% of water and greater than 50% of waxes and oil, so it's going to be, very greasy. There's a little bit of wiggle room with ointments in terms of do we incorporate water, do we not incorporate water? The biggest example I always think of would be just petroleum jelly. That is definitely considered to be an ointment, super greasy, and doesn't contain water in it. Then we have pastes, which contain a larger proportion of solids dispersed in a fatty vehicle. An example I always like to give would be diaper rash cream. Those solid dispersed particles would be the zinc oxide, which serves as a skin protectant. I will say what a caveat for this might be would be toothpaste. This does incorporate water in it, which in general paste just typically don't. However, it does still contain a large portion of solids dispersed, which would be those abrasives that get all the gunk and plaque off of your teeth. It does incorporate some water, but this really just goes to show that dosage forms in general are more so of a guidance rather than a set rule, because some things can overlap or there might be some exceptions. Then we have gels. These contain a gelling agent to provide stiffness to a solution or a colloidal dispersion. This, again, could be water-based, hydroalcoholic, or anhydrous. I will preface in the last E-Summit that I gave, I had said anhydrous was not a thing with gels. I wanted to correct that right now. I just personally have not used a whole lot of oil-based or anhydrous gelators. However, that's not to say that they don't exist. Lastly, we have lastly, we have solids, which incorporate loose powders, and also pressed powders, which are very similar in their formulation in that they contain fillers and absorbents and texturizers, sometimes colorants, maybe even fragrance. But really what the biggest difference here is the amount of binders. Obviously, with pressed powders, you're going to have a lot more binders in them because they need to stay pressed. With capsules, this is not as common in the cosmetic industry. I have never personally formulated a cosmetic capsule, but it usually has a soft gelatin outer core with some sort of oil or silicone filling. It typically has some sort of active in it as well, maybe a retinol. Then we have sticks, and these contain a combination of waxes and oils, which just seems super generic. And it is, because there are so many different types of sticks that you can make. There are, obviously your traditional lipsticks, but then there could be deodorants or sometimes even eyeshadows I would consider to be sticks. But you're really just kind of playing around with the ratio of waxes to oils and also considering their melting point as well. So why is understanding dosage forms important? Why does any of that matter? Well, like I had mentioned before, marketing allows some really creative product names, which again is really great, but they might not necessarily outline or define what the dosage form is. And we'll use serums as an example. And I feel like a lot of people use serums on a daily basis, me included. But again, this is not a specific or defined dosage form. And so there's a lot of free reign as to what a serum could actually be. But if we were to look at this example right now, these are all vitamin C serums, but they are all completely different dosage forms, starting with the one on the very left. This one is a singular phase. It does have a little bit of thickening from the hyaluronic acid that's in it, but it's definitely not largely contributing to the texture at all. It definitely flows like water, so I would definitely consider that to be a solution. Then we have the Naturium vitamin C serum, which is more so of a gel. It has 3 different gelators in it and is a singular phase. Then we have more so of the lotion dosage form or viscosity, where it has two phases brought together by an emulsifier and is on the thinner side and, would come out of that dropper bottle. And then we have creams, like the Vanilla Cream Vitamin C Serum, which coming out of that pump bottle doesn't really flow very freely, but again, has that two phases and is brought together by an emulsifier. So this just really goes to show that no matter like what your client says or what you think you're making, you really need to find what the dosage form is, because it really contributes to the overall product. There's also cases where a product can even be named like a dosage form, but it's actually a completely different dosage form. Using the e.l.f. No Budge Cream Eyeshadow as an example, when I think of cream, I think of water and oil with an emulsifier, but I don't see water in this at all. I would consider this to be, more so maybe along the lines of a stick, perhaps, playing around with the waxes and it's mostly butters and oils and silicones, but I believe, they called it a cream eyeshadow more so because of its creamy texture, incorporating those silicones and emollients. But it's not a cream by a traditional dosage form sense. Okay, so now that we've defined what dosage forms are, let's find a place to start. Again, like I said, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. However, if you want to reinvent the wheel, by all means, go ahead. However, here are some suggestions to just find starter formulas to just kind of build off from. Starting off with UL Prospector, that's one of my go-tos. This is where you can obviously find a lot of ingredients in the cosmetic industry as well. There's happy.com, there's the supplier formularies. However, I will preface that if you were to find formulas from a supplier, they're most likely going to use a majority of their ingredients, and they also might have you sign up for or make an account through their website, which is typically free. However, you might be subjected now to a lot of marketing emails. So proceed at your own discretion. There's also wholesale websites, something like Lotion Crafter, Making Cosmetics. There's Special Chem, which is very similar to UL Prospector. However, I do find it a little more challenging to find their formulations compared to UL Prospector, but it's still a really good resource. There's also literature or books, which in my opinion is a little more stripped down formulations, which might be a good or a bad thing, depending on what you want. And most likely, if you're working for a company, they will have a formula database for you to go off of. And then lastly, we have patents, which of course, be careful, don't make the same exact patent or the same exact formula from that patent for legal reasons. I know there's also formulation software that you can use, none that I have used in my own personal experience. And this is not an exhaustive list by any means. So if there are any other resources that you personally have used, please put it in, the comments, in the chat. We are not gatekeeping around here. Okay, so this is the questions we need to start asking ourselves. Like once we have a starter formula, we either want to, add ingredients or make some swaps. And don't be afraid to use supplier data or supplier personnel to inform your decisions, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that know their ingredients the best. But the first question I wanted to start off with is a really hard-hitting, heavy load question, which is, what are the ingredients crucial in achieving my product's safety, efficacy, aesthetics, and performance? Like I said, very heavy-hitting question. A lot of things to take into consideration here. Besides the fact of, what do I need to incorporate into my formula to have my formula actually work, but also how is it going to be safe? Do we need to add preservatives in here, some antioxidants, some other stabilizing ingredients? Is it efficacious? What things are we trying to target here? The overall aesthetics. What things can I change to achieve the overall aesthetics and also the performance? And after that, this is where we're starting to get into our must-haves and our no-nos, right? What key ingredients do I need to highlight in this formulation? If we're really solid on having an niacinamide in there, we have to include that. It's really important to define that from the very get-go, and also just taking into consideration how you would incorporate that into your formula. And then also, does my formulation need to meet specific requirements in terms of, like, does it need to be all natural or organic or vegan or cruelty-free or clean, whatever that means? And also, just where does my product need to be sold? Like, where is it going to be sold? There are different regulations that you need to take into consideration also when making your formula. And then lastly, what ingredients will not be in my products? This is the no-no list. What ingredients are we absolutely not incorporating, whether that be some sort of preservatives, sulfates, things like that. It's really important to define as much as the things that you want to incorporate into, as also things that you should not incorporate into your formula as well. And then we have writing up your formula. Again, now going back to the very, very basics. So in general, in the cosmetic industry, all formulations are measured out in weight by weight percentage, or, by grams and not necessarily milliliters if we're talking about like a more small scale sense. And then all those formulations must add up to 100%. There's no negotiation there. And then ingredients should be grouped together in phases. And this is typically done like by solubility. However, there are different phases that you could incorporate, whether things are temperature sensitive or pH sensitive, and we'll get into those questions a little bit later. And then you want to obviously describe your procedure in detail. Take really great notes and write things in a way that if somebody were to come in after you and has no context of what you're doing or has no idea how to formulate, they would still be able to make your product. So, questions to consider when you are writing up your formula. Does my formula require heat? Things are made in cold process, which makes things a lot easier, but then some things obviously require heat. So if so, what temperature does it need to reach? And this is where, again, you kind of turn towards your supplier data. A lot of this information is going to be found in your supplier information that they give you. Are there any ingredients that I'm working with that are heat sensitive? Are they pH sensitive? And like what I had just said, sometimes you need to incorporate things in later. For example, if you're making an emulsion and something is heat sensitive, maybe you need to add it in when it's cooled down to maybe about 40 degrees Celsius. Is it pH sensitive? If so, what pH do I need to keep this in? Does my formula require mixing? Most of the time, yes, it will require mixing. However, it might not necessarily be the same, speed. Things can be mixed just with a glass stir rod or a spatula, just real quick. Maybe it needs to be on a magnetic stir plate. Maybe it's the overhead mixer. Maybe it's a homogenizer. So it's really important to define, what type of mixing is required for your formulation and really how fast it needs to go. And then also, what are my ingredients soluble in? And this is where the phases really start to come in. You're obviously going to incorporate things together that are soluble within each other. And then lastly, do my percentages align with regulations, supplier recommendations, and or other formulations? Definitely use other people's resources as a guide. It's important, obviously, to align with regulations to make sure that you're compliant, but also turning to suppliers and noting how they have incorporated their ingredients into their formulations, and also look at other formulations and see what is successful. That can definitely be your guide. So this is a written out formula that I had found on UL Prospector. It's from Koster Kuehne. It's their Dreamy Creamy Orange Lotion. They have their phases listed out. They have the ingredients that go in those phases, naming the trade name and also the inky name, and then also the percentage. When you're making a formula internally, you're also going to want to incorporate the lot number that you used for each of these ingredients, and then also just like what you actually weighed out when you were making that formula. And then they obviously also outline the procedure, which I think they did a pretty good job of. All right, once we get into the formulation stage, this is where we start to get a little bit picky. You need to take a lot of things into consideration to achieve, the final outcome. And this does take a little bit of testing and troubleshooting. So some things to look out for. And again, I want to preface that you need to make sure that you're performing tests that is relevant to your product. Like not all these things listed here are going to be universal, but some general things to look out for are viscosity, pH, appearance, smell, and spreadability. So if there are things that you don't like about any of these tests that you've done, you can go back and troubleshoot. So let's practice everything that we had talked about so far. So defining your product. Let's say I want to make a silky moisturizer and put it in jar packaging. Like I had mentioned before, moisturizer there's a little bit of leeway as to what that might mean. Could be a lotion, could be a cream, could potentially even be a gel cream. But if I want to put it in jar packaging, it usually means that needs to hold up a little bit better. It can't be as free flowing. So in my opinion, this is where I will be making a cream. Finding a place to start. For the sake of simplicity, I just found a basic water and silicone serum formula on Lotion Crafter. Lotion Crafter is one of those wholesale websites, and the formula that I found was just stripped down to the very, very basics. But I wanted to note, though, that they say water and silicone serum, which is something that we had just talked about. Like, how does serum and cream necessarily align? How do I know that this is a cream? Well, if I look at the formulation and look at the water percentage, it's kind of low, and that lower percentage of water kind of hints that it's going to be a little bit thicker in viscosity. But just going through all of these ingredients just real quick, we have the Lotion Crafter Serum SC. This is going to be the emulsifier, the water and silicone emulsifier, I should say. It includes some silicones in there and some polymers. Then we have propylene glycol, that's also in phase A. I'm not sure if I would personally keep this in phase A. I would maybe swap this out with something else that is miscible in silicones. However, I did not make this formula. We're just formulating it. Then we have phase B, which has water, which is obviously the solvent. We have sodium citrate, which is the pH buffer. We have sodium chloride, which is going to serve as a stabilizing agent for the emulsion. Then we have liquid Germol Plus, which is a preservative, and then tetrasodium EDTA, which is a chelating agent. And then I wanted to note the procedure. Obviously, 1 and 2 is just, mixing these phases separately. But I wanted to point out in number 3 that they say to add in phase B to phase A slowly. And if anything, on the original formulation, they say very slowly, like almost a trickle. And I will show you why something like mixing speed matters. So I have a little bit of a video for you guys. So here I am, weighing out these phases. But in this experiment, we're basically going to have 2 separate batches. One is going to be adding the water phase into the silicone phase fairly quickly at also a low mixing speed. And then we're going to do the same thing again, but adding the water in dropwise at a higher mixing speed. Again, ideally, I think you would want to do this under homogenization, but I think an overhead mixer at a very high mixing speed should be sufficient enough. So here we have the first one, we're adding the water in all at once. Typically you would do this, with any emulsion, not any emulsion, I should say with a lot of emulsions, sometimes you just, dump it in, that's fine. However, with some emulsions that does really matter, and this is definitely one of them. So as you can see, when I stop the overhead mixer in a second, this did not emulsify whatsoever, if anything. it never got there. However, if we do this again, we're adding it in dropwise, and I would argue you maybe don't even need to do it dropwise, just add it in very, very slowly. However, I do like to play a little bit more conservatively when I am formulating something for the first time. Adding it in dropwise, you can obviously see that it's getting more opaque and is actually emulsifying. And when I stop it and increase the speed and all that, this actually emulsified. So mixing speed, I just want to show you, makes a huge difference as we can see here. So again, just wanted to show you this up close, that something as little as the mixing speed itself and also how fast you can add the ingredients in makes a humongous difference. So I hope you guys learned something today. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. If you want to reach me, you can either email me or follow me on my social media platforms. Feel free to send me a DM. And I hope you have a great rest of your E-Summit.
And bear with me as I bring Ava over to the main screen for Q&A. If you guys have questions, now is the time to ask your questions. And here we are. Thank you so much, Ava, for that presentation. I guess as we're waiting for questions, I thought a juicy question of my own could be, what are some common misconceptions about formulas that you see in the general zeitgeist, maybe in the DIY communities around formulas?
Oh, that is such a great question. I feel like people think formulating is kind of just like a one-size-fits-all approach. Like if I find a formula online, it's going to work for me. And that's just not necessarily the case, especially if you're using varying equipment or if you have different quality of materials. It's not guaranteed that what you're finding online is going to work, especially in the DIY space when, a lot of the things that you might be buying online or from Whole Foods, it might not necessarily be the same exact quality. So finding something online it's just not guaranteed to work. You kind of just have to use that as a starting point, but you have to troubleshoot from there.
This next question is from Annika, who asks, what's a favorite formula that you've made and why?
Ooh, that's such a good question. I think it was maybe 2-ish years ago. I made this like very creamy conditioner, and the texture I cannot stop thinking about. I don't remember what emulsifier we used, but it was amazing.
This next question comes from Kajol, who asks, How do you identify which type of emulsion the serum you showed is really? Is there really different types of emulsions, and knowing how to mix? I'm sorry, I've butchered your answer. I'm trying. There might be a language difference. So I guess the question is, how do you know what type of emulsion it is? And from there, how do you know what type of mixing you should be using? What's up with mixing and then the different types of emulsions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully that was your question.
So what determines the type of emulsion that you make is the emulsifier. I used to think it was the ratio of phases. However, that is not true. That was a question on one of my lab finals, and I will never forget that is the wrong answer. It's the type of emulsifier that you're using. And I guess another question of like, how do you know what emollients or something that would go with them? It would be, you can use HLB as your guide. If you've never heard of HLB before, I would highly recommend looking into it if you're
Watch Dennis's presentation.
Yeah. Yeah, I would highly recommend looking into that. But in terms of mixing speed, typically with like a lot of oil and water emulsions, you don't necessarily have to use homogenization. I mean, obviously you want to get that like particle size of your micelles as small and uniform as possible. But I would say for oil and water emulsions, it's you can even hand mix it, and it's probably fine depending on the emulsion that you're making. Again, this is very general, but with things like water and oil and water and silicone, they require a lot more energy. But when you're in the process of like thinking of what types of emulsions that you want to make, I would highly recommend, going into the research part of before designing a formula and really knowing what is required to make a stable formulation.
Yeah, and with many emulsifiers that are out there, you'll have formulation guides from the raw material suppliers, which is super helpful. So if this one material requires like a really high shear to make it work, that might be slightly unusual, then they'll often tell you. And the other thing that you can do is if you're having challenges with the formula, then you can like reach out to suppliers and build a relationship and ask questions. They're usually really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Use suppliers as your guide. Like I had said, like they're the ones that know their ingredients the best. And they've oftentimes have incorporated them into the formulations that you're probably making. So they know the answers, hopefully.
This next question comes from Shiva, who asks, can you please share typical stability protocols that are out there for formulas?
That's a great question. So there is no set like regulations in terms of protocols, but I believe there is an industry standard of what that is. And again, you might have some varying answers in terms of like what a higher temperature would be, but usually you want to have 12-week stability or about 3 months, having something at room temperature about 25 degrees Celsius. And like I said, there might be some ranging answers in terms of what the higher temperature might be. I personally do 45 degrees C. I've seen other people do 50, maybe sometimes along lines of 35, maybe 32. But in general, you want to have, 2 separate formulations, one at room temperature, one a little more accelerated. You can also do freeze-thaw cycles, basically sticking your formulation in the freezer for like a day, maybe taking it out for a day. And again, you might have some ranging times in terms of like companies might be doing things differently. This is just how I personally do it. And you're basically just trying to see if it would be able to withstand, varying temperatures, whether that's, you leave something in your car for overnight in the winter and it freezes over, or during shipping. But that's the general stability protocol and should be done every time that you make a formulation, in my opinion.
This next question comes from Shrutika, who asks, I have seen long, slimy residue forming in a hyaluronic acid serum in a couple of months. What's up with that? And then they add, sorry for being vague.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer your question without looking at the rest of your formulation.
Sometimes hyaluronic acid behaves in weird ways, especially with like different pHs. It can like gel up and become weird.
Yeah.
Seems maybe like a stability issue.
It could be. I don't know.
Hard to know.
Yeah, please email me.
This next question is from Sherry, who asks, how can different temperatures for two phases be incorporated and still create a stable emulsion? So I guess the question is like, what's up with the temperatures of the different phases?
Yeah. So typically when you formulate it, I would assume this person's probably talking about an emulsion formulation, but these things need to be melted down, and a lot of them have a certain melting point that they need to reach. And even if the water phase doesn't necessarily have anything solid in them, you do want to match that temperature, because I always just like to think of cooking like you don't necessarily want to add like ice cold water to a blazing hot pan. That's not going to work out very well. And so it's kind of the same concept with emulsions. Like you want to keep it at a relatively same temperature, because there are cases where it just sometimes won't even emulsify if they're not similar. Usually it really depends on the ingredients that you're putting in there, but a lot of times, like I most commonly heat mine up to around like 75 degrees Celsius-ish, and you want to keep it between like 5 to 10 degrees Celsius within each other.
And that's all the time that we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Ava, for creating that great presentation and being a part of the Q&A. For those of you who are on Instagram or even LinkedIn, Ava is there. And her handles are on the event page, I think on her slides as well. And that will also be in the replay. Ava, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me, Jen. Really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your summit, guys.
Thank you. And bear with me as I put the next presentation on, which is by Sue Finn from Enco's development. I will just say Sue Finn wasn't able to join us today for the Q&A. So we'll just go straight to Lanesa's presentation. But if you have questions about the product development timeline, Lanesa would also be able to answer those questions, or Jaana or AJ after. So just keep your questions. You can ask your questions, and if they're relevant in the presentation that you watch, then I can just ask them then. Our next speaker will be Sue Finn Cheong, who is the Innovation Manager at Enco's development. An accomplished formulation chemist with a master's in formulation science, Sue Finn specializes in creating and delivering innovative products for the cosmetics industry, which is guided by her 18 years of cross-continental experience with particular focus on personal care and color cosmetics. At Enco's, Sue Finn leads the highly skilled innovation team in developing and delivering blue sky product concepts, where she applies her passion and knowledge in skin physiology and biochemistry to identify unique ways that offer highly efficacious systems and creative communication.
Hi everyone, my name is Sue Finn Cheong and I'm the Innovation Manager at Enco's Developments. Enco's is a technical consultancy where we are a research and development lab specialising in developing cosmetic formulations for the beauty industry. As the Innovation Manager at Enco's, my main aim is to look at various ways to enable the Enco's team to continue being unique and innovative within the beauty industry, so that we can continue to deliver true innovation for all of our customers. My team and I do this by exploring various avenues, including looking at the latest ingredients being developed in the beauty industry. We often get sneak previews of upcoming launches from ingredient manufacturers, which is always very exciting. We also look at different ways the one ingredient can be used to see what different textures and formats we can come up with, particularly if it hasn't been done before. My team and I also explore the physiological pathways that an active ingredient works on to see if it could be useful to help with another skin concern. As just mentioned, Enco's Developments is a technical consultancy where we are a research and development lab specialising in developing cosmetic formulations where we're committed to innovation, quality and customer satisfaction. Here is a photo of our highly skilled team with our founder, Lorna Radford, who's wearing the lovely blue jumper. We have a fully equipped modern lab based in the UK in Leatherhead, which is about 1 hour south from London, and we welcome our clients to visit us in person. All of our technical team are of science backgrounds, and we all enjoy collaborating closely with our clients to create cutting-edge formulation that is able to provide a positive impact to the brands, consumers, and our planet. As a team, we have helped bring over 250 completely bespoke products to the market, and we have won over 80 awards and still counting. So we're well experienced in developing products for brands and developing them very successfully. When my colleagues and I are working on new product developments for brands, there are some key aspects of the products we need to discuss, establish and agree on right at the start of the project. This ensures everyone is on the same page, not just at the start of the project, but all throughout, and that everyone is happy with the final formulation that is achieved at the completion of the project. So what defines a new product? When you're in the process of creating a new product, you've probably spent a lot of time thinking about the brand. What's the brand's philosophy, positioning, target consumer, how you'll market your product. You've probably also thought about which retailers you might like to aim towards selling in, or is DTC the better fit for you? Other thoughts you might have had on your new product is the packaging. How will it look like? How will it feel? Is recycled plastic more suitable for your product? Or is glass acceptable? And for sure, you would have thought about your logo. The colour palette, what would be the primary colour, the complementary colour, as well as what font fits best. Or do you have a secondary font? But have you thought about what your formulation says about your brand? How does your product and formulation resonate to your ideal customer and keep them coming back? And what will be the product development timeline? How aware are you on the entire process? And do you know what is involved in each stage? At NCOS, we look at developing new products in 5 general steps. First, we start at the top with ideation, which is followed by innovation, then formulation. Next is examination, which ends us at solution. And this cycle restarts itself when we're working on the next new product development. It is incredibly difficult to predict the exact time it will take to develop a new product due to the complex and unknown nature of R&D. However, to provide a rough timeline, the bespoke development process could typically last 56 weeks. Because of this, we normally recommend budgeting for at least 12 to 15 months from a concept to launch when considering bespoke formulation development. Now let's dive a bit deeper into each of the NCOS 5-step product development service so you can start to understand what is involved in each. First is ideation. This is where we brainstorm ideas with your vision in mind alongside some practical requirements, such as, firstly, pricing. What is the planned RRP per unit? What budget has been allocated to the formulation versus the packaging? This is very important. What is the initial run size? Will it be 2,000 units? Possibly 5,000? Maybe it's 10,000 units. This would dramatically affect the cost. Have you selected a manufacturer already? And if so, where are they located? Are they in the UK or abroad? What timelines are we working on? When is the launch date? When does this product need to be stocked in the warehouse of your retailer? Also, what territories around the globe are you intending to sell this product? Only in the UK and EU? Or are you planning on selling in the USA, Australia, or even China? Different territories have their own regulations, so it's really important we understand this right at the beginning of the process to know how best to sort you. Also, what is the concept you envision for this product? Are there any key claims and benefits you would like this product to provide? who is the target consumer, and are they of a particular age range so we can understand their skin needs. My innovation team and I at NCOS are here to help and support you during this particular step. We are able to conduct brand reviews as well as provide technical suggestions on potential active ingredients. We can also explore various textures formats at this stage, all with the goal to have a strong and defined brand positioning, brand concept, and range offering before we move on to step 2. We then continue on to step number 2, so it's innovation. This is where we start developing the product concepts further and designing the formulation, taking into account quality, functionality, compatibility, and looking into each of the ingredients in much more detail. So firstly, as important as the formulation, so is the packaging. So what will the primary packaging be? Will it be a jar or a bottle or a tube? What material will this be made from? Glass, plastic, or aluminium? What will the closure be like? Will it be a cap or a pump or spray? And what material will this be made from? Will it be made from glass, plastic, or even aluminium? This is really important to be established at the beginning of the product development process, as it's most important that you know your formulation and packaging will be compatible with each other. So next is, should we be aware of any certifications you would like to apply for? Vegan Society, Cruelty Free International, possibly Cosmos. In terms of ingredients, is it important for your brand that the formulation doesn't contain any ingredients that have been tested on animals? Is it important for the brand that only vegan suitable ingredients are used? Is it important for the brand to use ingredients of natural origin or organic? Or are synthetic ingredients fine? Is it important for the brand that the formulation doesn't use any ingredients that are derived from palm? Or are ingredients derived from sustainable sources of palm more important? And also, are there any other ingredients you don't feel is aligned with your brand that you would prefer avoiding? So a lot to consider, I know. However, at NCOS we can support you through the many questions listed out so far. We have a brilliant 19-page briefing document that we'll explore through together, as it will cover everything that we have been talking about so far, as not as scary as it might sound. So to ensure we have all the information we need from steps 1 and 2, this can take up to 2 months to finalise, but if you require more time to think through all of these aspects, we can work around this also. Next is formulation. This is when the technical team can actually start creating prototypes in the lab, as without any of the information established in steps 1 and 2, we really can't start this stage of the process. Otherwise, we could end up developing a product that doesn't align with your vision, and we really don't want that. During the formulation step, this is a really fun part of the product development timeline, as you can finally experience using this formulation. You'll provide feedback, which will be fed back into the technical team, and the reformulation process takes place. Before we start this step of the process, there are a few things that need to be established. Firstly, how do you envision the appearance and texture of this product? Is it an aqueous fluid, or an opaque lotion, or is it a viscous rich butter? Also, how do you envision the product feeling? What texture journey would you like your customer to experience? For example, does the product glide evenly but silky smooth across the skin? Or should it feel rich and nourishing? Colour, is it to be of a certain Pantone shade? Or is it to be a luscious white? Is this formulation to be fragrance or fragrance free? As this step of the product development process is quite hands-on, both from a lab perspective as well as evaluating the formulation, we would recommend allocating around 2 to 3 months to receive initial samples. Then, depending on the feedback and reformulation cycle, it could take around 2 to 4 months to finalise the formulation. When the formulation has been finalised, next is the examination step. During this step, your formulation will undergo comprehensive testing, including stability testing, challenge testing, packaging compatibility testing, as well as patch testing. These 4 tests are required for any product intended to be sold within the UK or the EU, as they demonstrate that your product is safe for use. As these tests are essential, we highly recommend allocating at least 2 months in your timelines for these tests to be complete and for you to receive the final reports. Additional testing may be required by certain formulations, such as SPF testing for sunscreens, and this test alone can take at least 2 months to complete. Claim substantiation testing is a great way to obtain data about your formulation, which you can then use to substantiate the claims you're marketing your product as. Depending on the test study you design, this could be between 1 month to 3 months to complete. As mentioned earlier, if you create a product to sell within the UK or the EU, you will require a cosmetic product safety report. This is where a safety report is established for the formulation, and all the relevant documentation of every ingredient in the formulation is collated into the product information file. Just to mention, a lot of these tests can be done at similar times and overlap, so there are ways to save on overall timelines. At NCOS, we can work with you to define how this plan could look like, and one that suits your deadlines and the level of risks you're comfortable with. After the formulation has passed and completed the examination step, we can move on to the final step, solution. This is where we prepare the formulation to be scaled up at your chosen manufacturer. We liaise with them for a smooth transfer and provide them with as much support as they require. We can also be on site for first production to oversee the entire process if that gives you some peace of mind. This is a super exciting stage of the product development timeline, as your products are so close to being out in the world. As you can see, there is quite a lot to consider and plan when it comes to the development of a new product. We've gone through quite a lot today, but here are our top tips for you when establishing your product development timeline. Firstly, do really look into your timelines in detail and plan and budget for each step of the 5-step process we've discussed today. Building a completely new and truly innovative product from ground up unfortunately doesn't come without its challenges and hurdles to overcome, so make sure you have some buffer time allocated. Next, take the time to understand and define what are the key pillars of your brand. Establish what is truly important and essential, and what you may be open to understanding further with the support of technical experts. In terms of the product you want to develop, what are the key claims and benefits that sit at its core? How is your product going to resonate with the end consumer? If budget permits, having your product undergo a clinical or user trial could be a great way to obtain data about your formulation, which you can then use to substantiate the claims you're marketing your product as. Lastly, but what we feel is really important, is to collaborate with industry experts who are supportive of you in this journey. So there is a lot to consider when developing a truly bespoke product, but this is where truly exciting innovation can happen to create high performance products that are unique to your brand. If you would like more information or would like to discuss the development of your products, please don't hesitate to get in touch, and we'll be more than happy to share more information with you. Thank you everyone for your time.
Our next presentation will be by Lanesa Mahon, who is a cosmetic chemist and second-year PhD student in the pharmaceutical sciences from the University of Cincinnati. Originally from Columbia, she obtained her bachelor's in chemistry from Vanderbilt University in 2020. After her bachelor's, she decided to combine her passion for science and beauty, going on to earn her master's of business and science in cosmetic science from Rutgers University in 2022. She has completed several industry internships during her academic career and does SciComm work on her IG and TikTok platform at Rhea Faces. Her current PhD research investigates the relationship between skin aging and fibroblast senescence.
Hi everyone, my name is Lanesa, and today I'm here to talk to you about navigating some of the ingredient data that you'll encounter when you're formulating a product. On the agenda for today, in the first part, we're going to go through general ingredient data, important characteristics of your ingredients that you'll need to keep in mind when you're choosing them, and some of the technical documentation associated with them. In the second part, we're going to go more into reviewing clinical and experimental data and looking at experimental design elements that make a good study. Altogether, hopefully this presentation will give you a better understanding of some of the research that goes into formulating a finished product. Research is extremely important, and it should really guide every part of the formulation process. There's a reason in industry that it's called research and development, the first part of that being research, because you need to research anything that you are looking to develop. So research is crucial to product development. And in the pharmaceutical industry, there's this really big concept of beginning with the end in mind. And I think this is very important in the cosmetic context because you really want to think when you're starting a formulation about what you want that finished product to look like, what you want that finished product to do, and what you need to do to achieve that goal. So your research is going to begin before you even start formulating. When you're sourcing your ingredients, you really need to think about what type of product it is that you're making and what you want that product to do. Things like product form. Are you making a cleanser or a moisturizer? Regulations and standards where you want to sell your product, and the sensorial aspects that you want your product to have. Do you want to be hydrating? Do you want to be nourishing? All of those different things are going to guide your ingredient selection, as well as the proposed claims and the benefits that you want your product to have. So these are all things that you're going to have to think about when you're figuring out what types of ingredients that you're going to want in your final formulation. Now, when you're crafting your formulation, you're going to need to choose your active and inactive ingredients, and they're both important and require research. Your actives are going to be your workhorse. These are the ingredients that add that extra benefit, add that skin benefit, that hair benefit, address consumer concerns. And examples of these are things like niacinamide, vitamin C, glycolic acid, azelaic acid. But the major issue with actives is their delivery and stability. These are often very challenging, and I talked about some of those challenges in my previous presentation at the Skincare E-Summit. But actives really depend on being formulated in the correct vehicle, and that's where your inactive ingredients are important. These maintain stability, they enhance the sensory properties in the application of your product, they prevent contamination, and they add body to your product. So these are things like polymers, chelating agents, and preservatives. I want to take a second to really stress the importance of your inactive ingredients. There's a very common misconception, especially among consumers, that the inactive ingredients are just filler ingredients and that they just dilute the active concentration in your product and they don't do anything else. But this is just simply not true. These are crucial to the integrity, stability, and quality of your formula, and they also require research to understand when and how to properly incorporate them into the formulation. When you're choosing your ingredients, there are a couple important parameters that you need to be familiar with about your ingredients. And these include both the physical properties as well as the stability and performance qualities of your raw materials. So physical properties are things like molecular weight, solubility, octanol water coefficient, aka log P, the HLB, the polarity, and the pKa. In terms of stability, you would like to know the temperature stability, the pH and the salt effects, as well as the reactivity of your compounds. And for performance, safety and efficacy data is going to be very, very important to determining that. So it is extremely important to be aware of these properties because you have to think about the characteristics of your ingredients, how they mesh with other ingredients in the formula, and how they help the product achieve its overall goals. When you're purchasing ingredients, there are generally 3 important documents that you will receive from your supplier that you should be aware of. The first is a safety data sheet. The second is the data sheet or technical data sheet. It can also be called the fact sheet. It's called different things by different places. And the final thing is the specification sheet. So your safety data sheet or SDS is going to contain 16 sections. It is a pretty hefty document, and it's going to go through just about all the information on the chemical properties, composition, and handling and storage of your raw material. It also talks about potential hazards, but it should be stated that these potential hazards are really only applicable to the material in its raw form. Your data sheet or technical data sheet is going to talk about recommended usage. It's also going to detail important formulation parameters that you should be aware of. On some data sheets, they show experimental data that has been generated by the supplier to support the efficacy or performance of the ingredient. And finally, the specification sheet. This is going to talk about supplier information. The rest of these documents will as well, but it's going to set acceptable quality standards and criteria that talks about potential impurities in your raw material and set standards for safe limits and acceptable limits for those impurities within your raw material. So this is kind of evidence that your raw material conforms to batch standards. Through your technical documentation, you can start to piece together some of those characteristics and physical properties of your ingredients. In addition to the technical documentation, there are numerous chemical databases that exist where you can easily go to find the properties of your ingredients. It's important to keep in mind, though, that some inky names represent multiple different ingredients. So things like dimethicone and acrylates copolymer are actually names that can represent a range of different ingredients with different compositions, different structures. Sometimes you might need a little bit further specification to find the properties of some of your specific ingredients. Now that we've talked about where you can go to find some of the physical properties and chemical characteristics of your raw materials, now we are going to enter the second part of the talk where we're going to talk more about reviewing clinical and experimental data on raw materials. There are 2 main places where you're going to find experimental data on your raw materials. The first place is the supplier and company data. This is usually going to be readily available on their website or will be sent with the materials that you purchase. So suppliers typically do some testing on their ingredients for performance, behavior, and efficacy. The second place is going to be experimental and clinical studies that you find in journals. So independent researchers also perform testing on ingredients to look at different confounding factors and how they influence their behavior and their performance. It is important to critically evaluate all experimental data that is put before you, whether that be from a company or from an independent researcher. And that's a major takeaway from this talk. Critical evaluation is key. You have to question everything. Any data that's presented to you, whether it be from the supplier or from an independent research, has to be evaluated critically because not every experiment is a good experiment. And I feel like this is extremely pertinent to the cosmetic industry. You need to make sure that the experiments that you are basing your data off of and your research off of accurately measure what they're supposed to measure, is adequately controlled and free of confounding factors that might influence the results. On top of that, some scientists overstate the results significance and applicability of their research. So you really need to take a deeper look at what an investigator's credentials are. On the paper, you need to look at if the data and the results match the conclusions drawn. Are they extrapolating this data to other sources that they did not study, or how are they framing their conclusions in the context of the results? You also want to make sure that an experiment accurately models what it is supposed to. So accurately modeling real use in real life conditions. And finally, is the study peer reviewed, and what do other experts have to say about it? At the end of the day, what we have to realize is that everybody is trying to capitalize. Just like it's a salesperson's job to sell you something, scientists can also have ulterior motives. Everybody wants to be on the forefront of the next new invention, the next big breakthrough. And to a certain extent, scientists are still motivated by some of the same things that companies are. It's about securing grants and funding and, having flashy headlines on your research really can help you secure that. So you have to take into account that not everybody is coming from an altruistic place. As it pertains to cosmetics research, there are several types of studies that you will probably encounter. The first category is in silico studies. These are computational models and simulations. They typically are used to model permeance and their transport through the skin. But the key with these is that they have limited applicability to real life. These are typically used to screen compounds to see whether they have the potential to be something more. Then you have in vitro studies. These can be cell incubation studies or artificial membrane permeability studies. The primary purpose of these is to explain the effects of a particular substance on a cellular level, evaluate mechanisms, and they can also serve as the basis for more advanced studies. But mainly, I see these as validation, proof of concept studies, and they're not particularly applicable to real use. Incubating cells with a particular compound is not the same as the topical application of that compound. The next type of study is ex vivo. Ex vivo is typically frozen skin samples or skin from surgery that are used in Franz diffusion cells, which can help you model the permeability and penetration of certain actives. And, they're pretty good for testing the penetration of actives from your final formulation. So they do have some pretty good utility as it pertains to cosmetics. And finally, there are in vivo studies, and these can range from animal studies to clinical studies in humans. And they are primarily to evaluate the therapeutic effects of a particular compound and the adverse reactions that are observed from that compound or formulation. And the applicability of in vivo studies really is dependent on their design. Here I have listed some general considerations for the critical evaluation of literature. And over on the left column, we have experimental design. So you're going to want to ask, what type of study is this? Is it in vitro? Is it in silico? Is it in vivo? So going back to those study types that we just talked about, what's the model? If it's an in vitro experiment, what type of cell are we dealing with? Or what type of artificial membrane are we dealing with? If it is a artificial membrane permeability study, if it's an animal, what type of animal? What's the species? What's the size of the study? What is the length of the study? Are there control groups? Are there adequate control groups? Sometimes studies need more than one control. What are the endpoints that are being measured? What are the inclusion and exclusion criteria? This is especially important to clinical trials because if you are conducting a clinical trial on, say, an anti-aging compound, and you don't have specified in your inclusion and exclusion criteria that people who take retinoids are excluded, that can skew your results because retinoids are known to be anti-aging compounds. How is your data being analyzed? Are the correct statistical tests being used? On the methodology and results side, you want to ask, how are the endpoints being measured? Different methodologies have different strengths and weaknesses. And there are some methods that are more tried and true than others. So what are the strengths of these methods? Have they been used by other researchers? Have they been previously validated? Another thing is using multiple methods to prove the same point. That just gives extra strength, extra weight to whatever you have presented. Is bias being minimized in the experiment? Are we finding ways to reduce sources of error? Does the data match the conclusions that are being drawn? And last but not least, does the study reflect real life and real use conditions? And is this applicable to human use and especially topical human use? Quickly, we're going to talk about some common mistakes as it pertains to ingredient data interpretation and some good practices to avoid them. First and foremost, the biggest thing that I see, especially in the cosmetic industry, is faulty data extrapolation. Extrapolating different roots or different animals, and even making broad generalizations based off of an ingredients and trying to extrapolate them to a whole class. So it's important to keep your conclusions within the confines of your data and understand that certain studies can't exactly be extrapolated to human use. Another big thing is bad methodology, using unvalidated methods or measurements that introduce bias. And so you really want to make sure that you're utilizing, or a study is utilizing, the best methods and endpoints to measure what it wants to measure, and they are minimizing bias. And the last thing is a lack of controls. This really diminishes the significance of findings, and I feel like this is extremely important with new actives. So you want to ensure that you have a placebo group or a vehicle control and proper inclusion and exclusion criteria so that you can ensure that your data is representative of your raw material. So now on to some examples. This first study is a commonly cited study on parabens. And if you look, there are a couple of things that you'll notice. Number one, it is investigating paraben exposure in rats and not a human model. It is oral administration and not relevant to topical administration. And on top of that, it is a very high dose. So with animal studies, you need to convert to a human equivalent dose, which I have the chart here, and this is done in rats. So I took all of the doses and I converted them to the human equivalent dose. And as you can see, this is the human equivalent oral dose, but you can see these are very, very high levels of parabens. Like, nobody is ingesting 10 grams of parabens. And you'll have even much less exposure as it pertains to the topical route of administration. On top of that, not all of the parabens were significant, and I don't think this study did a good job at distinguishing between the parabens that actually had significant results versus the ones that didn't. This next study is a tranexamic acid study on melasma. And what you'll notice is that, number one, it is a pretty small study, 23 participants, and there is a complete lack of adequate controls. There is no control group, and on top of that, the topical formulation was applied to the whole face for 12 weeks. So this isn't even a split face study where, the person can serve as their own control. There are no vehicle controls, there's no untreated controls, and so you cannot really say if the effects of the improvement in the MASI index and in the chromometer values are due to tranexamic acid. You can't really distinguish whether it's a significant effect because you have nothing to control it to, and you can't tell whether it's due to tranexamic acid or the vehicle. So the last example is a phase 3 clinical study on azelaic acid. So what you're going to notice is that they have double blinding and randomization to reduce bias, as well as a vehicle control to show that the active is exerting effects separate from the vehicle. On top of it, it is a very large study. It's multi-centered with over 600 participants. And you have two separate studies that are showing the same results. On top of that, they have clinical grading on top of the patient assessments, which give extra weight to the significance and impact of the findings. And finally, this is a phase 3 clinical trial. So that alone tells me that this has previous supporting data. So now that we're approaching the end of the presentation, I just want to leave you guys with some key takeaways, and I hope that this presentation was able to convey how much research goes into formulating a finished product. And you always want to start with your end goal in mind. And this is going to help guide your research to help you pick adequate ingredients, including inactive ingredients, which are extremely important to the stability and efficacy of your product, as well as the active ingredients. So you're going to want to make sure that you are critically evaluating whatever literature that you are being presented with, whether that is supplier data or outside clinical studies from independent researchers. So with that being said, I would like to thank everybody for listening and thank Jen for allowing me to present. I hope that you were able to learn something new and that you are taking something away from the presentation. Please feel free to reach out and connect with me. My Instagram and TikTok are Array of Faces, and you can also add me on LinkedIn. So thank you guys for having me, and I really hope you enjoyed.
Wow, that was such a good presentation. As per usual, I feel like everyone just needs to rewatch, every student especially needs to rewatch this as like what you need to know to critically evaluate the ingredient data in front of you. So important. And here we are for the Q&A. I feel like I would be remiss without asking this question. And also, if you want more from Lanesa, she presented at our last E-Summit on skincare along the topic, but more along what I'm about to ask you. And I think it's really important just in case anybody missed that presentation. So like you did all this research to find like, oh, wow, this ingredient might work. Does that mean that an ingredient is going to work in the formulation? Oh, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. But no, all of that research really does not mean that your ingredient will work as you want it to in your formulation. Because there are all those different inactive ingredients that are going to influence, your delivery. So just because a particular study finds a result with an active doesn't mean that your product will show that same result. So you have to low-key go through your own testing and validation for the claims that you want to make. You shouldn't just say, this product has niacinamide and that does this, this, and that. You should actually go do your own testing to figure out if it does that.
Or if an ingredient supplier says that at this percentage input, it has this effect. As a brand, you probably shouldn't make that claim unless you actually go test it on the finished formula.
For sure.
Okay, now going to the questions that were in the Q&A. So this first one is from Victrix. Do in vivo study results always take priority before the other research models? Say you have the results from both in vitro and in vivo, but they are contradictory or not exactly aligning?
So this is kind of difficult to answer because it really depends on what you're looking at. So say for like a safety study, those in vivo studies are going to take a little bit more precedence over an in vitro study because, as I said in my presentation, incubating cells with a particular compound alone is not the same as that compound in the formulation. So it really depends. In vitro studies, I'm not going to say that in vitro and animal studies are not important in certain contexts, but usually an in vivo study, when you're trying to determine like human usage, is going to be just better. But an in vitro study might have some utility in telling you how exactly something works on like the cellular level, like it interacts with this receptor to upregulate this particular, RNA. So that's more where an in vitro study is going to come in and be a little bit more helpful.
This next question comes from Josie, who asks, how do you determine which type of study to prioritize during the research phase, or should they all be considered when starting with the end in mind?
So when you're trying to figure out what study to prioritize in when you're doing your product development, you want to think about the claims. It's all about what claims that you want to make with your product. So if you're going to say that it improves like hyperpigmentation or something, like you're going to want to have some type of study to measure that pigment deposition. So whether that be like a chromometer or looking at clinical grading. So it all depends on what claims that you want to make with your product.
This next question comes from Kajal. Firstly, great presentation, a comment, learning many new aspects and how much goes on with formulation. And the question, when we develop a product, should we test all the 4 tests? Is clinical trials on humans something that we should do? I guess like so when we're going from like we have ingredient data and there's all that, and then you get into substantiating the claims, how does a brand think about that? I don't know if you want to, answer that how you want. It's a really big question, especially depending on the resources.
Okay, so I will say that usually some methods are used more in like an early research type of phase. So in silico, right? You're not really going to be using in silico models as a brand. That's going to be more something where, say somebody is developing a new active or a new derivative for vitamin C, for example. They might take an in silico model and model that and do in silico modeling of that compound through the skin. But that's not really something that you are going to really be dealing with on more of a formulation. And that is usually, I put that in there because, sometimes you'll see a article that says, oh, we found this magical hit new compound, and it was only validated via an in silico model. So that doesn't hold a lot of weight. So there's certain studies that you'll be dealing with more than others. So you don't particularly have to do like a clinical trial, but you can do kind of like clinical studies. There are consumer perception studies, which that's more asking consumers like what they think about a product, but you can also have like clinical grading assessments and kind of like a semi-clinical-ish trial. The reason why I'm not gonna say a full clinical trial is because that is like more drugs and drug development, but you can do clinical studies of a particular topical formulation to see how it improves how it improves a particular condition.
And disclaimer, some of these tests are really expensive. So
Yes.
there will be a budget for a brand. And if you want more on the claim substantiation side of things, in my summit about starting a brand in December of last year, we had Brian from, I forget the company. I'm sorry, Brian. But he gave a really great presentation on claim substantiation. So that would be really helpful. Also, Craig Weiss from Consumer Product Testing came on the podcast in the fall of last year and also gave a lot of details on that. This next question is from Annika, who asked, did you ever find something surprising no one had ever talked about in regards to a popular ingredient when you started looking at the studies? Maybe the tranexamic acid one is like, wow, does it work?
I'm picking on tranexamic acid, and I'm really not trying to, but I think with tranexamic acid, I see it touted a lot as this new hyperpigmentation active. And like I've seen a lot of brands kind of stake their marketing claims off of the tranexamic acid alone, or try to make products around just tranexamic acid. And just me personally, in the literature, I have not found such strong evidence that supports it on its own. Not to say that in combination with other ingredients, it can't be helpful. But just the literature regarding tranexamic acid by itself, it hasn't really been that convincing. There are a good amount of studies, but I always find something like, okay, you don't have a control group, like the one that I talked about. And in the skincare E-Summit, I talked about 2 others that also had some issues with both control groups and maybe even having other ingredients in the tranexamic acid formulation that could influence the results of your endpoint. So I think that would be the most shocking one. I think another one, maybe there was a controversy around succinic acid a couple years ago. That when I went back and I looked at the ingredient literature, I was just like, it's not quite what that says. But so yeah, I would say tranexamic acid is maybe the main one lately.
Yeah, and I guess it's one thing if the brand goes and substantiates like their formula is really effective at reducing hyperpigmentation, whatever they're specifically trying to claim. Bear in mind, maybe a drug claim depending on the region that you're from, but like that's what ultimately they're trying to show. So say they actually show that with the formula. Well, is it actually from the tranexamic acid or is it something else? I don't know, but like, yeah. I don't know if you have anything to add before I move on to the next question.
Yeah, so when it comes to development, kind of like that, and like even back the last question that you were talking about, like claim substantiation, it really depends on like just the claims that you want to make. Like, do you want to say this shows a X amount of improvement versus like 98% of people said this? So like those different things are kind of going to determine your testing. And like just as a brand, and thinking about your claims, that's how you have to kind of base your marketing test. So a lot of the times you're probably going to go with a lot of times the consumer perception claims because those clinical studies are a lot more intensive and expensive. So
this next question comes from, and if you're wondering as you're watching, like, this Q&A is a little bit longer. It is. Thank you, ladies, for agreeing to stay on for a little bit longer. It's a big topic, so I'm glad we have a bit more time. Okay, the next question. The next question is from Shrutika, who asks, are new actives required to go, or should they go under trials like NAD and gram-active retinoids? So okay, so maybe I'll ask like, what would your process be for if you're going to decide on using newer actives compared to some of the tried and tested actives? Yeah, how do we think about all these new things that are coming on the market and many of the very bold claims that we're seeing from ingredient suppliers?
I do think that you're going to see those bold claims, but I really think it just depends on, all of those ingredient suppliers are usually going to do testing on their actives to make sure that the claims that you want to say or validate or like that this active will kind of, not the claims that you want to say, but like that this active will perform in the way that they say that it does. So it's really about combing through that supplier data. And kind of going back to my presentation, thinking about some of those key elements of study design. So if you have this a retinol derivative, right, you might want to see how it performs in relation to both retinol and in relation to just the vehicle alone. So then you can distinguish like, okay, this has a significant effect compared to the vehicle, but maybe it's not as strong of an effect as retinol. But kind of like in that, your retinol would be like your positive control, something that you know that this outcome is going to happen when you have this ingredient. So you can kind of like look at that and look at them in comparison to each one. Like, does it have significant effects from the vehicle? If so, then like, yes. But if it's, it might not be as significant as retinol, but, that might be okay. So, it's really about dissecting that supplier data, seeing what they measured, how they measured it, and just making sure that their study design is really going to accurately convey like what they want to convey. Another thing I see with new actives a lot of the time that I feel like is very problematic is they will formulate a new active in with a older active that has been shown to have that effect. And so you can't really distinguish when they're put in formulation together, and then they'll just present that data and they won't have a vehicle control. So they'll do more of a before and after, but they won't do a vehicle control. So you just have to be careful when you're going through the supplier data to ensure that, the study design was solid.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add one point that's like if somebody is making very bold, outlandish claims, like maybe put your skeptic's cap on, even if it's coming from an ingredient supplier. And like, especially if they're like making their sales marketing about like, and retinol is toxic, use my retinoid alternative. Not
And
to
the
say
thing
who
is,
said that,
whenever they
but
make the bold safety claims, they never have any type of data to back that up. So it's really just all about making sure that you have that data.
yeah, and then maybe if an ingredient supplier is fear mongering like that, maybe they're not so ethical, and maybe you can work with a more ethical ingredient supplier. Anyways, I'm not going to say anything more about that. This next question comes from Mara, who asks, what books would you recommend when it comes to studying ingredients to give proper analytical foundation in building a formula? So, like, yeah, top recommendations for books on cosmetic sciences, maybe like across different topics of cosmetic science too, because there's lots of different books. Maybe you have them right next to you.
You know, so I don't really know the textbooks off the top of my head because I have read a good amount of textbooks, but like pharmaceutical based textbooks in that regard, because I feel like they're really going to talk about the evidence. They're really going to have the correct studies.
I think Gabriella Baki, Dr. Baki, who presented earlier too, has a textbook. Anyone who's interested, it's great.
So I know that there's a couple. So there's like a cosmeceuticals and cosmetic ingredients book by, looks like Leslie Bauman, MD, Cosmeceuticals and Cosmetic Practice. And there, another one that I really like to look at is Cosmetic Science and the Handbook of Cosmetic Science and Technology. And that is by Andre O'Barrell, Mark Payne, and Howard Maybeck. So those are three that I reference a good amount when I'm looking, even just like orienting myself on ingredient data. Say it's something I've never heard of, I might just go look at it up in a textbook because it'll have like a short, quick description of like what this is, what this does, and then I can take that and I can move on and do more in-depth research.
Yeah, and maybe I'll also say Michelle Wong, Dr. Michelle Wong at Lab of Beauty Science for like a more consumer-friendly book. She recently wrote a book. There's also the SCS, Society of Cosmetic Sciences, wrote their Discovering Cosmetic Science book. I think it was published a couple years ago. Those two books are available on Amazon. Perry Romanowski. Many of the speakers here today have books. Perry, Gabriella, who's in the comments. Maybe, Gabby, if you can put a link to your textbook, feel free. Yeah. Anyone else have any questions before we move off of this presentation? Oh, I also wanted to say, thank you, Audica, for the reminder for this. With Beauty SciComm, which is the social enterprise that Michelle Wong and I launched a little while back, we did a briefing notes section. Annika was actually a part of that one on how to read a study. It was just a general submission. So if you want more on that specific topic in a written form, then go to that. Or rewatch this presentation because it was really, really good. Really, really good. Okay, maybe I'll just I'll ask one question of my own. What are the top misconceptions you see about ingredients that maybe weren't covered in this presentation?
Misconceptions about ingredients. That's hard. I just feel like in the cosmetic industry, fear sells. And I hate to say that, like, a fear of getting wrinkles, you're using retinoids and stuff like that. But it's also like going deeper, like a fear of like, health, fear around it concerning health and safety. So it's really hard to say. I just see general fear mongering. Whether and mostly I see it in like a safety context. And I know I hit on that, but I really feel like that is just the biggest misconception in the industry. It's just fear sells, and they know that, scaring somebody, they're not really going to look for evidence, right? If you say this ingredient is toxic, a lot of people aren't going to go look for that evidence. They're going to kind of take that as at face value. Just like if somebody says like, oh, this product is safer than this because it contains this new preservative instead of like a paraben, right? That fear really sells in the industry, and it's important to really like, that's why for me it's so important to combat that, because there's always these misconceptions around ingredients, around ingredient literature, and a lot of the times, like, just we really need to take a step back and really look at the data, see what the data says. And, I kind of wish that, maybe an unpopular opinion, I wish that the US had more regulations along like ingredient claims and like free from claims and stuff, kind of like the UK has, and just kind of discouraging that fear mongering, and just, yeah, discouraging that fear mongering, finding ways to better communicate safety data on ingredients, things like that. So yeah, the biggest thing I see in the cosmetic industry is fear mongering around safety, and I just wish that would end.
And with that, we are now out of time. Lanesa, thank you so much for the presentation and this prolonged Q&A. Yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And bear with me as I get the second last presentation up, Jaana's, which will be on natural formulating. It's hard to believe we only have 2 left. Thank you to everyone who is sticking around for the whole day. If you miss part of it, then not to worry. There is going to be a replay, and everyone who's registered will receive a link to it in their email tomorrow or the next day. I'll do it as quickly as I can. Just a quick reminder, make sure that you fill out that feedback form that I sent so that we can do even better the next time. Okay, I'll stop talking and give the mic over to Jaana. Our next presentation will be by Jaana Ailus, who is a cosmetic scientist, R&D expert, and PhD student. Based in Finland, she is a UK-educated and currently pursuing her PhD part-time at the University of Pharmacy and Biomolecular Sciences at the Liverpool John Moores University. As her day job, Jaana works as the head of R&D at Laponi, I'm sorry for the mispronunciation, skincare, which is a Finnish brand aimed at sensitive and problem skin that Jaana is also the co-owner of. She also does formulation work for several clients in the Nordics. She has formulated hundreds of products on the market, ranging from skincare to color cosmetics. Jaana's formulation specialty is natural products, and she's a member of both the UK's Society of Cosmetic Scientists as well as the Scandinavian Society of Cosmetic Chemists, and tries to attend events held by both organizations annually.
I am Jaana Ailus, and today I will be talking about natural-oriented formulations. Here's a brief outline of what I will be discussing today. So first, a small introduction to me and my PhD topic, then Laponi, the company I work for. Then I'll talk about what is natural. Then I'll talk about green chemistry. Then why choose natural in the first place. Some of the pros and cons. Then, is natural more sustainable? Some formulation challenges and current advances and limitations when it comes to natural cosmetics. And my apologies already, I am a bit under the weather, so bear with me, please. So I'm Jaana Ailus, I'm the head of R&D at Laponi Limited, and I also do a lot of formulation for clients here in the Nordics. I do everything from skincare to hair care, makeup, and I'm specialized in naturals. And my absolute speciality is working with non-natural benchmark and reverse engineering that into a natural product. Not always possible, sometimes it's just too costly to go to market, but that is what I do. I am a cosmetic chemist. I went to university in the UK. I am currently based in Finland. And I've been working in the cosmetics industry since 2009. I'm a PhD researcher, and I'm an associate fellow in advanced higher education in the UK. and I'm also the chairperson of the chemistry group of the Finnish Cosmetics and Hygiene Industry Association. So I get to follow a lot of the fun legislation that's going on here. My PhD topic is the anti-irritation possibilities of Nordic plants based on ethnobotanical tradition. And I'm based at Liverpool John Moores University in the School of Pharmacy and Biomolecular Sciences. The plants that I'm studying, to name a few, are fireweed and purple loosestrife. And I'm currently in the in vitro and analytics part of my PhD, but hopefully soon I will be moving into in vivo, which obviously in this case means human testing. And the reason my PhD seems to have been taking forever is due to the 3 Ps, which are part-time. Obviously, I'm not doing it full-time, just on side. I have a day job as well. And there was this little pandemic that hit just as I had started my PhD. And then I also took some parental leave because I had a baby. Laponi Skincare is the company that I work for, and it was founded in 2015 by Kristiina Pentti. We are based in Finland, and our products are sold EU-wide. I joined in 2017, and I'm now one of the co-owners of the company. Our first products were out in 2018. Our company is very much R&D led, and we have a very narrow product offering. We only have 15 products. All our products are certified by the Finnish allergy label, and we are targeted at sensitive and problem skin. So let's look at natural-oriented formulations. Just because a cosmetic product is natural, it does not give it any special exemptions. It still has to adhere to the same regulatory requirements as every other product. Still has to be preserved in some way. Still has to be stable. We just have a smaller palette of ingredients to play around with. So what is natural? There is no legal definition for natural. Lots of greenwashing is out there because of this, but there is no right or wrong when it comes to natural. A lot of the natural products on the market that I will be talking about, or natural products in general, they will be certified, and they will follow different standards. And there is a long list of product raw materials we can't use when we're formulating with natural cosmetics, such as when we're formulating natural cosmetics, such as silicones, petrochemicals, petrochemical derivatives. Many preservatives are not allowed. So there's quite a long list of what is not allowed to be used. And in general, natural cosmetics are natural or naturally derived and versus man-made. And they are based on the principles of green chemistry. And here are the 12 principles of green chemistry. I won't go through all of them, but there are just a few that I would like to point out, such as waste prevention, safer solvents, use of renewable feedstocks, design for degradation. So products should be inherently biodegradable. These are all fine and dandy ideas, but they do not convert very well to the end consumer. So this is not something you can write on your cosmetic packaging. So this is when cosmetics, natural cosmetics certifications and standards come in. The main ones here in the EU are the ISO and Cosmos. The ISO 16128 is the natural origin index. With that, they will count the natural origin index, whether it's the natural origin or organic origin. And this only applies to raw materials and finished products. This does not include claims in labeling, environmental safety, or packaging materials. Then we have the Cosmos, which is the EU, the combination of the different EU certification bodies that came together to form Cosmos. And so it's the BDIH, Soil Association, ICEA, Cosmobio, and EcoCert, which all belong to Cosmos. And you have two grades. You have Cosmos Natural, which is just natural, and then organic, where you have to have a certain percentage of the product will have to have organic content. I mean, part of the product will have to be organic. And Cosmos applies to also for raw materials and finished products, but it also includes the claims and labeling, environmental safety, such as recycling and production. They're actually quite diligent. The auditors for Cosmos, they will come and audit your production plants, and they will go through your recycling bins to make sure everything's up to scratch. So they are quite strict with this, and they also want to see the kind of detergents you're using to wash your production equipment. So all of this is actually taken into consideration when it comes to the Cosmos certification. Then it also looks at packaging materials, and they must be easy to recycle. No excess packaging is allowed, and even empty levels are looked at. So the packaging should be minimal, and most of the as much product as possible should be able to get out of the product as packaging as well. Why would customers then choose natural? Why not? I won't argue the merits or demerits of natural. It is a consumer preference, much like some people want to buy products from female-founded companies or just independent beauty labels. I see natural as just one of the many different kinds of cosmetics preferences a consumer can have. The European market for natural cosmetics is huge, and it is still growing. And Asia is following suit. And obviously there's lots of money to be made in the natural cosmetics industry. And natural cosmetics are often seen as the environmentally friendly option, which is not necessarily true at all. And people will often use natural skincare, but stick to non-natural color cosmetics and hairstyling products. And I will get into why a bit later on. Some of the pros and cons of natural formulations. The pros: no petrochemical derivatives, derived ingredients, so no fossil fuel derived ingredients in this case. There's better biodegradability, no overpackaging if they are Cosmos, then the recyclable packaging and renewable raw materials. Then as to cons, they tend to have a shorter shelf life. They tend to be more expensive. They tend to be harder to formulate and to manufacture, and sometimes counterintuitive. I won't name names, but there is a certain corn-derived dial that is hugely popular and used widely in the cosmetics industry. And the process of making this dial is quite energy efficient because they are using a GMO-modified microorganism as a part of the processing. Unfortunately, Cosmos does not allow any kind of GMO, even though the finished product does not have GMO in it. But because the processing has this GMO-derived microorganism, then it is not allowed in Cosmos. And then obviously just because something is renewable does not necessarily make it more sustainable. And then we're talking about natural, and is that the same as sustainable? Many consumers seem to think so, and they think that natural is automatically more sustainable. Unfortunately, many manufacturing processes, whether it is for the raw materials or finished products can be less energy efficient. Then there is the land usage that should be taken into consideration as well. So the cultivation of plant material to be used for cosmetics, especially if we're talking about food competing crops. We live in a world with climate crisis and famine. So is it sustainable to grow plants that could be used for food, and instead of using them for food, we're using all the resources to grow them and then sticking them in a face cream. Something that is also interesting to look at is the yield values. Palm has a really high yield value and is allowed in natural cosmetics, but then a lot of people steer away from palm and use things like rapeseed, which has a much lower yield value, so you will need a lot more land to cultivate it. So there are many things to take into consideration. Another thing to look at is the often exotic ingredients that are used in natural cosmetics, and they are shipped from the other side of the world. Stuff that grows in the Amazon that is very exotic for us here in Finland, for example. This was actually one of the inspirations for my PhD, because I didn't want to use active ingredients that come from afar. I wanted to find something nearby. So the plants that I am looking at literally grow in a ditch here in Finland. So that is the kind of stuff that I like to look into. Then when it comes to the variety of materials, it is common knowledge that many raw materials are used interchangeably in natural and non-natural cosmetics. Many of the emollients and surfactants are exactly the same, whether it is a natural or a non-natural product. A lot of the humectants, I mean glycerin. Glycerin's the same throughout, natural, non-natural, doesn't make a difference, it's still glycerin. Many of the extracts are also the same, it just depends on the extraction process. Some extraction processes are not necessarily allowed in natural cosmetics. Then there are some raw materials that are definitely not allowed, which are in natural formulations, which are silicones. Many preservatives, and parabens, for example, phenoxyethanol, many of the technical ingredients we use, so a lot of the stabilizers, all the good stuff that makes a formulation have a long shelf life, a lot of those are not allowed. And microplastics are also not allowed, which there is an upcoming EU ban on microplastics. So if you are formulating with natural cosmetics, you're way ahead of everyone else, but it will affect everyone eventually here in the EU. And then the chemical UV filters are also not allowed in natural cosmetics, so we can only use the mineral ones. There are quite a lot of formulation challenges when it comes to natural formulations. Obviously, the lack of available raw materials you end up with a much narrower palette to work with. There are some limitations to skin feel, wearability, and durability. Emulsions tend to have soaping, and there are also issues with stability. So most natural products are inherently, the raw materials by themselves are already less stable than non-natural ones. So when you have a product that is comprised of only natural raw materials, the shelf life won't be as long as it would otherwise. There's quite a large irritancy potential. So a lot of the raw materials used, such as essential oils, organic acids, which are used as preservatives, those can be quite irritating. Then there can be very big batch-to-batch variations, because since we are using natural products, they will differ depending on the year, what kind of crop it has been. Even if it is from the same place, same time, different year, there can still be differences in color, smell. So there will be always small batch-to-batch variations with most products. And then there is the cost. A lot of these raw materials are quite a lot more expensive than the non-natural counterparts. Fortunately, there have been a lot of recent advances in raw materials. Silicone replacements have come a very long way. For example, the BASF CTL range, for example, there's CTL Ultimate. There are now replacements for even volatile silicones, which is brilliant. You can get a lot of really nice textures. You can copy most of what's out there. That is your regular silicones. There are now alternatives to those. There are lots more elegant textures available. So all the soaping and all the old-fashioned kind of emulsions are, they're a thing of the past now. And every year at In Cosmetics Global, a new emulsifier will be launched, at least one or two of natural emulsifiers. So they are coming up with new different ways, different skin feels. So there is a lot of more variation as well. Also, preservatives. There are new preservative systems and preservative boosters, so we can get milder and more efficient preservation with less of these more irritant organic acids, for example. And replacements for acrylates and other synthetic polymers. This is a huge opening market in the EU because it is out of necessity, because most acrylates and other ingredients that are used in pretty much all makeup and hair care, hair styling products will have to be reformulated in the next 20 years or so. So they are getting a lot of new interesting developments. Apologies. There are still some limitations that need to be solved, such as lack of suitable film formers for long durability. So color cosmetics are not very, if they are natural color cosmetics, their durability is not that great. There's a very high cost to silicone replacement, so they are a lot more expensive than actual silicones. There's a lack of conditioning agents, lack of styling polymers, and lack of completely colorless UV filters. So this is something we still need to work on. Thank you.
And bear with me as I get our Q&A started. Thank you so much, Jaana, for that presentation. She was also sick as she was making it, as you may have been able to gather. So thank you for doing that and also participating in the Q&A. And here we are. Thank you so much, Jaana. Okay, so I guess I'll ask my first question from my own point of view to give everyone else an opportunity to type your questions in the chat. But my question is, what's a common misconception about natural cosmetics that maybe you didn't answer already that might surprise the average person?
Well, my apologies, my voice is still quite shot. But yes, a lot of people equate natural with organic, so they don't differentiate. They assume automatically that if it's natural cosmetics, it's also organic. And then another misconception is vegan. A lot of people actually think that natural cosmetics are automatically vegan, which is also not the case, because there are beeswax, lanolin, those are natural raw materials that are very much not vegan.
How do you think about the variability for extracts quality? Maybe that's a misconception out there that one extract is the same extract. One licorice extract is like the same licorice extract from everywhere. And if you sub out one for the other, it's not going to make that big of a difference in terms of efficacy or stability or whatever. So how do you think about that?
Oh dear, that is something that I am working on my PhD, is different extraction processes. So even if the inky is the same, there can be so many different, there are actually lots of companies that have patented extraction processes, and there is everything from, even when we're just talking about water in glycerin or just water-based extract, there will be so many different variations of how to make it, depending on the heat that you use and everything. So it is like even if it's the same plant, depending on how small particles of the plant you have when you start with, or if it is this bit of the stem or that bit of the stem, that is already just the extracts. And then in the end product, you can't just substantiate one for the other, because they will have huge differences in color, smell, viscosity, you name it. So that you can have a completely different product if you have if you just switch out an extract for another.
And that might completely muck up your stability.
Oh, yes. And also the stability, and then everything else. Or also because when we are working with naturals, there is lots of food for microbes, let's put it that way. So one extract that is more microbially stable might not be microbially stable as the other. So it actually might screw up your preservation system if you even if you just change that.
And so if you do change it, maybe you should redo stability testing and all of that. Okay, now to other people's questions. So this comes from Shrutika, who asks, how does natural skincare do in comparison with chemical products? Now, like, it's a chemical, but maybe you mean more synthetic chemical or more synthetic chemicals. And then how can consumers differentiate between natural or organic skincare products? And like, should they? Does it really matter? Yeah, what do you think?
Well, it's like the organic is completely different. Like some people prefer to only eat like organic produce, for example. So if you want organic skincare, then you should look for something that has an organic certification, that there is like Cosmos Organic, for example, it will be a certain percentage of the end product will be organic. But there's where it's different, like let's say natural and non-natural cosmetics. Sometimes, some obviously, because we can't, for example, retinoids or any vitamin A derivatives, then you can't have that effect. But many acids, you can get pretty much the same. Even if you have a fully natural product, you can still have very efficacious products that have a really, they do work. And as I mentioned in my talk, even now the skin feel, there's so many advances in skin feel modification and emulsifying systems that sometimes, well, if it's a very well formulated product, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah. Whether or not something is better or worse, probably it's just like complex. And it depends.
Yes, and also it's a personal choice. As I mentioned before, if you want to only buy female-founded products from female-founded companies, that is a personal choice. The same with natural. If that is something you feel passionate about and you want to give your money to these companies, then that is as a customer, that is your choice.
This next question is from Mara, who asks, with regards to irritability of ingredients like essential oils, is it important to calculate dermal limits? How should brands think about skin safety substantiation? Maybe just like in general? Is there like a difference that you might do differently with specifically an ingredient like essential ingredient category compared to like any other cosmetic?
Well, obviously, since I'm speaking from the EU point of view, all of the products we sell here, they have to have a safety assessment where they actually calculate the dermal, what's it called, margin of safety. So they actually, and it won't pass if you have too much of it. So it takes into consideration how that product is safe to use. And when we're talking about essential oils, they are basically, most of them are full of that. They are fragrance allergens. Some of them are 99% just fragrance allergens. So then obviously those will be in your INCI list very high, and you will have to, in some cases, actually have warnings on the label, you know, so and so much of this stuff. So they, yeah.
And then this next question comes from Kajol, who asks, does natural extracts like bakuchiol have studies, but some plants don't have many? What is the point of you for natural because it's not always sustainable. Okay, I think there might be a language difference. Okay, I think the question is like, how do you navigate the different efficacy for ingredients? I think that's what I think that's what I'm understanding from it, especially in the context of like sustainability. I think it's maybe complex.
Yeah. Well, let's start with the efficacy bit. Obviously, there aren't studies on all plants, and like bakuchiol has been somewhat studied, but some have not been studied at all, or then they've been studied for medicinal purposes or something else. Like one of the plants I'm studying has been studied widely for hemorrhoid relief, but externally. So obviously, it will have some kind of anti-inflammation properties. So they necessarily haven't been studied widely, but then when it comes to sustainability, or would it be better to use them if they are something that is like bakuchiol, for example? It's not one of my favorite ingredients, and it's quite an exotic. It doesn't grow that easily everywhere, and I believe the yield value isn't that great either. But then if you think of something else, something very readily available weed-like plants, then those would be a lot more sustainable to cultivate for cosmetic products.
Yeah, and the sustainability of naturals could be a whole conversation from many angles, and we do not have the time to cover it right now.
Oh yeah, I could talk about that for days.
I guess if you guys want more on that topic, Michelle Wong and I attempted to cover it in a YouTube video a few years ago. So maybe look through her channel and you'll find it. It wasn't that popular because I think we went too far and nobody cared. Jaana, thank you so much for putting together this presentation and being a part of this event, especially because you've been sick. So thank you for still being a part of it.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you have a great rest of your day. And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And bear with me as I get the last presentation of the day up. Oh my gosh, like we've been together for like 8 hours here. Thank you again to everyone who's stuck with us throughout the day. And then again, a big thank you to our sponsors for this event who help make this event free and accessible to anyone who wants to learn. Our next presenter is Addae, who is the founder of Sula Labs and an award-winning cosmetic chemist, clinical researcher, and chemical biology PhD student at the University of California. When Addae was a clinical researcher and formulator in the medical-grade skincare space, she immediately saw how underserved and underconsidered Black consumers are in the R&D process and sought out to build Sula Labs, a research-forward product development and testing laboratory that develops and tests products for Black-owned brands and dark-skinned consumers. With customers in retailers including Sephora, Credo Beauty, and Ulta Beauty. Addae's dermatologic research is published in the Journal of Drugs and Dermatology, and she is a Future Laboratory Future Innovators awardee. She is ultimately driven by her innate passion for using chemistry and clinical research as a means for change for the health of skin of color. Without further ado, here's Addae.
Hello everyone, I'm Addae and I'm the founder and CEO of Sula Labs, which is a product development and testing company based here in Los Angeles, California, and we specialize in melanin-rich skin types for development and testing, which is why today I will be giving you all a presentation that I have recorded preemptively on product development for deeper skin tones to address diversity and inclusion in cosmetic science. So my presentation is going to be a little bit divided into 3 particular sections. The first, we're going to go on early scientific hallmarks of where deeper skin tones have been observed in dermatology research. And then we're going to talk about the fact that we have a long way to go. And then lastly, we're going to talk about... So, the first, we're going to start off with early scientific hallmarks of dark skin in dermatology research. So the first thing that I want to call your attention to is the development of tretinoin. Tretinoin is a drug that people are often prescribed for acne. We know her, we use her a lot, but many are not aware of the fact that tretinoin comes with quite a dark history. So to give you a brief recap, tretinoin was discovered by Dr. Albert Kligman, who is depicted here on the right, or on my right. And how he discovered this is through using participants, which were incarcerated people at a prison in Philadelphia, to test the drug on their backs and faces, among with other exposures, such as bacteria and skin blistering chemicals. Afterwards, vitamin A, which is quite a potent drug, was scaled down to the recommended usage rate that it is now, of 0.1%. However, at the time, Dr. Albert Kligman was severely harming these incarcerated people, which you can see in quotes that he says here on the right, which are quoted here in his book. I damn near killed people before I could see a real benefit. Every one of them got sick. And most disturbingly, him saying, all I could see before me were acres of skin. It was like a farmer seeing a fertile field for the first time. Now, of course, a lot of these incarcerated people had darker skin tones, and we see later on that the experimentation was then suspended in 1974. However, the drug did go to market, and it is successful, highly successful. However, the history behind it is one of the early use cases that we see with darker skinned people being included in dermatological research in such a way that is not conducive to skin health, nor to ethics in research. The second aspect where we see this is the Fitzpatrick scale. Now, many of us are very aware of the Fitzpatrick scale. This is the clinical standard that we use in clinical studies and that dermatologists use to type skin types. And when we say type, we really mean correlating the skin color to how much it absorbs UV radiation as well as how it behaves in the presence of sun. Now, this is kind of an iffy correlation, right? Because first of all, the Fitzpatrick scale was developed by Dr. Thomas B. Fitzpatrick to mainly classify types 1 through 3. But later on, types 4 through 6, and it says 5, that is a typo, types 4 through 6 were added on as somewhat of an afterthought. Now, kind of the thing that we see that's kind of iffy, though, is that the scale was really only created after classifying those with lighter skin to understand the amount of UVA needed for oral psoriasis treatments, which is completely different from topical intervention. So the merit of the scale is highly questioned, especially considering the fact that darker skinned people were not necessarily used in the making of this scale. But this tends to be kind of a pillar and a hallmark of how we've seen darker skin kind of tacked on as an afterthought in dermatology research. And it shows through our culture of product development and dermatologic research. So where has the beauty industry gone from there for melanin-rich skin? Now, presently, we see a lot of kind of disparity in beauty with darker skin tones. For example, in 2023, Aveeno did a one-poll survey across 2,000 African-American beauty consumers. Now, of course, we don't know what exactly their Fitzpatrick scale breakdown was, but one could assume it's likely between 3 or even 4 to 6. And out of all of these consumers, we see data that shows that a large majority of them consider that their skin is sensitive. We see data that shows that a large majority of them feel insecure about their everyday skin issues. And about a third of them have a hard time finding a derm that understands their skin health needs. And furthermore, when we start understanding the fact that darker skin has not been well researched until later on in dermatology history, as well as statistics that we see time and time again, such as Black consumers being almost 2 times more likely than white consumers to be dissatisfied with skin and hair care products. And then, of course, we see different things such as white cast and sunscreens, which is a drug, and also different types of product formats that are not necessarily developed with us in mind, such as hair category. That all comes to a large conclusion, saying that skincare products generally continue to lack reproducible acceptance by darker skinned consumers, which is a problem. And then, once you start really looking into the fact that there is some sort of biological sort of difference, of course not necessarily in how much melanin is produced, but in kind of how melanin impacts your skin health, because we have to remember, melanin is a pigment that absorbs UV radiation and is also produced by melanocytes. We have to really understand how this is interacting with how darker skin patients really accept and view how products are helping with their skin. Now, I would like to make it clear that there aren't a ton of huge physiological differences between lighter and darker skin tones, right? The main physiological difference is difference in how melanin is interacting with your skin health. So of course, we have darker pigment, and therefore there's difference in photosensitivity. So this impacts how we experience photoaging, pigmentation onset, and even skin cancer onset. Some studies have cited slightly increased dermal thickness, so this impacts scar formation, pigmentation onset as well. Of course, we've seen differences in which impact moisturization levels and tool levels. Now, things such as pigmentation onset, moisturization levels, transepidermal water loss levels, diagnostics, these have a lot to do with how darker skin patients accept skincare products and how they assess the efficacy of them. So it's really important for us to go to the kind of the main core here of the presentation, which is how we develop products for the melanin-rich consumer. And before we get into there, I do want to disclose, of course, for chronic skin conditions, only drugs can be helpful for treating those. So it's important for us to not rely on cosmetics as the sole sort of fix for chronic skin conditions. So not only is there a lot of work to be done, in other words, in product development, but also a ton of work to be done in diagnoses and dermatologic research. But I was asked to make a slideshow on product development, so that is what I'm here to do. So the first thing that we want to address is inclusivity gaps in beauty and deeper skin. Now, we kind of coined the term, or the, concept here at Sula of what an inclusivity gap is in the beauty industry. And how we define it is that it is a beauty product development or marketing practice that lengthens the distance between the product and consumer satisfaction. And what we define as consumer satisfaction is satisfaction in efficacy, functionality, and accessibility. So we have this kind of continuum here on the left, where you'll see that the consumers inform how R&D is performed, R&D informs how marketing is performed, and marketing informs how consumers purchase. So the question is, what causes beauty and inclusivity gaps? Well, lack of data, of course, companies being informed on diverse consumer practices, non-modernization of product dev and formulation technique, and of course evaluating efficacy through narrow demographics, such as how the product development team sees efficacy. So what we propose here at Sula is that bridging inclusivity gaps can be done through product development to shorten the distance between the consumer, R&D, and marketing. So the key areas of product development that can bridge these inclusivity gaps are three distinct areas, which we mainly do here at Sula Labs. The first being formulation, which is what we're most known for. And this is what your product delivers, right? What are you presenting to the world? Is it an edge control? So that mainly speaks to a certain audience. Is it a hyperpigmentation product? That speaks very different things to audiences. So the question is, how do we embed that into the formulation, which we will get to soon. The second thing is ingredient efficacy. How do you drive your product's efficacy? Is it that you want to make a brightening product with vitamin C and understand how that speaks to different audiences? Is it that you want to make an edge control, but you want to make sure that it speaks to a wide range of audience? That's how we get into testing, which is how you measure your product's efficacy. Now, this is a very kind of straightforward area where you can understand inclusive. And of course, these three things fit into every relationship here, right? The consumer and R&D, they're informed through formulation, ingredient efficacy, and testing. Same with R&D versus marketing, same with marketing versus the consumer. And one thing I really want to call everyone's attention to is that it's not just the brands that are responsible for making sure that inclusivity gaps are bridged, right? For example, we see brands where they become under a lot of fire, which we have seen recently, for not being inclusive enough. But it's not just the brand founder, right? It's the ingredient suppliers, what kind of data they're collecting on their ingredients. Of course, it's the brands and their culture. It's the contract manufacturers. It's the marketers. It's the formulators. It's the clinical research orgs. It's the in vitro research orgs. So basically, every single area of the beauty value chain is important for bridging inclusivity gaps. So I would encourage you, if you're starting a brand or a brand founder, to make sure that you address this in every single area of the value chain, because it does show, ultimately, in the consumer experience. So the remainder of this presentation will focus on a practice problem. The practice problem being a brightening product, because this is my favorite one to kind of assess your ability to bridge inclusivity gaps in product development. So the first, we're going to start with this product formulation. So the formulation answers the following questions. What kind of product will address the problem you're trying to solve? How will you adapt to consumer practices around the product? And are the formulators able to craft this product around the lens of consumers of all skin tones? So let's take the brightening product. So the problem that we're trying to address is creating a product that brightens the skin and evens skin tone. Cool. That means a lot of things to many different people, right? That means different things to everyone. So now getting into the consumer, how will you adapt to consumer practices around the product? For example, if you are, I know I'm using the edge control example a lot, but if you are a consumer with textured hair, you're more likely to wrap your hair at night, right? So how can we embed that into certain product functionality, right? Creating a dry shampoo. How do certain consumers interact with dry shampoos? What are they used to? What's friendly for people that do silk presses? What's friendly for people that are more natural? In this case, for a brightening product, how does the consumer evaluate brightening? This also might be a consumer that is less likely to wear sunscreen, even though they shouldn't be. But this might be a consumer that is either more or less likely to wear sunscreen. So how are we formulating around these things, right? And then the third thing is the lens of formulators. What kinds of ingredients and product vehicle be used to achieve these endpoints? The second inclusivity gap practice problem for brightening. How do you drive your product's efficacy? So I mentioned a lot that brightening means things to different people, right? It means a lot of different things to different people. So we have some questions that need to be answered, right? The first being, what kind of ingredient will deliver your product's efficacy? So vitamin C does, seems to demonstrate brightening and evening for lighter skin tones. But if we want to make a brightening product, how do we address that across all skin tones, right? Brightening from a scientific standpoint literally means like the amount of reflectance you're getting, right? But to different consumers, it could mean hyperpigmentation. To different consumers, it could mean how much glow. So how are we addressing all of those across each skin tone? What data can prove that these ingredients will deliver? This is where your suppliers come in. They're likely going to send you data sheets with studies, shiny studies showing the efficacy of their product. But if it's a hyperpigmentation product and there's only data on lighter skin tones, it may be worth going the extra step to test on darker skin tones or with darker skin tones, right? I have here in bolded, if they don't have data on diverse skin tones, make them work for it. I do believe that it is suppliers' job to be accountable for making sure that there's efficacy across a wide range of scenarios. And suppliers want to help you, right? So be sure to ask, for sure. And then the third thing is cultural relevance. Are there culturally relevant ingredients that lend themselves to the consumer's collective story? For example, if you are doing a brightening product, are you going to, and you want to be, speak to a melanin-rich skin population, you want to speak to the performance ingredients, but also make sure that there are ingredients in there that are known and loved and embraced by certain communities, right? So for example, if you have that shiny sort of active ingredient that you patented, and this is how you understand it will decrease the amount of hyperpigmentation and upregulate the amount of brightening that you see in the skin, how are we able to, speak to a wide range of audience and tell them? But of course, there are ingredients that you recognize too, right? Because people are becoming more ingredient savvy these days. So perhaps pairing your brightening ingredient, that is the star of the show, with perhaps a papaya extract or a licorice extract, because I think darker skinned consumers have been able to recognize what kinds of ingredients do drive their efficacy. So it's important to be able to speak to a wide range of consumers and speak to a sense of familiarity, because that is also an aspect of inclusivity that consumers do make sure to look out for. So a big question in how you drive your product's efficacy is how you will deliver that. Now, the third thing is, how do you test your product's efficacy? This is more straightforward, right? So for example, for the brightening product, if we want to test the efficacy of the product's experience, such as it made me glow, it worked well under my makeup, I like how it smelled, then you would more likely go to consumer testing and make sure that you test across a wide range of skin tones and scenarios. So makeup wearers, non-makeup wearers. For clinical testing, you want to understand the brightening product's quantitative benefits in a consumer's experience. So making sure that there are endpoints that do measure things such as hyperpigmentation, things such as brightness more quantitatively, and of course, again, have a large range of demographic there. And then the third one, how can you test the product's functionality in the context of your skin routine, right? So again, being sure to make sure that you adapt consumer practices into your testing standards is really important. So for brightening, if you know that you have people that don't wear a lot of sunscreen, perhaps be able to address that as well in your testing. So to recap, for our brightening product summary, we're going to do just a quick little comparison side by side for a brightening product that closes inclusivity gaps a little bit more versus a brightening product that lengthens inclusivity gaps. So first and foremost, we're going to look at the product checkbox. We know that if we're closing inclusivity gaps, we're going to offer a brightening product which clearly declares what brightening is, so that people can evaluate, is this product something that will give efficacy for me? So I know as a darker skin consumer myself, I want to look for, okay, this is a brightening product, what does that mean? Am I going to get hyperpigmentation benefits out of this? Or am I just going to get glow benefits out of this? And if I'm going to get hyperpigmentation benefits out of this, to what extent? If we're lengthening inclusivity gaps here, we're just going to offer a brightening product which just claims skin tone evening or not really declare what brightening means, right? So we're already putting consumers in a place where they're confused on how this efficacy reaches them, so they're not necessarily sure where this fits. Now for the formulation, we want to develop with brightening ingredients previously proven to work across skin tones, right? And also, maybe I'll see, not tranexamic acid, but maybe I'll see, some sort of brightening ingredient that I really like, as well as a brightening ingredient that is maybe more in an extract form, right? Like licorice root extract. I've seen that across the products that darker skin consumers such as myself are recommending, licorice root extract is among the ingredients list, and so I feel comfortable that I was thought of and that there's some relevance culturally to me in this particular product. If we want to lengthen these inclusivity gaps, we're going to develop with ingredients that popularly claim to brighten the skin tone, but only as evidenced by a specific demographic or general demographic, right? So in this case, I think the most common ingredient that comes to mind is vitamin C. And then lastly, or second to last, the testing. We want to make sure that we're testing with a large range of skin tones, a large range of experience across skin tones and across consumer practices. And also making sure that the claims speak to certain endpoints that are generally accepted across different skin tones. So for example, for me, I want to make sure that there's hyperpigmentation data across Fitzpatrick 1 through 6, and not just have three Fitzpatrick 6 people in there. And then lastly, ingredients. Again, want to make sure that these speak to a wide range of audiences, which is super important because consumers only have 13 to 15 seconds for them to determine whether or not that they want to pick up the product. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. I'm just going to say that what we do here at Sula Labs is bridge these inclusivity gaps through product dev, R&D, and of course testing. And these are meant to shorten the distance of inclusivity gaps between all of these three bodies. And lastly, I have a QR code here at the bottom left if you want to access the Sula website. And I will be taking questions. And thank you so much for listening to my presentation. And yeah.
Thank you so much to AJ for that presentation. And I am working on getting her over on the main screen for the Q&A. Bear with me. And here we are.
Or, I don't know.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Absolutely.
Oh, and just so everyone knows, there's a few PhD students in here that are like right in the thick of writing big things for their PhD, including AJ. So
Yeah.
thank you so much for
My
doing that.
candidacy exam is in 4 weeks, so everyone has seen the worst of me.
And the best of you. Thank you so much.
And the best.
Well, I guess I'll ask my first question. And yeah, everyone, ask your questions in the chat. We have about, I think, 5 minutes for Q&A. Oh, a little bit more. 8 minutes. Okay, so my first question is, when we're thinking about bridging diversity gaps for the industry writ large, where are we at and what are the common barriers that are kind of getting in the way?
Yeah, so I would say, I guess to answer the first question of where we're at now, I mean, there's an obvious answer to this. 2020 was quite a year. 2020 and 2021 were both quite years for the beauty industry. And we definitely saw that kind of trickle effect where people are starting to understand more that product development is essentially where inclusivity gaps can be closed, more so than marketing, right? And then, of course, the consumer recognizes in different ways where inclusivity gaps are being closed. So I think we definitely saw more of a shift towards PD kind of having a center in closing inclusivity gaps. But obviously we've fallen off as a beauty industry. And I say this, post like a week after Youthforia, that whole story dropping. So it's definitely something where, like I said in the presentation, it's not just the brands. I think the brands catch a lot of heat, but it's also the manufacturers, it's the product developers, it's the ingredient suppliers. Everyone has a hand in inclusivity gaps. And I think all of those areas have a lot of room for improvement.
Is there any like major barriers for like overcoming this though?
Yeah, there's a lot of major barriers, I would say. I think, for example, I think having a lot of people to test your products on is kind of a big barrier, right? Because you go to a clinical research organization and they'll tell you straight up, we can't recruit darker skin tones, right? So that's kind of one main hurdle. Another hurdle is that the way in which we're assessing efficacy is a big barrier, right? So I use the brightening product as an example because that means a lot of things to different people. But it's embedded into the language that we use, right? That's even a barrier for how we communicate efficacy. I feel like there's a million barriers that I could point out, but definitely the big two that I think product development agencies and brands are starting to address more often and more so now are the testing aspect, right? How do we communicate efficacy as well as how do we get this into the hands of people that may not be included in the product development process? So those are the biggest ones, I would say.
This reminds me of a conversation that I had with Crystal Porter
Ooh.
on the textured hair front.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, like, how do we get more darker skinned people to come into labs to work with researchers to do this testing? Why are less of them going in compared to lighter skinned folks? How do
Mhm.
we as an industry do better with respect to testing?
Yeah, so this is why I started off the presentation with the Holmesburg prison experiment, right? That was a huge moment. Like people love tretinoin, but that was a huge moment where we can see kind of a shift in distrust towards the medical community and towards, I guess cosmetics as a whole. So I think in addressing that gap and getting more darker skinned people to come in, it's really important to first address where there has been mistrust, right? So the recruitment aspect, the history behind certain products. And that's where I think we can first start in the industry as a whole, being able to say, hey, we know that we haven't been the kindest to darker skinned people, but this is where we want to close gaps. Now, the second thing, how do we get people to come in? This is a question that I think is asked by a lot of CROs, and it has a lot to do with where they're placed, right? A lot of people go to Brazil to do product development testing because of this. But I think just having that broader trust and establishment of trust with the community is really important because when you do clinical studies, you actually do have to provide some sort of statement in how you are interacting with your community at large. So it's important for IRBs to really be able to assess how a CRO is interacting with their community because then your results are kind of skewed if you don't really take time to assess that in your QA QC.
Yeah, and what I find really interesting, just like on the hair care side of the conversation from Dr. Crystal Porter, she has a lab. And so how she addresses this is, well, she gives out free haircuts in her community and then
Mhm.
also shares information because right now, specific to textured hair, and it's not limited to textured hair, people want more information, but it's hard to find. There's not good sources. And so come do this testing and we'll learn together and share the information. I just think that's such a good approach. Crystal Porter, I really appreciate you.
Love her. Yes. I will be seeing her in a few weeks, actually. And I want to say that like there's a technical aspect of things that can improve too, right? There's skin tissue models, there are hair tresses, there are all these things that we use to assess efficacy, but there's usually a standard in skin tissue models, for example, that aren't really including the amount of melanocytes that are needed to represent darker skin tones if you want to assess a hyperpigmentation product. So I think technical tools could also improve too. And obviously that takes a lot more intervention, but it's worth it.
And a quick shout out for Crystal. She gave a presentation in the Hair Summit where she talked about textured hair, and I think she talked about some of her research. So super interesting if you want more from her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now to get to some of the questions from the audience. Okay, the first one comes from Mara, who says, I am interracial and my husband is African. Is there any research on skin with multiracial aspects?
I've definitely seen a few papers, but they don't necessarily evaluate whether the variable of being multiracial has different skin efficacy endpoints versus the variable of being, just, one race, for lack of better words. But I think that as more clinical data rolls out, and as we interrogate the Fitzpatrick scale a little bit more, because this is kind of a hard, clean cut scale that throws everyone into certain categories, it may be worth moving towards an area of research in the future where we kind of deconstruct the Fitzpatrick scale and look at different biomarkers that may correlate to certain efficacy endpoints. But we don't have that right now. So someone needs to get on it.
Maybe inspiration for future PhD candidates.
Thesis, right?
Okay, so this next question comes from Kajol. I thought this was a really good question. If I can find it, I think it was, it was, what are the general considerations for formulating for deeper skin tones? Now, this is a challenging, general question, but maybe even you can talk about a specific category. Like, for example, hyperpigmentation, when maybe certain practices might exacerbate issues for certain skin tones. So, what do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Like you just said, I think it depends on the product category. So, for example, if I'm developing a sunscreen, there's an obvious answer to that, right? I want to make sure that it has as little of a white cast as possible. If the product brief absolutely needs there to be zinc oxide or titanium dioxide in there. So I know that, also people aren't really that educated on how much sunscreen to put on. So that's also another thing that I look out for. If it is a product, like you said, hyperpigmentation, I think about the user experience around it, right? So what other products are usually in a darker skinned person's routine that I need to think about sensitivity and irritation around? Is there more of a propensity to use retinoids? If there are, how can I craft the hyperpigmentation product around this and not just load it with acids, right? That would should this be a toner? Should this be a moisturizer? There are all different sorts of, it's like playing chess, all different sorts of variables to consider. Now with hair, it's a lot easier, honestly, because I think that category has separated itself on its own. But when it comes to skin, there are also some categories where I don't really need to do that much thinking around it, such as let's say a barrier repair product. I think that's a pretty blanketed product where that could look the same for a lot of skin tones and a lot of, diverse skin types. But I think it does really depend on the product category and the user experience.
I think we have time for one more question, and I think this is a good final question for this Q&A, which is from Tadara. Please tell me I've mispronounced your name for sure. The question, though, is what is a good source to look for and read papers on the diversity gap issue? Where can people learn more?
Love this. Well, okay, here's the annoying part. I think we all know here that papers are not the most accessible to everyone, which I really hate. That's why when I publish, I try and publish open access.
Which is hard.
which is hard. It's expensive.
People don't realize there's a whole other
It's like
toll.
thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But I will say, if you have the dollars for it, the Journal of Drugs and Dermatology is a resource that I like because they are partnered with the Skin of Color Society. And so they put out a lot of papers that are kind of tailored towards seeing different clinical practices and different efficacy endpoints that correspond to darker skin. Now, JDD is not open access. So I will plug my good friend Sci-Hub. SCI-HUB. It is a godsend for researchers. You can literally copy and paste a URL in there and get the free paper. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I will definitely take the heat because it has gotten me this far in my education. So
Views expressed, not the
Views don't
opinions
express.
of our sponsors. But also,
Yes, exactly.
I think the timeline is to, what is it, 2021? Because then did Elsevier sue them?
I'm not sure what happened there. I was able to pull up a 2023 paper on Sci-Hub though.
Wow.
So not sure what's going on, but if you can try it, try it.
Try it. Not the views of our sponsors. Thank you so much,
Yes.
AJ, for agreeing to be a part of this summit. I'm losing it. It's been
Thank you for having me.
This is
Yes,
the
these
perfect
are
way
great
to close
summits.
the summit. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Thank you. And I'm just going to quickly thank everyone for attending the E-Summit. So a few thank yous and notes before I close the event. So, well, firstly, thank you so much to all of our speakers. Again, like they all donated their time and expertise because they care about making the information that they were sharing accessible to all of you. So thank you so much for that. And for you guys who learned from our speakers, if they're on social media, go follow them and interact with their content. That's super helpful for content creators. Thank you so much to our sponsors. They are the reason that we're able to continue making these e-summits free and accessible to everyone. Like literally these take a lot of time, so these would not be possible. Thank you so much to BASF, who's worked with us for quite a few events. So thank you for your ongoing support. This time as a general sponsor, thank you so much to Covalo for the bronze sponsorship and to NYSCC for the silver sponsorship. Our next E-Summit is going to be in September. I said this in the intro, but it's going to be a myth-related summit, a truth and beauty summit. And then after that, in late November, it's going to be the Future of Beauty E-Summit. There will be a replay. Maybe it's obvious for people who know how these streams work, but I know a lot of people don't. So right away, this is going to be published on my YouTube channel, but I'm also going to be putting all the presentations independently in a blog post. So if you find that easier to interact with, stay tuned. You'll get a replay link. You'll also get a link to sign up for Covalo's database. So if you want to start, if you're a formulator especially or a brand and you want to start trying out the database that they have and ordering ingredients, it's free to use. So I mean, that's going to be a resource for you at the end of the day. And my big ask, I have two. First, I have a feedback form that I'm going to be sending out with the replay link, so you'll get it in your inbox. If you can please fill that out, that would be super, super helpful to me just to understand what you liked and didn't like and how we can improve our events for the future. And then my final ask for you before I close the summit is, if you enjoyed this event, if you learned something, if you found it valuable, please share, because I know a lot of other people just didn't see that we're doing this. And so, yeah, if you share this with anyone who might be interested in cosmetic sciences, beauty, or with your network, however, that's super, super helpful to us. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for registering, and I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday.